Our protagonist who has an accident can only be bedridden in pitying eyes. He reads the novel hoping to save his desperate soul but realizes happy endings don't exist. Unexpectedly, the next morning he was reincarnated into the body of the bastard son of the famous All-Empire Lu Tian clan in the novel. Although he is only a minor character in the novel, he is endowed with powers that surpass even the main character and is tasked with changing the ending of the world, whether he can do it or not. Let's follow the review of North Comic Production. In a popular hospital, a doctor is asking his patient, Mr. Tae-sung, how are you feeling today? One question, every day, and that patient has only one answer, every day, my leg hurts. The doctor was quiet for a moment and then nodded, I see. The doctor told Tae-sung, I can increase the dose of medicine. Then he immediately called Nurse Kim to take Tae-sung away. His face was completely dull, no longer bothered about finding out where things went wrong. Nurse Kim walked up to Tae-sung and gave him a friendly smile, I'll take you to my room. Tae-sung didn't answer half a word, didn't even bother to nod his head to signal agreement. There was only an endless black space in his mind now. Everything in his life had ended since he woke up. Then, Nurse Kim as usual pushes a wheelchair to take Tae-sung to his hospital room. Tae-sung glanced around at the healers in the hospital. The only thing left with him were pitying glances directed at a paralyzed man, and a monthly allowance. And what hurts Tae-sung even more is the cruel fact that he is paralyzed, the feeling of hopelessness that overwhelms his thoughts day and night. Tae-sung recalls the last piece of memory before he became this. It was a tragic accident for a young person like him. Every time he thinks back, Tae-sung feels unspeakable pain, because he had an accident not because he was careless, but it was an accident caused by the driver driving in gas. Tae-sung mercifully recalled that the day was just an ordinary but painful day, and he only stopped at the convenience store as a daily habit. He used to stop by to buy a few beers or a few packages of snacks at the end of the day. Everything was going smoothly until Tae-sung is standing on the side of the road waiting for a signal to cross, but a blinding light and a few honking horns suddenly hit his senses. As soon as Tae-sung raised his head, it was too late. The bright light of the truck was right next to him, and the car seemed to show no signs of slamming on the brakes. Every time he remembered that horrible moment, Tae-sung didn't blame the drunk driver, he just silently lamented. The only thing that was different that day was that he was a little unlucky. Eventually, whatever comes must come, a terrible crashing sound as the truck knocks Tae-sung away and crashes into the signal pole to stop. With a bone-piercing pain, Tae-sung's normal life is over. When he regained consciousness, he was already in this state. He had to go to the nurse every day to move. Let me help him lie in bed, slowly. Every time Tae-sung was left alone in his hospital bed, what stayed in his mind was an invisible pain in his legs, as if they had just been amputated. Tae-sung has no choice but to rely entirely on sedatives and pain relief every night. Tae-sung desperately clutched the pills in his hand. It is said that God only gives you trials that you can endure, but this is better than death. All the pain, feelings of hopelessness, helplessness, and resentment of his unlucky fate torment Tae-sung every night. It was late outside. The hospital was no longer accepting more patients except in an emergency, and an oppressive silence enveloped Tae-sung's ward. With half of his body paralyzed, there was not much for him to do. Even entertainment could only use his phone. Tae-sung picked up his phone. The only thing he could do now was read the novel to wait for the medicine to take effect and also to seek the slightest comfort for that desperate heart. Tae-sung opened up the novel series he started reading last week, initially reading it because he received a free 50-chapter promotion to celebrate the end of the series. Every time Tae-sung reads novels with a fulfilling ending, he also feels happy, which somewhat comforts him when he feels depressed like this. Tae-sung dragged the chapter list to the end and found himself almost finished reading another novel. Tae-sung carries some hope for a fulfilling ending and clicks on chapter 489 of the novel series, and he will be able to finish it tonight. In the ending of the novel Tae-sung is reading, the protagonist Wizard Aiden destroys everything that stands in his way, and by the end, he has won and chosen to create a new world. He has ended the old world and created a new world that suits his liking. Everyone loses his memories and lives a happy life, even those who have experienced terrible deaths, and all the people he cherishes are there. Wizard Aiden destroys the old world and recreates the new one with the statement, "We will all now live happily as victors." The novel, titled The Magician Who Rules the World, ended like that, which made Tae-sung couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell?" Tae-sung is so angry that his hands shake, so the main character overcomes many difficulties to be able to protect the world. But in the end he went against everything he had done, destroyed the whole world, and then, he created a new world for his own benefit. The more Tae-sung thought, the more inhibited he felt. He clenched his phone with a heap of bad emotions surging. The novel he chose to read at random must have had such a sad ending. Tae-sung finally burst into tears in a bitter sense of despair and helplessness. Why can't he be happy? Tae-sung turned off his phone and bent over. "Yes, I don't really care about the ending of this novel, because when I wake up tomorrow, things like a fulfilling ending will never reach him." Tae-sung takes the desperate mood with him and lies down and slowly falls asleep under the effects of the drug. In the silence and dreamy state, Tae-sung could still hear the sound of water droplets from the transmission tube crackling down the wires. Suddenly in front of Tae-sung's eyes, a fanciful flash of blue light and a murmuring sound broke the quiet darkness of the room. Just after that strange sound, a virtual message popped into Tae-sung's mind that startled him to open his eyes, starting the mage to rule the world. Tae-sung quickly sat up in extreme bewilderment. What the hell? When he sat up, the virtual message was gone. Tae-sung was relieved even though he was still confused. He thought he saw something like a message right in front of him. What was it? Tae-sung slowly looked down at his feet, still wondering in his heart, the side effects of the drug. Am I paranoid or something? While his mind is still hazy, Tae-sung rolls his eyes and looks around the room, and at that point, he is surprised to find himself lying in an unfamiliar room. Tae-sung strained his eyes and looked around the room again in panic. Where am I? Just then, Tae-sung tries to remember what happened. I fell asleep in the hospital. I'm still dreaming. My phone. Tae-sung immediately traced his phone, but when he turned to the table beside the bed, the only thing waiting for him was a clear glass of water. When Tae-sung plunges himself into the water, the sight shocks him even more. Tae-sung hurriedly leaned up and took a close look to confirm that his face, belonged to someone else. At that moment, Tae-sung's eyes widened in surprise, and he suddenly realized that he had just moved without the assistance of a nurse. Tae-sung looked incredulously and in surprise at the legs that had been moved from the bed to the floor, just now, his feet. Before Tae-sung could absorb the miraculous changes in his body, the murmuring sound was once again heard, along with a faint frame appearing in midair. Tae-sung immediately turned his attention to the board that was slowly appearing in front of him. A few seconds later, a complete virtual message appeared, startling Tae-sung to step back. Tae-sung furrowed his eyebrows and read the contents of the message in a bewildered mood. What is this? In the message, "This is the world of the magician who rules the world. From now on you have to live as the character Mord Vernars." Tae-sung can even hold the message frame like a tablet. He thought in shock, the magician rules the world, that is. As the name of the novel I read last night, plus Mord is a minor character in the novel, Tae-sung's mind immediately popped up with a bunch of concerns. The strange system keeps sending messages. If Mord dies, you die too. The information makes Tae-sung panic. Wait, what the hell? Despite being in a very confused mood, Tae-sung quickly regained his composure as he looked down at his healed legs. There was a sudden flash of hope in Tae-sung's eyes, if this was true. After that, he stood up barefoot. Tae-sung's heart swelled with a feeling of excitement mixed with disbelief. No way. Tae-sung continued to fumble small steps in great joy. Before, he couldn't even feel his feet, but now, he can stand. Tae-sung focused all his attention on the solid bare feet clinging to the cool wooden floor. Tae-sung briefly smiled in a complex mood that intertwined with amazement, disbelief and joy. He could feel the roughness of the wooden floor beneath the soles of his feet, clearly. Suddenly at this time, the system sent a new message with a clear sound like a phone ringing, downloading information. Soon, Tae-sung's mind throws with an uncomfortable ache and a series of announcements, reading through Mord's memories, the common language of this world. Prin will be applied, every part of the novel is being loaded. At the same time, the images flood Tae-sung's mind like a flood. He can see the memories of this body, even Mord's previous feelings. Tae-sung held his head and groaned as countless memories were whirling together like a chaotic picture. They were rushing into his mind, uncontrollable. Very soon, the stream of memories is rearranged like a movie about Mord's life. Tae-sung can see how Mord has lived a difficult life. And along with the information loaded from the novel, Taesung also sees how Mord's life ended. The amount of information about Mord is actually very little because he is only a minor character. According to the original plot of the novel, Mord Vernars is the son of the strange Grand Duke Vernars family. He is the illegitimate son of the Vernars chief, and one of the many supporting characters who excelled in this novel, but died senselessly. Mord has been built to be so strong that even the protagonists who attack him at the same time cannot be sure of victory, but even if he is so strong, he is only a minor character, the plot forcing him to serve as the background for the protagonist. Therefore, while a magical ritual is taking place so that Duke Vernars can completely control Mord's mind, he is assassinated by the protagonist and his team, whose life ends in vain and can be said to be ridiculous. Taesung, after receiving all the information about Mord, came to the conclusion, in short, he is a minor character, he only acts as a background, but, why did I become Mord? At that moment, a new message appears, change the fate of destruction, and whatever you wish will come true. Taesung frowned thoughtfully, a wish. He read the message over and over again with both disbelief and hope, his wish would be granted to him. After that, Taesung begins to think carefully, referring to the fate of destruction, perhaps referring to the ending of this novel. So he wants to protect this world, replacing the main character, who will later destroy this world. The more Taesung thinks about it, the more he wonders. After a sigh, he tried to clarify the current situation again, thinking about it for a moment. Maybe he was just dreaming. Because I was so depressed with my real life, I dreamed this dream to escape that cruel reality. But, even if this is a dream, I don't want to wake up, I can't repeat my days of being paralyzed, I don't want to. Taesung gradually took over the situation and became more excited. Yes, I really don't need to care if this is a dream or real, even if this is a joke of God or something, a wish. My wish is simple, I want my body to heal like it did before that accident. No, I can't be satisfied with that, Taesung thought as he clenched his toned fists with determination. Taesung muttered the system's message with a slight wavering, change the fate of destruction, it must not be easy, it can even be said to be an impossible goal. However, after thinking for a while, Taesung's heart was full of energy and hope. I possessed all the information about the novel series The Magician Who Ruled the World, in other words, I knew the future here. And I possess both the power and talent of Mord, a supporting character with such powerful potential that if he hadn't died ridiculously, he might have been able to turn the tide of the fight with the protagonist. In the end, Taesung was full of hope and faith, changing the fate of star destruction, which is worth a try. With a confident smile and a sharp look of desire, Taesung secretly declared, I definitely will. After making up his mind, Taesung begins to review the details of Mord's life so far. Mord Vernars, who is a bloodline of Grand Duke Vernars, and a bastard son. A few days after his birth, his mother died, so he didn't know who his mother was, and he had to go through a harsh life because of his status as a bastard. From early childhood, Mord was called the bastard who killed his own mother. He lived the life of a weak person who could not resist the terror of others. Taesung still has the insults Mord suffered as a kid, you bastard, you think you can play with us. Mord didn't protest the bullying, not because he was weak or angry, just the guilt of an asshole who killed his own mother devouring him. But there is finally a life-changing turning point for Mord. The Vernars bloodline bearers will awaken their powers when they turn 15, they call it the awakening of new blood. People who undergo this ritual suffer pain like their whole body is burned, even pain that is enough to kill them. But then, those who have passed the ritual will be endowed with great power. Even so, for someone who is not part of the Grand Duke's main line, the chances of surviving after awakening the new bloodline are less than 1 in 5. Thinking that for every 5 people who enter the awakening stage, only one lucky person is blessed to survive and become strong. Thankfully, Mord survived after experiencing the awakening of new blood. And he gained outstanding strength, as well as opened up a potential life to become the Grand Duke's hidden card. In Mord's memory, his mother wrote a letter telling him, if he could make it past his 15th birthday, to go find Grand Duke Vernars. Mord listened to the last letter his mother had left him and went to the Grand Duke's house, agreeing to take a test to be acknowledged by a father he had never even met. Taesung traces these memories and realizes that this moment is right after Mord arrives at Grand Duke Vernars' house and is about to take the test. He thought carefully. Mord is a minor character of the wizard who rules the world, but Grand Duke Vernars is one of the main antagonists, I have a lot of information about the Vernars. Grand Duke Vernars had a lot of direct descendants, they were also quite powerful, so it was unlikely that Mord, a bastard son, would be accepted. However, Mord grew up without parents, so he was filled with a desire to be recognized as the son of the Grand Duke, and the Grand Duke would probably be able to use that to make Mord his hound. Soon Taesung realized that he had to get away with being used by the Grand Duke. Taesung has found his first direction but still has to wonder. After awakening the power of his new blood, Mord is so powerful that even the protagonist struggles to fight him. But I'm not sure how strong he is, how good it would be if he could check it, Taesung thought as he stretched his fists with an incredible sense of excitement. At that moment, a male voice shouted, startling Taesung, "Hey, kid." Seeing Taesung standing in the room, the man scolded him, "What are you staring at? You forgot what day it was, what did you prepare?" That man, according to Mord's memories, was a teacher named Todd, who would oversee this test. Taesung looked at him with a little excitement, his body was toned and fit, the teacher was supposed to be. Taesung walked in front of Todd with a confident smile, "It's Mr. Todd, isn't it?" He's getting even more excited right now. "Oh, I'm still bigger than him." Todd frowned and looked at Taesung with probing eyes. "What?" His tone was different from yesterday. Todd continued to look at Taesung incredulously, his eyes also looked slightly different, but he must have just hallucinated. Todd grumbled at Taesung, "Have you forgotten what I told you? I said today is your test day." Taesung nodded and replied, "Well, but what kind of test is that?" Todd explained slowly, "A test to see how much potential he had, even though he hadn't trained anything but he looked pretty strong, he could fight." Taesung heard this, and he was a little worried in his heart. I have to fight. Just then, Taesung clenched his fists with a surge of will, at least it wasn't a fight for survival, he was happy anyway. "I was also trying to test my strength," so Taesung nodded and smiled confidently at Todd. Taesung then follows Todd through the annex and through a dense forest, with only a tense silence between them. After a moment, Todd spoke up before breaking the tension, "So you haven't forgotten what I told you yesterday?" Taesung looked at Todd suspiciously. "Forgot something?" Todd grumbled and stopped immediately, he had forgotten. Todd seriously reminded Taesung in a quieter voice than usual, not to say that he was the son of the Grand Duke. Taesung nodded, "Well, yes, of course." Taesung obediently followed Todd but in his heart was secretly disgruntled. He was talking about the unwritten laws of those bastards, but it was useless to hide it, because rumors had spread as soon as he got here. There were even rumors that the Grand Duke had met Mord before. Everyone will know who he is when they become a full-fledged warrior. As soon as Todd entered the training ground, the warriors all greeted him in unison. "Here you are." Todd nodded in response, "Oh good, you're all here." Meanwhile, Taesung just quietly watched the warriors. He silently assessed, they looked a little older than a trainee warrior, they were probably full-fledged warriors. One of the warriors looked at Taesung warmly, "Is this the rookie who will be tested today?" Todd turned to look at Taesung, he didn't turn around but asked the main issue right away. "I think you've heard it, Werner's fighting style is different from that of a normal warrior." Taesung uses the knowledge in Mord's head and answers, "A true Vernar's warrior can only use weapons without training. But once trained, they no longer rely on weapons. And they fight with their own bodies," Taesung said in an extremely calm voice. There was not a hint of worry in his eyes. Todd nodded and added, "Yes, of course, people who don't have Vernar's blood can still use weapons when training, but the others only learn hand-to-hand combat skills." After hearing Todd's explanation further, Taesung fell into contemplation. "I know that. In the novel, the Grand Duke Vernars is the continent's best army of warriors. They have achieved that position only by hand-to-hand combat, weapons being something they do not need. It sounds impossible, but there is no weapon in this world that can physically overpower the Vernars." Todd saw that Taesung didn't question anything and glanced at the strongest warrior in the group and told Taesung, "This test will assess which module you should join and how you should be trained. Vince, are you ready?" Vince didn't hesitate to walk out into the middle of the training ground looking cavalier, "Of course ready." When Vince and Taesung stand facing each other, Todd tells Taesung, "Fight Vince, the outcome of this war will determine his future, so do your best, prove that he has the blood of the Vernars." Vince then stood on his hips with a slightly arrogant attitude looking at Taesung from head to toe. Looking at it for a long time, Vince clicked his tongue with an apprehensive expression. Are you sure he's 15? I mean, his face looks like he's 15, but you look like you've grown up like this. I wonder whose son you are. Let's see if you're as good at fighting as you look. Come on." Vince showed disdain for Tae-sung and even challenged him. Tae-sung sighed with a disgusted expression. "I know there will be some illegitimate children here besides Mord. It's not just the Grand Duke who has an affair problem. Well, now I need to focus on this battle." Tae-sung began to raise his arms and move his legs in a boxing position. Only strength can give him freedom. Strength is very important in this world, although it would be great if he could live carelessly in some distant place, but I don't think I have a choice. Tae-sung jumped on his toes and quickly exuded the aura of a martial arts apprentice, his eyes staring at Vince with strong willpower. He will prove his ability here. In the blink of an eye, Tae-sung rushed towards Vince like a shooter. Tae-sung's unimaginably fast moves stunned an official fighter like Vince. While Vince was still stunned, Tae-sung seized the opportunity to swing his fist up and aim at his chin, but he quickly stepped back to dodge in time. Vince was a little bewildered when he looked at Tae-sung's professional attack. What? I thought he didn't know how to fight, so he did. Meanwhile, Tae-sung continues to attack with a twist. At the same time he is assessing his own ability. I am much faster than expected. I guess the boxing that I learned when I was young is not necessarily useless. With the momentum, Tae-sung threw his legs up high and did a back kick in the middle of Vince's chest, but he managed to put his arms up to defend. Tae-sung only practiced boxing as a hobby, but it still worked very well. Tae-sung's kicking Vince was pushed back after a long distance, and he even had to sit down to break and balance. Only now did Vince have time to open his mouth. "Hey, you're pretty strong." Soon after, he stands up to criticize Tae-sung, who lied when he said he never learned how to fight. Tae-sung continued his boxing stance and calmly replied, "What are you talking about? What am I lying for?" Vince heard that, and immediately scowled. It was ridiculous, his posture was that of someone who had learned it. Tae-sung still firmly denies it. "I'm just copying others." Tae-sung's attitude made Vince blacken his face. A rookie who dared to make fun of his seniors like that was hard to accept. Just then, Vince envelopes his fist with mana and rushes towards Tae-sung like a gust of wind. Vince's teammates watching nervously shouted, "He's using mana. Stop. What are you doing with a kid who hasn't even learned mana fighting skills?" However, Todd said calmly, "Just wear them." The other warrior still disagreed and tried to prevent the situation from getting worse, but Todd repeated it again with a determined look, "Just let them go." Meanwhile, Tae-sung immediately raised his defensive hand and was on high alert, not expecting him to use mana to fight him. Vince started up to Tae-sung and glared at him, "You dare insult me." He cornered mana into his fist with a sinister laugh. "I'll hold back a little, so be grateful, bastard." Just as Vince's mana-containing fist was about to touch Tae-sung's body, he used the flexibility of his legs to jump to the side and completely escape that powerful punch. In the moment Vince rushed past Tae-sung with the momentum, he rolled his eyes in shock. He avoided. How could a rookie like him be? Tae-sung calmly opened his mouth to interrupt Vince's train of thought, then Vince immediately turned towards Tae-sung, still confused in his heart. How could he see through his mana fighting skills so easily? Tae-sung also enveloped his fist with mana and turned his sharp gaze to Vince. "Now it's my turn." As Tae-sung rushes to counterattack, Vince continues to sink into bewilderment, unable to do so. Vince raised his arms to create a shield in front of his chest again with a terrified expression. He had spent years practicing his mana fighting skills. How could he lose to such a rookie? Tae-sung's mana punch hit Vince in the middle of the chest when he wasn't focused enough on defense. The force of the punch was so strong that it sent Vince's whole body soaring. Along with a fierce scream, Vince's eyes went white with pain and shock. Tae-sung's punch sent Vince a dozen meters away and swept up a thick plume of dust. Everyone who was witnessing the test couldn't hide their shocked expressions, widening their eyes. Even Todd was so stunned that for a moment, I thought he was a rookie, but he blew away a full-fledged fighter like Vince. When he looked at Tae-sung's muscular and solid back, Todd found this even more unbelievable. It was crazy. The order to end the match had not yet been given. Tae-sung was curious to see the situation of his opponent, so he quickly walked over to Vince. By this time, Vince was already sitting on the ground. He dropped his head without moving, apparently unconscious after receiving Tae-sung's steel punch. Tae-sung stood in front of Vince and carefully watched to see if he could still get up. Seeing Vince motionless for a long time, Tae-sung could breathe a sigh of relief. it would be pretty bad if I couldn't dodge that last blow, but I think I know how to use this power a bit. Just when Taesung thought it was over, he suddenly saw Vince's fingers move. Taesung quickly got into a fight-ready position. After that blow he was able to stand up. I guess the warriors were trained to be different. However, when Taesung looked closely at Vince's face, he immediately paused and retracted his intention to attack again. This bastard. Vince was no longer conscious, his face was dull and even salivating, but he was barely aware of it. Vince's teammates and Todd's teammates were watching Taesung's actions, the warriors whispering to each other, how could Vince be defeated with one punch, that bastard, where did he come from? At this time, Taesung turned to look at Todd with concern. Isn't that enough? I don't know how to control my power. I'm afraid if I continue like this, I might kill him. Taesung's words made Todd remember what he was doing, and he frowned slightly in disbelief. Todd frowned and stared at Taesung. He was the contestant, and I was the teacher. The purpose of a teacher is to measure the potential and strength of the contestant by pushing them to the extreme, not to watch the contestant defeat the assistant. In that moment, Todd's eyes showed doubt about Taesung's actions. Just then, Todd walked up to Taesung and said, "That's enough." When Vince was taken for treatment, Todd started questioning Taesung, why he was lying. Taesung asked him in bewilderment, what was the lie? Todd looked at Taesung sternly, who said he had never learned how to fight. Taesung put on a confused face. Yes, I never really learned it, he thought in his heart. He was doubting me, just as I had guessed. Todd adamantly didn't believe Taesung. You wanted me to believe it when you could even use mana. How could someone who hadn't learned anything about mana combat techniques know how to use mana? Taesung said to himself, well, I guess I don't need to tell him everything clearly, and then he pretended to be naive. This is mana, I could have used it once after a very high fever, but I didn't know much about it. Todd still distrusts Taesung. You think I'll believe it? Taesung has to explain a little more, well, before coming here. He then told Todd about awakening new blood powers, a high fever being one of the hallmarks of that process. In fact, Mord can actually use mana before even awakening new blood, which is his natural talent. According to what the novel depicts, the fighting god Vernars and the sky goddess Erida, the blood of those two gods existing in Mord's body, creating an incredible resonance that turns Mord into a magical creature. In other words, Mord has been blessed from within the genes. Thanks to that blessing, Mord has made a dramatic change, from someone who has never formally trained until the age of 15. In just the next 7 years, he became stronger than Grand Duke Vernars as the strongest of the successors of the god of battle. It can be said that Mord stands at the peak of strength in this world. It is his story. After listening to Taesung talk about the process of awakening, Todd only scratched his head reluctantly to accept. If he was telling the truth, he was a monster. Todd asked Taesung, do you know who Vince is? Taesung immediately shook his head. I just met him for the first time today, so I don't know. Todd explains to Taesung, Vince is a Vernars warrior who has been training since he was very young and has passed harsh tests. After a sigh, Todd continued, yet you beat him. Taesung scratched his head shyly. I see. Although Taesung's expression didn't seem like he was lying, Todd couldn't stop suspecting him right away. After a sigh, Todd finally stopped asking Taesung anymore. After all, you passed the exam with 200 points when the maximum was only 100, now what are you going to do? Taesung silently lamented, how do I know what I'm going to do when you don't explain anything to me? Extremely strong question marks. After that, Taesung honestly asked Todd, I really don't know what this test means. Todd explained, this test is to determine what level you are. Seeing Taesung nodding, Todd went on to be more specific. The Grand Duke Vernars clan had 3 levels of warrior syllabus. And if he qualifies for each rank, he will be promoted to the next rank. If he passed the exam with the final rank, he was qualified to become a full-fledged warrior. But the test was quite difficult, so many people felt like they were just punching the wall. Todd stared to see how Taesung reacted. Meanwhile, Taesung rubbed his chin and said cautiously, well, I see, then can you let me into the first level? Todd was bewildered in disbelief at what he had just heard. He rolled his eyes in puzzlement. What? Taesung immediately explained, I shouldn't have gone there to learn the basic part of mana fighting techniques. Middle and high school didn't teach me the basics, right? Todd replied dumbly, well, no. Taesung continued to explain, and after all, Not everyone would be promoted once they met. Todd was still bewildered with an unbelievable look. Yes, but, in his heart, Todd felt it would make more sense if he wanted to take the test to become a warrior right away. As a result, Taesung remained steadfast in his decision, so I will go to level 1 first. Taesung's honest attitude finally convinced Todd. This name, he really meant it. Well, after all, he was a bastard, this might make him better. Todd clicked his tongue and turned away. Okay, it didn't seem like I could give you a favor anyway. So, that's all you have to do today. I'll send someone to teach you what you need for the first level tomorrow, and as soon as he finished, Todd quickly left the training ground. Taesung also returns to the small room reserved for rookies and relaxes and enjoys some rest. Taesung lay casually on the bed with a sigh of relief. The test went smoothly. Taesung pondered, wondering if Mord had also passed this process. The magician who ruled the world did not elaborate on how Mord had become Grand Duke Werner's hidden card. The more Taesung thinks, the more curious he gets, though I guess it makes sense because he's just a minor character in the novel. Taesung sat up and continued to wander into thought. He just said that Grand Duke Vernars had tried to maximize Mord's potential and control his mind to use him as a weapon. I wonder how he took this test. When he was younger, he used to be beaten without fighting back. What if he was bruised and sent to the first level? I felt like that's what would happen. I think I understand why I have to be the one who owns his body. Taesung nodded while remembering his personality as the exact opposite of Mord's. It's not really a useful point for Taesung's life, but he fights back whenever he feels unfair or unhappy about something. Taesung furrowed his eyebrows slightly at Mord's weakness, which contributed to pushing him towards being used. Taesung stood up determined to tell himself, Mord had a life that was the opposite of his. After thinking for a while, Taesung walked outside into the wind and said to himself, he will be able to save this world from extinction. He walks and ponders. In order to do so he must stop the novel's protagonist, Aiden. The person who completes the world fragment, which like the puzzle pieces contain the essence of this world, can be called the Supreme God, which is the magician who rules the world. True to the title of the novel, the great wizard Aiden completes the fragments of the world and becomes the being that rules the entire world and everything within it. However, the end result is that the world is destroyed. As a god with the power of life in his hands, Aiden not only kills his enemies but he also destroys his friend. After all, the war between Aiden and his enemies is only for the purpose of becoming the destroyer of the world and recreating a new world where everyone is reborn but has completely lost all memories. By the time Taesung reached the edge of the forest, the fiery red sunset had cast a shadow over the surrounding trees. Taesung admires the beautiful scenery of this life and appreciates the world now. Aiden, I guarantee you won't let you do it no matter what, this may be your last chance. Taesung's eyes lit up with a steady train of thought. Now he will live in the name of Mord and not Taesung anymore. The Grand Dukes of Vernars were rulers of a duchy known as the Duchy of Vernars. Vernars Castle is located in the center of the luxurious domain like the royal castles of other countries. The Vernars family's warrior training facilities are located on the outskirts of the castle, which is in the third area outside the castle. The next day, early in the morning, Taesung was driven to the warrior training area. From today onwards, he will stay in the dormitory for the first rank, which will be close to the training base. Taesung sat on the carriage silently observing the situation around him. He felt like the training facility was bigger than most of the campuses of the universities in his previous life. I guess they did it because of the financial support from the Vernars family. Suddenly a loud explosion sounded, startling Taesung. Meanwhile, Taesung's escort was very calm. It could be from the training ground for high school warriors. Taesung widened his eyes in bewilderment. The noise came from a group of trainee warriors. Then Taesung quickly calmed down as well. Well, I guess even if they were a level 2 trainee warrior, they would have easily crossed the limits of a human because they were on their way to becoming full-fledged Vernars warriors. It can also be said that Vernars warriors are capable of fighting with the same strength as many people combined. Taesung can't help but feel overwhelmed when thinking about it. Very soon, the carriage arrived at the gate of the training area, and the escort told Taesung, "We are about to reach the third area outside the castle, your official is waiting for you." Taesung got off the bus and said to the escort, "Thank you." At that moment from the gate of the training area came a voice, another wrestler at the first level. A tall, muscular man was looking at Taesung seriously. I am a level 1 teacher, Hayes, you can call me Teacher Hayes, rookie. Taesung politely bowed to Hayes, yes, hello Teacher Hayes. Hayes didn't bother to tell Taesung, Mord, you must have known through this place, you must have done quite badly in the entrance exam, right? I see that even though you have this big physique, you are still in the first level. Taesung replied calmly, not at all, I beat Vince in the test. Hayes just heard it and rolled his eyes in shock, he won against Vince, the official warrior. Hayes frowned suspiciously at Taesung, really, so why are you here? Taesung replied in an honest tone, after all, I have no reason to lie, but if I do, the truth will come out quickly. I have never learned about mana fighting techniques or any other fighting skills, so I came here to learn about those basic parts. Hayes still looked at Taesung incredulously and said, okay, in my opinion, he couldn't stop wondering, did he beat Vince without prior combat training? Hayes guides Taesung and carefully instructs him, there are several people in training, so don't disturb them. Taesung smiled in amusement to follow Hayes, this may only be level 1, but they must be quite strong because they are training to become the official warriors of Vernars. Very soon, Hayes introduces Taesung to the other first-level trainee warriors. This is the new trainee warrior, Mord. The sight stunned Taesung for a moment. He couldn't help but be shocked when he looked at the little people in front of him. What, they were all kids? Hayes didn't notice Taesung's reaction and continued to say, he's new, so don't pay much attention to him, everyone keep practicing. In Taesung's mind, there is a difficult internal struggle, should I go straight to the lessons of high school? I can still change my mind right now. At that moment, Hayes turned to ask Taesung, he had never learned mana fighting techniques. Yes, Taesung hesitantly replied, no, but I have mana. Hayes said with a nod, it was something that was given because he had undergone a new blood awakening, since he had mana, what I taught him from now on would be quite easy. After that, Hayes focused on explaining to Taesung, first, you have to detect the ether in your body and thereby create mana, but you have already done that. The next thing is to collect mana to use, but I assume you have done it too, so the final step is to control the basic level mana for mastery and amplify his senses when needed, then he can move to level 2. Taesung narrowed his eyes with disinterest, I didn't have to learn any fighting skills. Hayes was a little annoyed by Taesung's attitude and immediately warned him, do you want to stay here long? If you want that, I can do it for you. Taesung shook his head in confusion, no, I didn't mean that, Hayes said with a wry expression, I know what you're thinking. Then he let out a sigh of understanding for the urgency of a rookie, I will teach you some things, from which you will be able to practice on your own, secondary school teachers will correct you if they see you doing it badly. Taesung smiled and nodded to Hayes, thanking him, he secretly encouraged himself, yes, since I haven't learned anything yet, I need to start from the basics, don't disdain these lessons just because it's level 1, I need a good foundation to be able to use my powers well. After a while, Taesung was practicing under Hayes' instructions when there were murmurs, does this make sense? It has only been 10 minutes since he started practicing. The incessant rushing noises spread among the first-level trainee warriors when they saw Taesung's mana. I thought his mana was even stronger than the sect officials. Taesung was skeptical that he could easily emit such a powerful amount of mana. He glanced at Hayes, is it like this? You're not kidding. Hayes was momentarily confused by Taesung's ability. Yes, so, Mord, you have already passed level 1, from tomorrow you can move to level 2, Taesung heard it and was startled, really. The physical reinforcement lesson at the second level is divided into 2 sublevels. The first level is to make the body stronger, this to prevent the damage received if hit. The second level is to amplify the physical ability of the practitioner so that he can overcome his limits while exercising his muscles. Physical reinforcement is a very difficult skill, and many trainee warriors punch walls here for daily training. Taesung is no exception. However, it took Taesung less than half an hour to master it and even made a 2-meter radius hole in the wall. Taesung turned his eyes to look at the level 2 teacher, I thought I only had the fighting test left. The spearman at that time was still in awe, what the hell, the way he passed the second level star so quickly. It took a while for the official to finish, he waved his hand and said to Taesung, no, there is no need, I will let you move to the next level, you can start moving to the third level from tomorrow. The teacher carefully reminded Taesung, it will be easy to reach the second level, but the third level will be quite difficult, just like him, there are people who also have outstanding warrior bloodlines at level 3. So graduating from high school would be a much tougher challenge, as he would face strong opponents who didn't have any advantages over them in the combat skills he already knew. Taesung heard this and felt a little nervous. Now that he thinks about it, he still hasn't learned any fighting skills. Hayes only sent me to middle school because he thought he was hiding his strength. At this time, the second-level teacher patted Taesung on the shoulder. He only needed physical strength to reach the second level, but becoming a third-level warrior is not easy. He will have to do his best. Taesung immediately nodded. Okay, thank you. Taesung said in his heart, well, after all, I know that high school will be different, but I am quite excited to meet people with new blood powers. The next day, rumors about Taesung quickly spread to the level 3 trainee warriors training area. Murmurs rang out everywhere. I heard that someone had passed the second level in just 2 days. Obviously he had the same blood of Vernars as Fian, but why did someone of the same blood as Vernars come to study from the first level? One of them turned to ask the guy named Fian what he was going to do. Fian clicked his tongue in disdain. The actions of such people were quite obvious, and what else? He might not come here right away because he did it to get the Grand Duke's attention. Fian smirked sinisterly. I would show him that there was a hierarchy in Werner's bloodline, at which point another rookie pointed in the distance and said, Fian, over there, I think it is. At this moment, Taesung walked into the training ground with a sigh. I should come here and skip the other two. Fian immediately walked over to Taesung. You're new. Taesung nodded calmly. And you are? Fian arrogantly introduced. I am Fian, the commander of the 3rd grade class. Taesung just looked at him. He is the one in the rumor who has the same Vernars bloodline as me. Fian continued to say in an arrogant tone, I am the same Vernars bloodline as you. Taesung frowned slightly. I am Mord. I just graduated from level 2, but I don't know how long I will. Fian deliberately confronted Taesung angrily. What, you think this place is a joke? In the face of Fian's oppressive aura, Taesung calmly said, don't get me wrong, if I thought so, I would never have come here. Taesung sighed in disgust, admonishing Fian, I'm not in a very good mood now, why don't you calm down a bit? Fian laughed and criticized Taesung, just as expected from a Vernars, I guess you are feeling that studying here is tasteless. Taesung sarcastically mocked Fian, he thought I'd get out of my pants if you kept trying to scare me with these fighting skills. Fian, being provoked, was even more spiteful. Whatever. Fian immediately focused his mana on his fist. It seems like you're thinking this world is beneath you just because you've undergone a new blood awakening, but you should also know that you're not the only Vernars here. There was anger and murder in Fian's eyes, and with that arrogance, I'll tell you what civility is. The other trainees could only watch nervously from afar. Poor new man, no one could stop Fian, unless the teacher came here soon, otherwise he would hardly survive. Fian continues to threaten Taesung despite the fact that Taesung shows no fear at all. I will not relent because you are also a Vernars. Just then, Fian stretched out his mana-filled hand towards Taesung with a cold and murderous gaze. There was a flash of murder in Fian's eyes. You would pay for chattering. As soon as Fian finished, there was an explosion that shook the training ground, smoke and dust billowing out over both of them. The trainee warriors all hurriedly covered their eyes to prevent dust. What terrible power! He was unlucky to have to confront Fian. Sighs and tension rose throughout the training ground, hoping he could at least survive. However, as soon as the dust cleared and everyone clearly saw what was happening between Taesung and Fian, they were all speechlessly shocked. Taesung casually turned away with a slur. Why, I'm waiting to see how strong you are, but it turns out you're no more of a hell than mediocre bullies. Meanwhile, Fian, kneeling on the ground, can only suffer that terrible humiliation without being able to refute. After a while, he wiped the blood from his nose and stood up. Fian stretched his muscles in a defiant manner to Taesung. Bastard, you were only lucky enough to punch me once. Taesung casually raised his head and declared, it's not because I'm lucky, it's because you're weak. Fian is ridiculed in anger, and he rushes towards Taesung with a fierce, silent scream. However, Taesung only gently leaned to the side to dodge Fian's mana punch. As Fian followed the momentum past Taesung, he lifted one leg and held on with the other. Then, Taesung swept his legs around to form a semicircular mana streak of light that cut through the air. Before Fian could turn around and regain his fighting stance, Taesung had already swung his legs behind him. It only took a second for Taesung to unleash a powerful mana kick that kicked Fian in the back, sending him flying away like a shooter. Fian was kicked all the way to the wall of the training ground 20 yards away. Taesung was momentarily stunned by the power of the kick that made Fian fly so far. What the hell? Taesung was shocked that Fian had collapsed after that kick. He was so weak. I thought a high school Vernars would be quite strong. Taesung couldn't help but wonder as he looked at his fists, was it because of the mana fighting skills he had learned at levels 1 and 2, if it wasn't for that, Mord would have mastered basic mana fighting skills with just his instinct. Does that mean that Mord is stronger now than Mord in the novel? At this point, Fian's friend was so worried that he shook him up. Hey, are you okay? Get up with me. Fian was shaken awake and startled. Fian threw his friend's hand away and yelled at Taesung, get out of the way, I'm not done. Taesung calmly told Fian, you fainted, at least for 10 seconds. Fian still wouldn't give in and screamed, nonsense, you can only attack me because I was negligent. Taesung immediately sarcastically said to him, you neglected during the battle and wanted to become a true warrior, it was pathetic. Fian was so angry that he trembled and snarled like a wild animal, don't. Speaking as if you were qualified to look down on me, Fian screamed and erupted violently. The other trainee warriors saw this and panicked and shouted, bad, Fian has already exploded his power, someone called the spearman, we need to stop him. The rookies hurriedly reminded Taesung, the newcomer, you also run, he might kill you. However, Taesung still stood still. Really, he was summoning that new bloodline power. Taesung calmly assessed Fian's ability, though, he didn't really control it, it was more like he was crazy, which made sense because leopard tiger thugs would usually only be at this level. At this moment, an old voice said, what are you fuss? A reserved intern reports to the old man who has just entered the training ground, Teacher Daisley, the newcomer and Fian are fighting. Daisley squinted at Fian and Taesung with eyes as sharp as hawks. The intern urged him, we should stop them, but Daisley shook his head slightly, no, let me see. Daisley continued to stare silently at Fian. Fian was as strong as a normal full-fledged fighter, there was no way to test his true strength, but this was his chance. After that, Daisley glanced at Taesung again with indifference, this boy must be the new Vernars kid today, if a new soldier kid is accidentally beaten to death, it doesn't matter. Meanwhile, from Fian's hand are creating sparks of electricity intertwined with energy that burns like fire. He grinned sinisterly and strengthened his hand, you will pay for irritating me. Taesung was a little startled when he saw Fian's move, that bastard, could use that move too. At this point, Fian jumped up in the air, and at the same time intertwined his hands and raised them over his head, ready to unleash a thunderous strike on Taesung's head. Based on Taesung's knowledge of the novel, the move Fian uses is an advanced skill, using his body or weapon as a container and then exploding and creating a more powerful form of energy when fighting. Its name is Shock Attack, and at that moment, Fian lands with his terrorist attack, causing Taesung to step back a distance to completely avoid the shock attack sphere of influence. The shock created a huge explosion on the ground, and its tremors spread 10 meters away, causing everyone around them to automatically step back. Taesung immediately entered a state of heightened alert, being hit would be bad. Even though Taesung had backed away, Fian was still clinging to him, rushing in front of Taesung in the blink of an eye with an arrogant smile, not trying to escape. Just then, Fian unleashes another thunderous punch aimed at Taesung's head. However, Fian's punch couldn't even get through Taesung's hair, on the contrary, Taesung in a boxing stance acted in a lightning stance, throwing a punch to his nose. Fian bleed his nose a second time, the more bitter he gritted his teeth, this bastard. Over and over again, Taesung dodged Fian's attacks with ease, leaving him bewildered. Why, his attacks didn't work against this bastard, who didn't even use new blood powers. Not only that, Taesung also relentlessly punched Fian in the face with all sorts of positions. The trainees watching all had to admire, my god, that newcomer didn't even get hit by a blow, but wasn't his blow okay? Fian looked good. Meanwhile, Daisley also quietly assessed, no, surely that kid had hit. Although the speed of the two of them was so fast that it was difficult for others to see clearly, but since Fian's impulse was significantly reduced, it was certain that he had hit quite a bit. Seeing that Fian was still cursing in exasperation, Taesung rushed up at lightning speed, okay, a little more serious. At the same time he swung his normal fist at him. Although Taesung's punch didn't contain mana, it hit Fian's stomach so hard that it lifted his whole body. A shocked Fian let out a scream and vomited blood. While a panicked Fian pulled away from Taesung, he casually continued to provoke him, "Sorry, I tried to hold back but it must still hurt." Fian groped his stomach in pain. "Damn, if I hit a blow it's all over." Right then he loudly encouraged Uncle Taesung, "Shut up, all you can do is run like a coward." Fian sarcastically said, "Taesung, you will die if you are hit by me, I bet you run away because you know it." His arrogant tone officially drives Taesung crazy. Taesung smirked in response to Fian, "I was going to be gentle with you, but you liked me off, okay, then I won't dodge anymore." Fian heard this and immediately bared his teeth and smiled triumphantly, "It's a hit." He immediately seized the opportunity and rushed in to attack Taesung, "Don't regret it." Taesung actually stood still watching Fian's thunderous fist swinging at him. Another terrible explosion was created when the two sides collided, the shock from the explosion spreading causing the ground to shake slightly. When the haze cleared, it became clear that Fian's thunder fist was blocked with just one hand. Taesung stood up straight and said in a sarcastic tone, "I guess you won't be able to do anything if your strength is much weaker than your opponent's." After that, Taesung without hesitation accumulated mana into his other fist, which was a valuable lesson. Fian was dumbfounded by what was going on. The shock user should always have won against the one who didn't use it, but this guy. While Fian was still in extreme confusion, Taesung's mana-containing fist was thrown at him. When Taesung's powerful fist collided with Fian's stomach, he secretly regretted in his heart, he had started a fight that he could not win. As soon as he received that punch, Fian was pushed away with a loud scream. He was knocked against the wall again and dust was blown up again along with an explosion that shook the training ground. Taesung cavalierly walked closer to the wall in the winner's pose. Fian tried to raise his hands as if to get up, but his whole body was glued to the hole in the wall and his whole body trembled. After a few seconds of trying, Fian finally dropped his head helplessly and fainted soon after. Daisley witnessed everything and was stunned. Where did that monster come from, a kid who could defeat Fian without a shock? He furrowed his eyebrows and stared at Taesung. He had already trained countless Vernar's warriors, but even the most talented bastard son couldn't come close to the level of the righteous bloodline. Daisley mused with concern, already this strong at the age of 15, he was basically a monster, while Taesung calmly brushed off his hand and turned towards the other trainees, who else wanted to fight. Daisley didn't say a word to Taesung but quickly turned on his heel to leave, quickly took Fian to the medical center. The intern standing near him replied, "Yes, teacher." At this moment, the corners of Daisley's mouth lifted with a sinister expression, "If I don't deal with this, the order here will collapse." No matter how brilliant he was still just a bastard with no place. I was sure to tame him. Then Daisley took his sinister scheme away from the training ground. The next day, Taesung learns that Fian was seriously injured in yesterday's fight, and has to stay at the medical center for treatment. While he was still in a coma. Because of this, Taesung was placed under house arrest for the next 4 days. During that time, Taesung focused on studying the combat technique manual. He quickly read the book and was a little dissatisfied with it. This tactical reasoning seemed too easy. Taesung was sure in his heart, well, after all, I went to graduate school, so there should be no problem with a paper exam like this. Taesung put down the boring book and stood up and stretched his body. Lying in the dorm all day was so boring, he must have practiced mana fighting techniques to relax his tendons. Just as Taesung got up to leave his dorm room when he bumped into Todd, he questioned a little annoyed, "Mord, I heard you had a problem on the high school training ground." Taesung looked at Todd in bewilderment. "Teacher Todd, why are you here?" Todd grumbled, "There is no day left with you, the Grand Duke wants to see you." Taesung's eyes widened in bewilderment. What was he looking for me to do? Todd clicked his tongue and replied, "Just come and go, let's go." Taesung asked in confusion, "Just like that?" Todd pondered for a moment and then told Taesung, he didn't ask him to behave according to aristocratic etiquette or anything, so just be polite. Taesung was dragged away to see the Grand Duke. He thought in his heart, well, in the novel, Grand Duke Vernars didn't like the etiquette of the real elite either. Sitting in the carriage leaving the dormitory, Todd chatted with Taesung. now that rumors about him are flying all over the front, the news about that first and second level training, it is really hard to believe, Taesung replied shyly, I didn't think it would be that easy. Todd said, I suppose you're a pretty cunning kid, everyone else probably agrees. Taesung asked him bewilderedly, what do you mean? Todd turned his suspicious gaze to Taesung, I mean, if he was deliberately standing out to get the Grand Duke's attention. Taesung sighed and explained, who would bet their own nose just to get attention? If I wanted to get his attention, I would choose to be an excellent fighter in the first place. Todd pondered for a moment, saying that was true, at least better than what he had done, then he told Taesung, the Grand Duke who had been briefed on the incident yesterday, that he was interested in him. Taesung looked out the window in annoyance, I guess the defeat of a Vernars was something that deserved his attention. Todd clicked his tongue and replied, after all, he really had someone as strong as a mid-level warrior, pay attention to it, it's almost time for the Grand Duke's training ground, remember not to stand out too much. Taesung nodded nonchalantly, yes. Taesung enters the Grand Duke's training ground a little nervous because he doesn't know why Mord in the novel is manipulated by Grand Duke Vernars. When Taesung entered, just as Grand Duke Vernars was training with his close warriors, there was a shield created by his mana around Grand Duke Vernars. Taesung furrowed his eyebrows curiously at Grand Duke Vernars' training, so that person was, Grand Duke Vernars. The Grand Duke Vernars radiated an overwhelming aura of power, he was as muscular as the giants. At this time, the close warriors of Grand Duke Vernars began to attack. The warriors massively threw punches and kicks repeatedly at the mana shield but all to no avail. It took a while for Grand Duke Vernars' mana shield to appear cracks. Grand Duke Vernars then turned to his retainers, enough was enough, to back off. After the warriors had retreated away, Grand Duke Vernars suddenly collected the mana source from the warriors' earlier attacks that had been absorbed by his shield. The energy accumulated into a giant fiery red sphere in Grand Duke Vernars' hand. As he raised his hand in the air, the orb became even larger, its size 3 times larger than Grand Duke Vernars' body. Taesung watched as he frowned nervously, that skill was an extremely powerful skill that allows users to absorb both magic and physical attacks. Then, turning into a counterattack that bounced back at his opponent, just as Taesung had guessed, Grand Duke Vernars pushed that huge ball of energy forward and it created a brilliant streak of light that ripped through the air. The ball of energy shot straight towards the wall opposite Grand Duke Vernars. Soon after, the energy ball collided with the wall causing an explosion that shook the entire training ground. From what Taesung knows from the novel, this is a God of War mirror move, but based on his current power, he can judge that it is still in the development stage. Looking at the half of the wall that had been blown away, Grand Duke Vernars whined, well, its power wasn't great. Meanwhile, Taesung swallowed in amazement, so strong and still not great. Grand Duke Vernars, after finishing his training, turned to look at Todd and Taesung, leaving you guys to wait a long time. Todd hurriedly knelt down, greeting the Grand Duke. Taesung also imitated Todd's movements. Grand Duke Vernars walked up to Taesung, I asked you to come to this place because I wanted to skip those cumbersome ceremonies, get up, let's get straight to the point. Grand Duke Vernars stared at Taesung, I heard that this guy has done some very interesting things on the training ground. Taesung was dumbfounded as he stood facing a man twice his size, kidding, even if he wasn't angry, his ascendancy was still so disgusting. Grand Duke Vernars squeezed Taesung's face and turned it around with a questioning look, who is his mother? At this moment, all of Taesung's strength is gone, he awkwardly replied, Mother, my mother is Reina, sir. Grand Duke Vernars let go of his hand with a delighted laugh, Reina, I remember, you seem to be more like her than like me, you just experienced a new blood awakening this year, didn't you? Taesung was worried about looking directly at him, yes. Grand Duke Vernars continued to speak in a probing tone, I heard that you used body strength alone to defeat the shock, I want to test how strong you are in the end. Just then, Grand Duke Vernars roared, and Kessner, his subordinates, knelt reverently, yes, my lord. Grand Duke Vernars immediately gave the order, I ordered you to fight a match with him. Kessner looked up at Taesung startled, what, with that young man? Grand Duke Vernars replied casually, he is my son who just arrived here a few days ago after all these years of wandering outside, I just want to see how strong he is so don't be too strong. Kessner quickly walked towards Taesung, it's clear. When Kestner approached, Taesung briefly assessed his ability. He was one of the 10 people who had just trained with the Grand Duke. His strength must not be medium. Kestner pointed to the arena and said, "Kid, get up in the arena." Later, Kestner favorably suggested to Taesung, "Whatever weapon you like, take it, choose freely." I waited, but Taesung shook his head immediately. "Well, I don't need to." Kestner frowned slightly. "Are you sure?" Taesung quickly stepped into a fighting stance and nodded firmly. "Yes, I've never learned to use a weapon before, I only know how to use this bare fist." Kestner felt that Taesung was quite arrogant and started looking at him with more spiteful eyes. "Well, that's it." Soon after, Kestner rushed to attack without warning. Kestner rushed close to Taesung like a gust of wind and threw a lightning fist at Taesung, but Taesung managed to duck down in time to dodge it. Taesung furrowed his eyebrows carefully watching Kestner's movements. So fast, he was a Grand Duke's bodyguard, and Kestner smiled at Taesung, who dodged without using mana, quite too much. Soon after, Kestner threw 3 punches in quick succession, causing Taesung to put his hands up defensively to shield his head and chest, and take a few steps back. However, Kestner kept pressing against Taesung. He kicked a blow in the middle of his stomach, at which point Taesung realized that he was on a completely different level than the others he had fought against. Taesung was hit by a charge, but the damage wasn't great as he managed to stoop a bit. Then he immediately pushed himself away from Kestner to create a safe distance. Kestner suddenly walked up to Taesung. "I like your spirit. You still haven't released all your guises even if I've cornered you, so don't hold back." Taesung began to flinch a little at Kestner's powerful energy. He started mana, probably also from Werner's bloodline. Just then, Taesung stood up with a boiling spirit, reminding him that since he became Mord, there has never been a chance to give it his all. Taesung clenched his fists and also began to activate his mana. Surely a guard of the Grand Duke would be worth the effort, then there was no need for any more restraint. Along with that drastic thinking, Taesung unleashes all the power he still hides while at the training ground with the trainee warriors. Taesung's energy flow is not inferior to that of Kestner, a seasoned veteran warrior. The 2 energy streams fighting each other create a majestic scene like water versus fire. Grand Duke Vernars laughed with delight as he witnessed the massive flow of energy released from Taesung. Kestner standing on the field against Taesung also began to feel threatened. The trainee warrior only had mana of this size. Meanwhile, Taesung is immersed in thought. Mord may never dare to reveal his full potential, because he had to grow up being called the one who killed his biological mother. That guilt had made him never dare to seriously use this power. But I'm different. Taesung with a strong will to fight immediately gets ready to fight again with a steady gaze staring at his opponent. Taesung confidently challenged Kestner, "Come on, come." Kestner, offended by the arrogance of a trainee warrior, replied with a chuckle, Okay. I'm going to teach your kid a proper lesson," and Kestner stormed Taesung in the blink of an eye. When Kestner's punch was thrown towards Taesung, he immediately crossed his arms in front of his chest and propped it up, the powerful punch causing Taesung to be pushed back slightly. Seeing that the punch wasn't enough to hurt Taesung, Kestner immediately exclaimed. It turned out that this was the reason why his master was so interested in him. It was true that the rumor was not wrong. But still useless, Kestner mocks Taesung with a cunning smirk. Soon after, he unleashed 2 punches in quick succession aimed at the same spot, causing Taesung to be thrown away. Taesung dragged his feet to the ground and tried to keep his balance while he frowned over Kestner's move. Surely he had blocked it. It was a double attack. Meanwhile, Kestner doesn't give Taesung a chance to rest, and he immediately storms out like a shooter. Kestner pressed close to Taesung in the blink of an eye and was ready for another powerful mana punch. Children still have a lot to learn. Taesung couldn't help but panic. Hell, he was noticeably superior to himself. However, even when Taesung tried to dodge, he received Kestner's punch to the stomach, which caused him to be blown off the ground and pushed back a dozen meters. Taesung fell, slamming himself to the ground and causing an aftershock that shook the ring. Kestner laughed provocatively. "I haven't even warmed up yet, so don't disappoint me." After the sound of collision and the sound of bricks breaking teeth, the training ground sank into a tense silence. A tall figure walked through the smoke and dust that was rising in the haze after Taesung's collision with the ring. Where Kestner stepped forward blew away the layers of smoke that followed. He smiled provocatively at Taesung. That kid was just that. Taesung still replied stiffly, "No," but in his heart at this time, he was extremely confused. Even if he did not use the shock, the distance between himself and him was still too large. Did he have to use the power of new blood? I guess there was no other way. After a moment's hesitation, Tae-sung stood up with his body still shaking from the aftershock of the previous punch. Seeing that Tae-sung just stared at him silently without saying anything, Kessner continued to provoke. The kid seemed too thoughtful. Tae-sung still glared at Kessner and wiped the blood off his mouth. As soon as Tae-sung stood up, Kessner rushed forward like a whirlwind. If you don't use all your strength to fight me, then I will have to give you a blow. When Tae-sung changed his position swinging his fist, Kessner got even more excited. Oh, he was finally going to fight back. Tae-sung swung his fist but still hadn't activated his mana. However, when Tae-sung's punch slammed down, it still caused Kessner to step back and dodge, and the powerful punch made a big dent in the ring. Kessner pulled back with a delightful laugh. That's what I want to see. Tae-sung continued to silently attack Kessner, although he didn't want to show his full strength, but it was really annoying to only take his attacks, so I would counterattack at least one. This was followed by a series of back-to-back attacks from Tae-sung and Kessner, both of whom were able to block their opponent's attacks. After a moment of fighting, Kessner opened his mouth again. Hey kid, your fighting skills are also powerful. But it's all a dreamer to me, and just then, Kessner suddenly activates the mana in his fist and throws it at Tae-sung. Kessner's mana punch was stopped again by Tae-sung with his solid arm. Kessner writhed at Tae-sung. I thought I told you there was no point in just blocking it. Tae-sung smirked slightly. I already anticipated this situation. Just then, before Kessner could deliver the double punch he had earlier, Tae-sung swung his other hand aside. Kessner was forced to take a few steps back by the sudden thrust. Kessner couldn't help but roll his eyes in shock. What? How could this kid use double punches? For a moment, Kessner was stunned. This kid had suppressed his double attack with a similar blow, but he had stolen his technique, so did he deliberately block his attack? Kessner clenched his fists in frustration. This guy had learned the double attack so quickly. It was true that its power could not be underestimated. In anger, Kessner immediately used that new, impressive blood power. Child, you made me more and more interesting. Kessner smiled arrogantly and stared at Tae-sung. Use all your strength. Tae-sung looked at the energy change in Kessner's hand with a little concern. It seems that he is going to use the shock. Is he going to unleash all his power? At that moment, Grand Duke Werner's voice interrupted the conversation. Enough was enough. Grand Duke Werner stepped into the ring with a calm demeanor. That's enough, stop Kessner. He walked straight over to Tae-sung. This kid, even though he was only 15 years old, was a rookie who had just awakened his blood, but it was too good. Tae-sung replied humbly. He was already overstating. As soon as Grand Duke Werner approached Tae-sung, he suddenly stretched out his hand with a tremendous amount of energy activated. However, this still needs to be verified. Tae-sung was startled as he watched a ball of energy shoot out of Grand Duke Werner's hand, surrounding the star sphere. In a natural defensive reflex, Tae-sung raised his hands forward to block the incoming ball of energy. Although it was not too strong, it was still enough to make Tae-sung's whole body brace to resist. Tae-sung struggled as he tried to think of a solution. This old bastard Werner's. How could my strength withstand such a powerful force? Damn, I had no choice but to use the new blood power here. While hesitating, Tae-sung's mind suddenly came up with an idea. Slowly, I thought I could do it. Tae-sung quickly came up with a solution. The fight with Fian proved that this would work. It was true that he was weaker than him, but from the beginning, it was almost impossible to block the shock with his practice-level enhanced body. But if I use the shock on it too, there is a bright light in Tae-sung's eyes and he immediately realizes his idea. With the activation of Tae-sung's impulse, Grand Duke Werner's impulse quickly dissipated. I was able to block the old man's impulse move. Grand Duke Werner seemed to have anticipated this, so he immediately bared his teeth and smiled devilishly, and Todd rolled his eyes in shock. Unbelievable, he had just awakened his new blood. He was able to use the impulse already. Todd as well as the rest of the training ground widened their eyes at the powerful energy emanating from Tae-sung. Even Tae-sung himself couldn't help but be surprised. Mord's talent is really beyond my imagination. I just looked at the way other people's skills can be copied, although there is a difference in strength, but it is also good. Grand Duke Werner smiled fakely and approached to praise Tae-sung. It is true that my son, with Werner's blood, you did not disappoint me. In Taesung's heart secretly despised the pretense of Grand Duke Vernars. He was a bastard who only considered useful people as his blood. As for the useless, how do you treat them? One day, you will have to suffer the consequences. Suddenly Grand Duke Vernars made an offer. You have passed the test, now what do you want me to reward you? The wealth that everyone wants, or a great coach, say your aspirations. Taesung carefully thought about the rare opportunity. I never thought I would get such a delicious opportunity. I already knew what I needed. I have to collect enough fragments of the world before Aiden succeeds in doing that, which is what I need to do to prevent him from destroying this world. After that, Taesung frankly said to Grand Duke Vernars, you don't need those things. Grand Duke Vernars exclaimed with interest, so, what do you want? Taesung replied, I want to take on the challenge of the Tomb of the Battle God. In the world of the magician who rules the world there are many places called dungeons, as well as dungeons in every other fantasy world, which are dangerous places that hide many secrets and are guarded by many monsters. But the dungeons in this place are also a little different from others. They are formed due to the corrosion and invasion of the outer world. In other words, dungeons are formed at the intersection of this world and the outer world, and unusual things also originate from there. Most dungeons are at the intersection of the human world and the demon world, and most monsters in this world appear from those dungeons. However, the tomb of the fighting god Vernars is a little different. It is rumored to be a place created by Vernars himself, rather than formed at the intersection of the outer world. And that's where the fragments of the world are hidden. Grand Duke Vernars didn't know it, but he was still suspicious when Taesung made such an unusual request. Seeing Grand Duke Vernars staring at him suspiciously, Taesung momentarily felt worried. Was he in such a hurry? After pondering for a while, Grand Duke Vernars finally spoke, I would love to know why you want to enter the tomb of the god of battle. Taesung immediately raised his voice, yes, I was curious to know if there were still traces left of the war god Vernars. I wanted to go in there to feel the origin of my new bloodline and also wanted to see if I could break through any new powers. Hearing this, Kessner frowned a little worried about Taesung, this kid, whose thoughts were still more immature than he thought. The tomb of the god of battle is the place where awakening rituals are held for children of Orthodox lineage. Kessner was full of reflection when he saw that Grand Duke Vernars hesitated, and yet now a person of the Second Order dared to ask for it. How could he give a challenge to the people of the mainstream tribe? This was impossible. A bastard son of the Second Order could not enter such a sacred place. However, what Grand Duke Vernars said afterwards shocked Kessner. I see. Kessner was about to remind Grand Duke Vernars but was immediately stopped by him. I know what you mean, but this child has great potential and I have high hopes for him. Grand Duke Vernars slowly explained his decision. Letting a child of secondary descent enter the tomb of the god of war is not unheard of. There are many in the time of expeditionary chaos, but in my generation this is really the first time. Grand Duke Vernars turned to Kessner with a sharp question, do you want to go in there? Kessner stiffened at that question, but Grand Duke Vernars could clearly understand he definitely wanted to get in there. Grand Duke Vernars completely saw through Kessner's thoughts. He had lived a life inferior to others just because he was born a bastard son. I'm sure he also wanted to taste the privilege of righteous blood. When there was no objection, Grand Duke Vernars turned to Taesung, I know your wishes now, but now your strength is not enough, so you cannot enter there alone. Until you grow up to become a true warrior, I will allow you to enter it. Taesung was a little hesitant. Becoming a true warrior was not difficult for me. What I needed to do now was to improve my strength so that I could enter there faster than Aiden. He then chose to accept Grand Duke Vernar's wishes and with a confident smile replied, yes, I got it. Later, Taesung follows Todd out of Grand Duke Vernar's training grounds. With countless concerns, Kessner looked at Taesung without taking his eyes off. The kid's name was Mord. Suddenly Grand Duke Vernars approached Kessner and asked him, what do you think about that kid? Kessner looked at Grand Duke Vernars puzzledly. About that kid, he replied, yes, you fought him. Kessner said frankly, that kid seemed to be very mysterious. It seemed like he was hiding a lot of things. I was sure he didn't use all his strength when fighting me. Grand Duke Vernars made a judgment, that I don't know, but when he lifted my pulse, it seemed that he had already used all his strength. It seemed that at that moment he had learned to use the impulse to strengthen his body. Kessner still raised an eyebrow and added in a serious tone, that's not weird, I've known people who have the ability to learn instantly. But the amazing thing is that his mana, although the level of mana control is not very fast, but the level of mana outburst is very large. Grand Duke Vernars nodded in agreement with Kessner. Judging by the amount of mana in that kid's body, it could be said that it was as bright as Erna's, but seeing that Grand Duke Vernars hesitantly spoke in the middle of it, he was silent, so Kessner couldn't help but be curious. What's so special? Grand Duke Vernars frowned slightly. Nothing. Grand Duke Vernars was actually thinking of Taesung's eyes. It was strangely blank eyes, with no desire for recognition. All of Grand Duke Vernar's bastard sons have eyes filled with longing to be acknowledged by him, but Taesung's eyes are completely different. Grand Duke Vernars suddenly laughed sinisterly. He had inherited quite a few of his mother's physical traits. Reina, what an interesting kid. After that, Taesung was taken back to the training site for the trainee warrior, and 4 days later, he ended his prison guard punishment. Taesung walked out onto the training ground and focused on observing everyone who was eagerly practicing. He couldn't stop looking at one side and the other with interest and comfort after days of not being on the training ground. Taesung secretly smiled in his stomach. The past 4 days have been bored because there is nothing to do. Fortunately now I can also start to learn some useful things in this place. At this moment, the murmur next to Taesung reached Taesung's ears. Hearing that there will be 5 bastard sons of the Vernars clan chosen to participate in the Tomb of the God of Battle challenge, those 5 seats must have Sir Kessner and Viscount Owen, so there are 3 left. It may seem like a trial but similar to a trip to explore the Tomb of the God of Battle to find an analytical sample in which, it seems true, that analysis pattern will change when one conquers the Tomb of the God of Battle instead of disappearing. This conquest must have had many dangers because the participants were people of the sublineage. Taesung secretly thought of Kessner, so he also decided to participate in the conquest of that tomb. His strength is still weak. It seems that he needs to quickly improve his strength to be able to become a new warrior without missing this opportunity. While everyone was chatting, Daisley appeared. Everyone was gathered here. A trainee replied, "Yes, it's just fine." Taesung looked curiously at Daisley, who was a 3-star instructor. Daisley turned his serious gaze to the trainee warriors, everyone training as usual. Just then, he walked up to Taesung. "Are you a newly promoted soldier here?" Taesung politely replied, "Yes, sir." Daisley furrowed his eyebrows in annoyance and told Taesung he could attend today's lesson, but it didn't seem to suit him because he had just leveled up. Asked the other trainees to guide him so he could get used to it slowly. Taesung immediately protested, "How could it be? Didn't you teach me? Why should I ask others to guide me? Then, at least you have to tell me who is a good guide among them." Daisley saw this and immediately raised his voice. "You are also brave. After you seriously injured the class leader here, you even asked me to show you all kinds of things." Taesung also refused to back down and protested, "I have already been punished. Besides, the first person to blame was him. Why should I be at fault?" Daisley glared angrily, "Don't you answer me like that, you messy brat. You talk to your instructor like that." Taesung still argues in a hard voice, "You are the instructor, you are responsible for instructing new soldiers like me. This is not something I wish to learn here." Daisley didn't argue any further, but straightened his foot and gave Taesung a charge in the middle of his stomach. When Taesung loses his balance and falls backwards, Daisley quickly grabs his collar again. Daisley tightened his grip on Taesung's collar and yelled loudly, "You bastard, my words are orders, I'm the instructor here." Daisley ordered Taesung in a low voice, "Hurry around the training area until I tell you to stop. I hope you will learn something after this lesson, but remember to always hear what I preach here. Otherwise, at the end of the day, if you fail to answer my question about the lesson, you will be punished again." Daisley smirked sinisterly while threatening Taesung. Seeing Taesung slam his face silently, Daisley raised his voice even harsher, "Do you understand?" Taesung angrily built up mana in his fist. "This old man." Daisley saw Taesung's actions and became even angrier. This kid dared to burst out with mana. Daisley's eyes stared at Taesung spitefully. He dared to defy the orders of a spearman like himself. Just then, he swung his fist at Taesung's face. "You dared to show your disapproval in front of me, you bastard." Taesung was punched so hard that he had to take a few steps back but still put his foot on the ground to stand. Taesung still glared at Daisley, causing his blood to boil even more. The teacher's words here were orders you must follow. Seeing that Taesung was silent and didn't respond, Daisley rushed forward aggressively. If you still have a hostile attitude, you will be kicked out of here and there, you know, answer the bastard. Taesung wiped the blood stains from his face with cold eyes looking at Daisley. This old man, I've been holding you back. Although he was extremely disgruntled, Taesung finally clicked his tongue to suppress the anger in his heart. I can't mess up here, otherwise I will be deprived of the right to participate in the examination to become an official warrior. Taesung finally decides to be patient for the sake of entering the tomb of the god of battle. He bows to Daisley. I understand. Daisley immediately smirked approvingly. So what about standing there naive, running away? Taesung couldn't help but glared at him again. Then he was forced to lift his legs and run around the training ground as ordered by Daisley. Daisley's eyes still followed Taesung spitefully as if he had a deep vendetta against Taesung. Daisley said in his heart, Mord, you certainly won't be left alone with me, you bastard. After that time, Daisley still refuses to let go of Taesung. He seems to remember this feud more and more and continue to bully him. He constantly makes it difficult to catch Taesung even though he doesn't make any mistakes, and every time Daisley finds even the slightest loophole from Taesung, he punishes him one way or another. During Taesung's short time here, he discovers that Daisley is crazy with the powers he has, always wanting to prove his authority in front of trainees. Therefore, all those who even slightly challenged his authority could not be left alone. Those people would be punished and oppressed by him by various means. However, these tacit methods of punishment were all legitimized by him by so-called training, and although dissatisfied and disgruntled, no one dared to oppose him. This is exactly how this old man took control in this high school training area. A few days later, when Taesung was being punished, Daisley continued to nag him, this kid, I told you to take it seriously. Daisley raised his voice sarcastically at Taesung. Do you still want to oppose me, Mord? Taesung swore bitterly in his heart, damn old man, legal abuse with so-called training. Taesung tried to control his rage. I understood very well why he wanted to suppress me to the end. At that time I let out mana as if I wanted to fight him in front of so many apprentices. Why didn't he take revenge on me? Daisley turned away in annoyance when Taesung was silent, and he didn't answer again. Daisley turned to leave with an arrogant attitude, knowing what to do. Stay in that position for the rest of the day. If you dare to move an inch I will punish you next. Taesung looked up at Daisley with a flash in his eyes. He tried to resist wanting to learn something here, but it was time for him to leave this alone. After finishing his training, Daisley returned to his room with a feeling of resentment that had yet to subside. He was still so annoyed that he sat and mumbled curses at Taesung, the bastard. Daisley's eyes were filled with malice towards Taesung, a fool who dared to argue with the orders of a teacher like himself. Daisley wrathfully remembers Taesung's resilience these past few days. Those punishments are enough to make any warrior tremble and surrender, but this bastard is different. He is still hardened and stubbornly refuses to surrender. Daisley thought more and more bitterly to the point of punching the wall. How could a bastard son who was neither mainstream nor properly trained become such a monster? Finally Daisley continues to fill his thoughts with hatred and sinister intrigue. Soon, you will have to submit. If this is not enough then I will give you some more difficult lessons than that. You will have to listen to me, Mord. The next day, it was early in the morning that Taesung had suddenly asked for Daisley. Now I wanted to take the challenge to become a full-fledged fighter. The other trainee warriors who heard this murmured in amazement to each other. What did he say? Even though he had defeated Fian before, but... Daisley frowned and questioned Taesung. What did you say? You want to become a full-fledged warrior, are you sober? Taesung kept his gaze fixed on Daisley. Of course. Daisley grumbled in annoyance at Taesung's suggestion. It's ridiculous, what you learn isn't enough to become a full-fledged fighter. Taesung immediately walked towards Daisley, all because he refused to guide me kindly. Now that I mentioned it, I said it by the way. I don't think you're qualified to teach me here, Taesung said, leaning closer in front of Daisley, his physical disparity making him inferior to him. Daisley, feeling offended, shouted loudly, this arrogant bastard, what do you say? I am the one who has the authority to judge who is fit to be a full-fledged warrior here. Boos kept pouring out of Daisley's mouth. Do you think I'll allow you to take on that challenge, after you've resisted repeatedly and made no progress here? Taesung didn't flinch but responded with a chuckle, you say it well, but you don't have the right to do that. Soon after, Without waiting for Daisley to say anything more, Taesung eloquently announced, "Instructor Daisley, I formally made a request to challenge you to a soul fight." Daisley had just heard Taesung's challenge when he immediately fell silent and his expression became more serious. Down with the spirit, it was the sacred ritual that challenged the duel between two warriors. All warriors worship strength, they also have traditions to show their strength. The strong are always the right people. Fighting the spirit is one of the ways to show the strength that the god has given to warriors. When there is a conflict, to solve right and wrong, the two sides can participate in the challenge to fight the spirit. The winner is the right one. Daisley's eyebrows were glued together in worry. "How did you know about that?" Taesung replied calmly, "It didn't matter." Taesung continued to speak in a forced tone. "According to Werner's rules, as an apprentice soldier, I can ask you to duel me in a spirit-wrenching manner. With this request, I will show you that you are not strong enough to teach me here." According to what is recorded in the novel, Vernars grew up without being recognized for his power, and when he was young, he was always oppressed by those in real power, who were Vernar's guides. Later, when he reached the ultimate realm, Vernars told his descendants that despotic but incompetent people who oppressed others with their power deserved to die. Because of his past experiences, Vernars allowed the apprentice soldiers to request a soul battle with his instructor to prove their mettle. Facing a sinister man like Daisley, Taesung thought to himself, although thinking carefully about the words that the battle god said at that time did not seem to be the most lucid time, but now it was in his favor in this situation. Daisley excitedly grabbed Taesung's collar. "Don't make me laugh anymore, damn my soul, with your brat." He shouted in a low voice that overwhelmed Taesung. "An apprentice soldier like you would be at least 10 years away from making such a request for such a sacred ritual." Taesung also stiffened his voice at Daisley, startling him. "Don't get me wrong, Daisley. I didn't consult you, you don't have the right to refuse a request to the spirit," Taesung said as he stared at Daisley. Just then, he knocked Daisley's hand away. While he was still stunned, Taesung calmly walked out into the middle of the training ground. The entire training ground was silent, all eyes were on Taesung and waiting for his next move. Taesung raised his head and took a deep breath, simultaneously unleashing his mana. Soon after, Taesung let out a beast-like roar, where Apprentice Mord had a ritual duel request with his high school instructor Daisley. Taesung's statement was repeated to everyone's surprise, and Apprentice Mord had a ritual duel request with the high school instructor Daisley. Along with Taesung's abundant mana, his voice also echoed throughout the training area. The Mord apprentice had a ritual duel request with the high school instructor Daisley. Daisley could only bitterly utter a choked swearing. Taesung casually turned to look at Daisley. He could either accept it or refuse, but if he intended to refuse, "I don't believe that the people here will dare to be witnesses to this, so I will personally go out and tell others the truth, which will take away all your fame and power," Taesung said as he looked at the other trainee warriors. Daisley still stiffened his voice to threaten Taesung. "Bastard, don't think you're good, you think you can live peacefully after today." Taesung let out a stronger mana aura with a calm demeanor. He still didn't understand his current situation. This was his last chance, Taesung said as he exploded more mana, showing his will and strength to overwhelm Daisley. Taesung glared at Daisley in a determined tone. "Hurry up, I don't want to waste my time with a trash guy like you." Daisley was made to flinch by Taesung's mana flow. "What kind of energy is this? This bastard's mana radiates so terribly, so in the match with Fian, that's not his full power." He was quickly cornered but still tried to encourage himself. "I couldn't refuse, even if this kid was a genius, he was just growing up and had no combat experience." Daisley glared up with an expression trying to pretend that he was fine. "Okay, if this is your request, then I will make you regret it," Taesung said without hesitation. "Right here, in an hour." Daisley asked Taesung in annoyance, "Why did you decide the whole thing?" Taesung replied with a smirk, "You are too cunning, the challenger will get to choose the time and place, you think I don't know that?" Taesung smiled indifferently at Daisley. "Like I said, I don't want to waste any more time with you." Taesung turned away with a confident expression and provocative tone. "I won't stop you if you want to run away now." Daisley watched Taesung leave with only his teeth clenched. Where did a madman like him come from? Moments earlier, Taesung's mana challenge had reached other parts of the training area, and the Mord apprentice had a ritual duel request with the high school instructor Daisley. Kessner stands in his office and still hears the statement of Taesung. "Ha, an apprentice who dares to ask for a spirit attack on his instructor. I knew he was an unusual kid, but the way he made me feel excited was unpredictable, and Kessner's smile deepened as if he had a plan. Just then, Kessner called out to his servant and a middle-aged man quickly entered. "Sir." Kessner ordered with a grin, preparing me to go to that high school training facility. An hour later, everyone at the high school training ground had gathered at the training ground with excitement and nervousness. The murmurs of gossip echoed everywhere as Taesung and Daisley were ready to stand in the center of the training ground. Taesung yawned casually at the sound of other people's gossip. It was the apprentice soldier who asked to give the spirit to the instructor Daisley. He looked younger than I thought. It was inconceivable. Curious eyes turned to Daisley, and somehow Mr. Daisley was in a situation where he had to fight that apprentice. After all, it had been years since such an event. Taesung calmly walked in front of Daisley with a defiant look, so he didn't run away. Daisley was still shouting at Taesung, "This arrogant bastard, I'll give you a lesson, you'll regret your arrogance," but Taesung doesn't respect him and curses, "Where is there a dog barking?" The maddened Daisley cursed Taesung, "This bastard." At that moment, Kessner suddenly walked out onto the field. "I'm late, I thought it wasn't time for the duel." The trainees around the field were amazed to see Kessner. "It's Mr. Kessner, why did he come here?" The confused Daisley was even more shocked to see Taesung talking to Kessner in a relaxed voice. "Kessner, why are you here?" Daisley couldn't help but be bewildered. This kid knew Kessner. I knew he didn't suddenly dare to be so arrogant, so he had Kessner behind him. Kessner replied calmly, "I heard there was an interesting event here, so I came here to see, a match between the apprentice and the instructor. What the hell are you thinking?" Taesung said to Kessner, "You don't have any choice, when he always pinches you and doesn't give you any instructions, just takes care of your faults and doesn't fulfill his responsibilities, so you just go with nature." Daisley was tipped off and grumbled in panic, "This bastard." Kessner couldn't help but laugh. "Huh, what a funny kid." Kessner asked Taesung with a smile, "Is he confident that he can win this match?" Although Mr. Daisley is not as energetic as when he was younger, but don't take it lightly, the older the ginger, the more spicy it is. Taesung smiled confidently and replied, "Thank you for your attention, but I will win." Daisley scowled at Taesung, You are still arrogant to the end. Okay, today, here, you will regret making this request, but I invited you to testify for the match so that others do not say I bullied you, so please wait some longer." Suddenly Kessner offered, "Well, if that witness hadn't arrived yet. Can we take on that role here?" Kessner laughed with amusement on his face. The chatter around me immediately rang out. Did I mishear? Mr. Kessner testified to this match. Who was that kid who could make him do that? Daisley rolled his eyes in bewilderment. "Mr. Kessner, what do you mean?" Kessner looked at him casually. "Like I said, I'm going to testify to this match. You think I'm not qualified to do that?" Daisley replied awkwardly, "No, but you're a busy guy." Kessner immediately glared at Daisley. "You call me guy?" Kessner stared at Daisley with cold eyes. "You are insulting me, Daisley. Do you think you have the same power as my Viscount? Even if you are the one who taught me, you are a bit too much. It seems that it has been a long time since I showed any strength, so you despise me." Daisley quickly dropped his head in horror. I'm really sorry, Viscount Windsor." Although he bowed to Kessner, Daisley silently clenched his teeth in his heart, which was an insult to him. At that moment, Taesung interrupted the tension between the two of them, apologizing to him for interrupting, but it was time for his duel with the old man. Kessner didn't blame Taesung for the way he talked, but instead seemed amused. "Oh, it's time." As soon as Kessner walked out of the ring, "I'm looking forward to this match, don't let me come here in vain, show your strength." Taesung smiled defiantly at Daisley. "Okay, let's get started now, Daisley." He immediately glared at Taesung. "Just as I was expecting, you bastard." Daisley mightily drew his sword, using his enhanced physical abilities to block Fian's shock attack in the previous match. "But if that were all you had, you would regret it today," and as soon as he finished, he emitted an impulse that enveloped the sword. Daisley arrogantly raised his sword sideways with a powerful impulse covering it, to see if you could stop this sword force of mine. Seeing that Taesung was just silent, Daisley burst out laughing, which was funny, whatever. Just then, Taesung calmly unleashed his mana with a sarcastic word. "Old man, you're wrong again, you think I really used all my strength in a match with an apprentice soldier." Along with a confident smile shining, impulse was enveloping Taesung's body like a burning blue flame. Daisley immediately changed his expression to panic. Impulse star, when did he learn this skill? In the blink of an eye, Taesung disappeared from his place. While Daisley was still stunned, Taesung rushed towards him as fast as the shooter. Despite being attacked in a flash, Daisley, with his seasoned experience, did not flinch. He swung his sword ready to receive Taesung's attack, still did not change anything. Even if you can use the impulse, Daisley just finished his words and slashed at Taesung. At the same time Taesung's punch swung in front of him, the two impulses colliding, causing the sword to cry out incessantly. Just when Daisley thought his impulse would overwhelm Taesung, the force of his hand suddenly repelled his sword. Despite Daisley's best efforts, he was knocked away by Taesung's punch. Daisley was pushed backwards with too much force to force him to pound his feet to the ground for balance. Daisley staggered his sword to the ground and braked in time just before slamming his back against the wall. What nonsense, the power of that blow, it cut through his attack and blew himself away. Seizing the opportunity when Daisley was still stunned, Taesung rushed up again with a fist containing powerful impulses. The moment Taesung's punch was about to reach Daisley, just as he was able to raise his shield to support it, a sound of metal squeaking was deafening like a knock on a gong. Daisley blocked Taesung's attack and laughed at his uncle. You are indeed a talented fighter, but that is not enough to defeat me. As soon as Daisley finished, he pushed his shield forward along with an overwhelming impulse that caught Taesung by surprise and stepped back. Seeing that Taesung was startled backwards, Daisley immediately showed his satisfaction. Although he has strength, in combat, experience is important. Daisley rushed with his sword raised. He had just learned to control mana in combat. It was impossible for him to be knowledgeable enough to control it as smoothly as he wanted. You still have a lot of practice to expect to confront me, and with a shout, Daisley stabbed his sword at Taesung. Taesung is suddenly counterattacked and begins to have difficulty dodging. Luckily Daisley's sword only glides close to his shoulder. When Daisley retrieved his sword, the impulse from the sword struck Taesung's face, causing a long cut on his cheek. Daisley swept across the sword ostentatiously. I am a warrior who has survived so many life and death battles. And you, an unclean-nosed bastard, dared to challenge me to a duel, he shouted and jumped to attack again. Daisley's gaze became sharper than a knife. You dare to despise me like that, it will cost you a very high price. This time, Daisley's stab no longer took Taesung by surprise. He bounced off the ground and easily dodged the attack. Then, Taesung flipped upside down in the air and landed on the ground some distance away from him. When at a safe distance, Taesung carefully watches Daisley's actions. He is right, experience and fighting skills are things that he lacks. Meanwhile, Kessner silently watched the contest, also thinking, although this kid has strength, experience and fighting skills are still just a dreamer, combat experience is something that cannot be ignored. The more Kessner thought, the more tense the situation felt for Taesung. If that kid lost, he would definitely have to leave, which was what Daisley made sure to do. Kessner frowned slightly and stared at Taesung with anticipatory curiosity. Mord, what are you going to do now? Meanwhile, Daisley Young smugly burst out laughing. Kid, you're afraid. Taesung calmly approached Daisley in a joking tone. He was a pile of rotten trash, but his technique didn't stink. Daisley was cold with a cranky look. Did you even pretend to be calm? Let's see if you could still make jokes. Taesung replied casually. Do you think I'm pretending to be calm? What a stupid old man. He's becoming more and more aware of himself as someone who doesn't deserve to be a guide here. Daisley chuckled arrogantly. Then right here, right now, I'm going to train you. Immediately Taesung released a large amount of mana that was even more powerful than before, which was impossible. Shallow old man. The moment Taesung's fierce wave of mana flowed like a flood, Daisley immediately became alarmed, raising his shield to defend. This energy, perhaps. In the blink of an eye, Taesung's whole body was engulfed in brilliant blue light and his whole body became harder. Daisley gasped in shock as Taesung's hair color and eyebrows both turned silver, opening up the new bloodline. This kid had already learned it. When Taesung opened his eyes to stare at Daisley, even his pupils turned a sparkling silvery white. Taesung's fierce energy completely overwhelmed Daisley's previous aura, causing him to constantly step back. No, impossible. Taesung slowly walked over to Daisley with slow but steady steps. This was the first time he had opened the new battle blood, so the power was uncontrollable. Before entering the fiercer battle, he kindly reminded Daisley he was careful lest there be no life left. In the case of the carriers of the Verna's bloodline, after undergoing the awakening of new blood at the age of 15, they were able to use the power of neoplasm. However, most of them stopped at using the power of the new blood to increase their mana levels. While that allows them to get incredible power. If someone can completely control all awakened neo-bloodlines, they will receive infinite power that is second to none. As soon as Taesung entered the state of using new blood awakening, everyone around him immediately became agitated. Didn't you say that kid was only 15 years old? Don't tell me that he can use the power of new blood awakening. Kessner saw this scene and laughed excitedly. A 15-year-old alien, he could have managed to awaken his neo-blood power. There was a flash of unbelievable shock in his eyes. Even if I was considered the most talented among the children, it would have taken me 4 years to awaken my divine power. Yet in just 8 days here, and he had already reached such a powerful level. When Kessner looked at the energy of the new blood flowing massively from Taesung's body, an indescribable feeling of horror was building. At the same time, Daisley is also feeling terrified by Taesung's tremendous power. Unbelievable. He looked into Taesung's eyes warily. Those silver eyes. I was sure that this guy had awakened his divine power. Daisley stood in horror like a statue in front of Taesung, which was unbelievable. Suddenly Taesung opened his mouth to interrupt Daisley's train of crisis. I thought the only thing he would lose was pride if he cancelled this match now. Would he still want to continue? Daisley still stretched his neck in protest. Don't make fun of me. Even if you can use neo-blood power, there is no way I will lose to an apprentice like you. Immediately Taesung's eyes became sharp and his tone of sarcasm flowed. It was he who turned down the offer. While Taesung swung his arm backwards and gathered, Daisley challenged him vigorously. You think I'll lose a similar attack? His mouth was arrogant but his hand had to hurriedly raise his shield to shield him first. Your attack didn't work. At this time, Taesung did not directly swing his fist at Daisley, but only slammed into the ground. But that was enough to create a thunderous energy that smashed into Daisley's shield and made him stagger to his feet. Soon after, Daisley with his bulky armor was pushed backwards by Taesung's ground-shaking power. Daisley looked up at Taesung in horror with bewildered eyes. This is the power of the new blood awakening star. Taesung looked at his hand dumbfounded for a moment. Oh, so strong. I was just going to try it a little, but I really couldn't understand it. While old Daisley was shocked, I lost to this mediocre 15-year-old. Despite the panic in his heart, Daisley stood up resiliently. Bastard, stop playing with your face. I will never lose to a kid like you. Daisley clenched his teeth and stared at Taesung. He could no longer use his left shoulder. However, he would lose everything if he was defeated here. Just then, he screams and runs straight towards Taesung to attack. Something like this can't happen. Daisley swung his sword high and shouted, Die, Mord. Taesung didn't want to hold back either. He charged towards Daisley like a wind, intending to continue defending his weak pride for as long as he could. As soon as Taesung swung his fist at Daisley, he immediately teleported behind him. Don't be egotistical, kid. Taesung hurriedly gathered his fist and turned towards Daisley. Daisley shouted as he stabbed his sword from behind Taesung. No matter how strong you think you are, when it comes to fighting technique, I'm still on your back. An energy explosion ensued that left the entire training ground covered in dust. Kessner looked calmly through the dust and thought to himself, he could have turned the tide when Mord was caught off guard. He took such an opportunity to be quick. However, the strongest weapon and strongest shield of the Verna's clan was their body. In the meantime, Daisley was so stunned that he stammered, the blow, the attack. Daisley's sword slashed at Taesung but he still stood like a monument. Basically, just a sword strike based on an ordinary weapon like this. It was just like a mosquito bite to those who had awakened the new blood. Taesung glanced at Daisley. Daisley, you are no longer qualified to be my guide. Daisley muttered in a sense of helplessness, no way. Daisley's hand clenched the sword in shock, the sword pulse that I had trained for decades on the battlefield, yet when I faced this kid, there was nothing I could do. When Taesung turned to face Daisley, he went crazy and slashed forward with loud, impossible, ridiculous screams. However, no matter how much energy Daisley put into those slashes, Taesung still stands as an immortal monument. Taesung was too much of an eyesore to take a step forward. I was really disappointed, Daisley, but that one step of his startled Daisley in panic and hurried back. Taesung leaned close to Daisley's face and sneered, even if he was actually weak, he was trying to show me that he would still act arrogant and appear strong. Daisley swung his sword high again. Bastard, who do you think you are to speak to me like that? However, this time Taesung directly gripped his blade with his hand. Taesung casually grasped the blade without hesitation. As a bloodline bearer of the Down God, we fight with our bare hands because there is no weapon more powerful than our own body. Taesung's eyes flashed as he clenched the blade with his bare hands. He really thought an attack like this could harm me. Just then, Taesung infused his thunderous energy into the blade, causing Daisley to scream in pain. The moment he spat blood out of his mouth with a bone-chilling pain, he was forced to scream, begging Taesung, "Stop, stop." Only then did Taesung let go of his hand and Daisley immediately fell to his knees in front of him. Taesung opened his mouth coldly, "Accept the loss, and then I will let him live." Seeing that Daisley was still hesitant to speak, Taesung stamped his foot on the ground, causing the ground to shake. "If you refuse to lose, then I'm really going to kill you this time." Taesung right now is like a Death Eater handing down Daisley's death sentence. That sight caused Daisley's arrogance to completely collapse. From the start, I was destined to never be able to beat this kid. Finally, Daisley desperately bowed his head in humiliation and laboriously opened his eyes. "I've lost." Immediately, Taesung recovered his soul chi and returned to his normal state. Shouts quickly reverberated across the training ground. "Wow, Werner's son beat Daisley, it's unbelievable this could happen." Kessner also stared at Taesung with great interest but did not show it, the bastard son of Vernars who was able to use his newly awakened powers after only 8 days of joining the Vernars clan. Not only that, but he also found a way to kill his instructor's arrogance with a soul beating. Seriously speaking, I couldn't even predict how strong he would grow to be. Soon, Kessner didn't say anything to Taesung and walked away with that excited smile. What a great battle. Meanwhile, chants of Mord's name were reverberating throughout the training grounds, unnoticed on a nearby roof, 2 mysterious people watching them all. A sweet voice came from the mouth of a mysterious person. "That kid, he's pretty cool." When he pulled down his hood to reveal his flowing platinum hair, I heard that a kid had done something here, and that he had asked his instructor to challenge him to a duel. I never expected to meet a monster like him. When the face of the mysterious person was revealed, it turned out to be Vernars Erna, the 7th child in the main line of the Vernars. The Lu Tian girl smiled softly and whispered to her subordinates. It seemed that something interesting was about to happen. The next day, news of Taesung's contest reaches Grand Duke Vernar's castle and he does not need to be summoned and goes to his father himself. Grand Duke Vernars sat on the throne staring at Taesung without saying a word, causing an indescribable sense of oppression to the atmosphere in the room. After a long time, Grand Duke Vernars let out a cold sigh. "It seems that you have become a full-fledged warrior. I have heard that you have easily overcome the spirit. Taesung knelt beneath him reverently and replied, "Yes, so I'm here to get the reward I promised." Grand Duke Vernars still used his cold eyes to probe Taesung. "You are quite bold, you have offered to use the spirit just to officially become a star warrior." Taesung expressed, "You can't keep staring at an official who can't do his duty anymore." Grand Duke Vernars suddenly stood up and walked down to Taesung. In the Vernars clan's mindset, the strong was the right. He said in a low voice to Taesung, "That's why I didn't see you doing anything wrong. But what I am curious about is, why did you hide your power from me before?" At that moment, Grand Duke Vernar's eyes flashed with suspicion and murder behind him. Taesung calmly explained, "I was too impulsive before, so I was trying to use mana more carefully. This was also the first time I used it." A sinister smile popped out of Grand Duke Vernar's mouth as he thought. One could tell it was clearly a lie. However, he didn't blame Taesung. "Okay." Just then, Grand Duke Vernars asked Taesung bluntly, "I'm sure the reason you came here is to challenge the Tomb God. Your wish is still the same?" Taesung politely replied, "Yes." At that moment, a warrior spoke up to dissuade Grand Duke Vernars. "Sir, why don't you try to reconsider? If you allow him to challenge the regular warriors, your subordinates are worried that others will complain." Grand Duke Vernars, feeling offended, replied in a low voice, "How dare you? Who do you think you are to ask me to change my mind?" There was a glare in Grand Duke Vernar's eyes that made him shut up immediately. The warrior hurriedly lowered his eyes and bowed his head in horror, apologizing to his subordinates. "Lord," the subordinates were overwhelmed. Grand Duke Vernars continued to turn to Taesung and said, "Promises are promises." Grand Duke Vernars smiled and declared, "I will allow you to challenge the tomb, though I don't know what you want to get from there, but I will." Taesung immediately knelt down to pay homage to Grand Duke Vernars, "Thanking you, my lord." At the same time, there was a smile on the corner of Taesung's mouth. He finally had a chance to collect the first world fragment. Later, Kessner is tasked with bringing Taesung to the gate of the tomb, which is the entrance to the tomb. Kessner carefully instructs Taesung, only one person can enter at a time, even if he is in danger. As long as he does not die, there is nothing others can do to help him. Taesung couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the scale and dense aura surrounding the tomb gate. It was much bigger than he had imagined. He knew that the tomb god was in the basement of the Grand Duke's stronghold, but didn't expect it to be so big. Kessner suddenly burst out laughing with a gasp. "I can't believe it, I didn't expect you to be the first to challenge it." Taesung replied in confusion, "I didn't expect to get the opportunity so soon." Soon after, Kessner became serious again, thanks to his self-reliance, so there was no need to make that shy face, but remember to return home. With Kessner's words of encouragement, Taesung smiled confidently and walked straight inside the tomb. "Thanking you, Kessner." Walking to the door of the tomb, Taesung hesitantly stood back and watched for a moment. An overwhelming feeling made him a little nervous. Just standing at the entrance made him feel monstrous. According to the founding anecdote of the Vernars domain, the god Vernars never faced death. He fulfilled the destiny of a human being and left the world to become a god in the upper world. Taesung touched the gate with great vigilance. The name Tomb God was a name coined by Vernars himself. It had another meaning. This is where the human remnants of the god Vernars have lay. At this moment, the bulky stone door of the tomb automatically opens. Taesung summoned up the courage to step inside the tomb, thinking that, 7 years from now, Aiden would find a fragment of the world inside the tomb of the deity. More importantly, according to the novel, he needed the help of a teammate to do so. So, until now, the world fragment must still be here. Taesung enters the tomb and hopes to find the first world fragment. As soon as he stepped inside, the stone gate immediately slammed shut and was sealed so that no one could enter. Taesung carefully walked step by step inside the tomb. As he looked around, a feeling of shock came over because the scene inside was even more magnificent than the outside. Taesung rolled his eyes in bewilderment. He had taken this too lightly. This place was completely different from the tomb depicted in the novel Magician dominating the world. Taesung looked a little awkwardly at the wide roads open in front of him. There were 6 different settings in this tomb god, but what appeared inside the novel was only one of them. However, very quickly Taesung regained his composure. No matter what kind of context it might be, they all had a seal. All he needed to do was find it. After that, Taesung began to cautiously enter the first path. The seal was a statue representing the life of the down god, wasn't it? While he was absorbed in his thoughts, a shadow was following him. Walking around without seeing anything dangerous, Taesung began to relax his mood. Honestly, this place didn't look real. "Doesn't it look like someone is half designing this place on a computer?" Taesung said as he walked around grumbling disparagingly. Suddenly, the heat emanating from the mouths of the monsters that had been following Taesung earlier caught his attention. These are hellhounds with ferocious bloodshot eyes, and from their mouths are spewing out full of fire. Taesung looks around and realizes that 2 hellhounds are pressing his corner. The aggressive growling dogs approach Taesung and gradually corner him in the middle. However, Taesung stood idly scratching his head with a sigh, hoping he didn't have to clash with too many monsters. A hellhound rushes forward. It leaps towards Taesung and opens its mouth full of fire aimed at him. However, before the dog could reach Taesung, he was punched in the head by one of his rights. Taesung's sharp gaze quickly shifted to the other hellhound. Seeing that his accomplice flew his head but he still aggressively rushed up, as a result, Taesung threw a mana punch that cut his body in half. Taesung lamented and continued to go deeper inside the tomb, which only made him tired. After groping for a while in the winding maze-like roads, Taesung suddenly stopped walking. Taesung looked up at a stone statue and pondered. It looks like he found the seal. Taesung looked up at the 30-meter-tall statue and couldn't help but wonder. It seemed to be a statue depicting the god defeating Eden in his youth, but how could they use something like this as a seal? Taesung strained his eyes to look at the top of the giant statue, where there was a much smaller statue. It seemed like he was very narcissistic, and since it was quite tall, it was not easy to find. As soon as he located the statue of Vernars, Taesung immediately burst out his mana, and now, let's get started. Along with an abundance of energy, Taesung jumped off the ground. Just one kick of his foot stomping the ground was enough to make the smoke and dust flutter. Taesung jumped all the way to the top of the giant monster statue. He landed gently on top of the statue. Soon, Taesung's entire focus was on the statue of Vernars. Taesung walked up to the Vernars statue that was a little bigger than him. This was him when he was 10 years old. Now I understand why the descendants of the Vernars clan are so tall. After observing for a while, Taesung activates the power of the new blood and his hair quickly turns white. Taesung suddenly made an incision on his wrist and squeezed the blood out. Taesung moved closer to the statue with his arms still bleeding. He mumbled in his mouth, "Okay, into this statue." Then, Taesung without hesitation raised his bleeding arm to the head of the Vernars statue. And let his blood flow to the statue's head. After a few drops of blood have seeped into the Vernars statue, Taesung returns to his normal state. It will be difficult to find it if he does not know in advance some clues about what he needs to do. Taesung silently observed the statue, but nothing much had changed other than a faint layer of green energy enveloping it. After a while, Taesung also jumped back to the ground and said to himself, who would have thought that after awakening the blood god, he would have to drip blood on the statue of the god. But I guess I should be honored to be the first to do this. Taesung smiled and glanced at the Vernars statue above. Just then, he turned and left, hurrying to the next seal. Unbeknownst to Taesung, Vernars' eyes were moving slightly to follow him and cracks began to appear on the top of the statue's head. On the way to explore the tomb later, Taesung constantly clashes with aggressive and bloodthirsty monsters. All kinds of monsters, from reptiles to four-legged species, appear in Taesung's way to find the next statue. Even the undead warriors participate in the Taesung challenge. However, all of the monsters were easily defeated by Taesung with just a few basic punches and kicks. I'm sure I made it far enough to reach another seal. After defeating a bunch of monsters, a giant serpent comes to Taesung again, causing him to grumble in annoyance. They keep appearing out of nowhere. Taesung clicked his tongue and raised his hand in readiness to fight. Since this was a small alley, it was impossible to avoid it. When the serpent pounced on Taesung, he thought calmly, but maybe the path for this god is quite flat. If the enemy comes, it's okay to kill, Taesung thought as he accumulated mana into his fist and aimed it directly at the mandarin's face. While Taesung punched the serpent in the face, sending it flying, he still had free time to think. For someone like that, he would never accept someone who didn't dare to face a challenge. After tackling the barnacle, Taesung looked up at the sky full of monsters hovering back and forth. He clicked his tongue in thought, as evidenced by the flying monsters guarding the wall to deal with those who wanted to climb over it. Taesung thought for a moment and then sighed. At least he wouldn't need to face them if he stayed on the ground. Taesung went on with indescribable eagerness. He had already found 5 seals, now there was only the last one. It won't be long before he receives the first fragment of the world. Taesung takes that hope with him and goes deeper inside the tomb. Taesung finally walked to a larger area like a square, and the farther he went, the more mana he felt. And since the use of the new blood power awakens up to 5 times, I don't have much mana left. Taesung grunted and looked down at the hand that was slightly trembling from fatigue. Then he took a deep breath and turned towards the middle of the square. When Taesung looked ahead, there was a flash of steadfast will and great expectation in his eyes. Taesung was stunned by the magnificent dragon statue 3 times larger than the first giant statue he encountered, finally reaching the 6th seal. Taesung felt a little sluggish at the scale of the statue. This time the statue was also much larger. Climbing alone must have been difficult. At that moment, the sound of Hui's footsteps shaking the ground behind Taesung startled him to turn his head. When Taesung returns, in front of him is a giant orge with a body a dozen times more massive than him. The orge suddenly appeared just as Taesung's mana was slightly weakened, making him a little nervous. Taesung immediately raised his hand in a fighting readiness stance even though he was feeling unstable in his heart, a monster that even magical swordsmen who had learned sword pulses struggled, but I heard that they controlled mana badly and had physicality plus the ability to enhance first-level physical combat. The Orge let out an aggressive roar and rushed at Taesung instantly. It slammed its huge hand down where Taesung was standing and caused a rumbling explosion that shook the space. However, the nimble Taesung dodged the move in time and backed away from the Orge. Taesung carefully assessed the Orge before counterattacking. It was not an ordinary Orge. An Orge would normally be about 4 meters tall. But this one must definitely be more than 5 meters. While Taesung was thinking, the Orge continued to swing his arms at him. Its punch slammed into the granite floor like a sledgehammer, completely destroying a 2-meter radius. Taesung unflinchingly bounced high as he dodged the Orge's attack while swinging his arms up to accumulate counterattacking mana. I know, it had been so easy so far. Then this match must be very interesting. As soon as he jumped close to the Orge's face, Taesung immediately fed him a series of punches that made him bleed and squeal. Taesung struck the Orge repeatedly in the face, causing it to be quickly pushed backwards in panic. Suddenly the Orge came back to consciousness and he dribbled and balanced himself on the ground. At the same time, its large hand grabbed Taesung completely and slowly squeezed him. Before Taesung could even protest, the Orge immediately threw him and slammed him against a nearby wall. Taesung was hit by a powerful blow that caused him to vomit blood and let out a series of pained sounds. However, Taesung's gaze became sharp soon after. It seemed that impulse alone could not overcome it. Meanwhile, the Orge continues to aggressively charge at Taesung like a buffalo. He swung his fist high again with murderous eyes staring at Taesung. Taesung swallowed hard and whispered, "Yes, I have to accept it." The moment the Orge's fist approached Taesung, he dodged away in time and let the Orge's punch collide with the wall. The Orge didn't even realize that Taesung had moved. He smirked at the idea that Taesung was gone. Just then, the smile faded on the Orge's face as it was pushed back by a powerful force. Taesung's slightly depressed voice sounded, the fact that he was still just a newbie with good genes. The power of the awakening power caused the Orge to fall backwards in surprise. Taesung walked up to the Orge with an annoyed grunt. Damn, a second late was over. The Orge crawled up from the fall, and he angrily shouted at Taesung. However, this time Taesung had no patience to wait for it to finish roaring. He interrupted the Orge's scream with a high jump that surpassed its head. Taesung swung his fist up along with his cold gaze staring down at the Orge. Shut up. Soon, he plunged into it like a meteorite and the impact caused a loud explosion of energy that shook a vast area. Taesung landed gently after his fist had stained the Orge's blood. Taesung stared at the Orge thoughtfully for a long time with a complicated mood, thinking that he was forced to use the power of the new blood awakening like this. He was too arrogant. Thinking he would be able to defeat it without the power of the new blood, Taesung let out a sigh as he watched the Orge's head explode. Taesung jumped off the Orge and pondered, this is a formidable dungeon that I am only 15 years old, and only people in the mainstream can challenge it. It seems that combat experience and knowledge can make quite a difference. Once I get out of here, I have to start all over again, Taesung told himself and jumped on the statue of the dragon hundreds of meters high. He gently landed on the head of the dragon statue and walked straight to the Vernar's statue. Taesung mused for a moment as he stood in front of the statue, but there was something a little strange about the height of the gods. He furrowed his eyebrows. If he thought of Grand Duke Vernar's being 2.5 meters tall, why was Vernar's so small? He would grow up later. After a moment of reflection, Taesung shrugged his shoulders and ignored his worries and dripped blood on the head of the Vernar's statue, but it didn't matter much. After this, the fragment of the world would be his. However, contrary to Taesung's expectations, after he drips blood on the statue, nothing special happens. Taesung watched in bewilderment as the statue did not move. Did I do something wrong? He thought wistfully, don't you just need to activate the stone statue with blood? According to the novel The Magician Who Rules the World, I have to reach the fragment now. After losing patience, Taesung turned and left, apparently forgetting to do something with the other seals, to go back and check. At this moment, a voice sounded behind Taesung, startling him to his feet. Hey, I was hoping you would be a little more patient because you're my descendant. Taesung immediately turned to look at the statue that had turned into a human with a shocked expression. How, the statue, came to life. Vernars appears in his form and laughs and tells Taesung, if you keep leaving like that, I'll be sad, my descendant. The reason Taesung decided to go into Werner's tomb. It's because he remembers that Aiden once got a fragment of the world here, so Taesung is sure he can't be unaware of this unless it's not written in The Magician Who Rules the World. However, Taesung didn't expect something like a statue to move like this, and Vernars was still smiling and walking towards him. I finally got a chance to talk to a descendant, don't you think I'll let you go so easily? Taesung's mind immediately flashed with thought, wait, this is a hidden challenge. Taesung looked warily at Vernars, who he was, but he still just grinned, ha ha ha, I like your energy, how old are you? Taesung became even more vigilant and immediately released the power of the new blood awakening, answering me first, who are you? Vernars saw that, and laughed even more amusedly, oh, that impression. Soon after, Taesung didn't say much and punched Vernars once in the chest, but he didn't waver. Vernars laughed and teased Taesung, you're too rash, descendant. Just then, he swung his leg up and kicked Taesung away. Taesung was pushed into the statue's dragon horn, a powerful aftershock that made him cry out in pain. Vernars jumped towards Taesung before he could regain his senses, I must have rewarded you properly. Taesung tried to dodge but couldn't keep up, Vernars' fist as big as Taesung's head slammed into the middle of his chest. Taesung was punched to the ground, creating a terrible tremor like a meteor colliding with the ground. Vernars also jumped to the ground following Taesung and cavalierly walked up to him. Taesung hurriedly recovered from receiving that thunderous punch, a chest ache was tormenting him but he didn't dare to rest against someone as strong as Vernars. Taesung still looked at Vernars warily incredulously, he was seeing a hallucination, just now, he was just a stone statue, but now he was like a flesh and blood human. Vernars smiled and walked in front of Taesung and asked, descendant, you really don't know who I am? Taesung stood up with heavy breathing, I am sure he is a stone statue of Vernars. Vernars clicks his tongue, a stone statue, you are not wrong. Soon after, Vernars declared, I am what Vernars left behind, his shadow in person. In The Magician Who Rules the World, the tomb god is known to have the physical remnants of his true identity. Only now does Taesung understand why the size of the Vernars statue seems smaller than it seems, so this is probably the tomb that best suits his identity, not his divine form. More importantly, in The Magician Who Rules the World, the stone statue of Vernars' life achievements is recorded as taken from historical events that exist. Thinking of this, Taesung began to feel nervous. Does that mean that his carnal remnants are stone statues with his will already fused in them? Vernars looked at Taesung's confused expression and grinned even more, seems incredible, doesn't it? Just then, Vernars suddenly rushes towards Taesung like a shooter, so let me show you. As soon as Taesung realized Vernars was moving, his hand was right in front of him. Vernars excitedly raised his fist in front of Taesung, it was called reality because it really hurt. As soon as he finished, he immediately threw a right at Taesung, fortunately he was able to raise his hands to support him. Vernars clenched his fists as he laughed, sorry, but you seem to be much weaker than I thought. Taesung was provoked by Vernars' sarcastic laughter, he built up energy in his fists and jumped up to counterattack, stop playing with me. However, Vernars still laughed with pleasure, it seems that you still have the strength to confront me, perfect, so you are my junior. Just then, Vernars swung his fist at Taesung but he quickly moved behind him. Vernars glanced at Taesung's movements with a slightly surprised expression on his face. Taesung creates a pulse sphere with all his remaining neo-awakening energy, dying. The bridge pulse fired towards Vernars like a shell that broke the air flow around it. Still, Vernars casually stood stroking his hair with an arrogant smile, I don't think you're going to play that trick. As the sphere approached Vernars, he gently raised his hand to block it. The collision between the two energy streams caused a dazzling explosion of light. When that blinding light dissipated, Taesung suddenly appeared close in front of Vernars. Taesung swung his mana-accumulated fist at Vernars causing him to cry out in delight, so even the sphere was fake. Vernars reached up and grabbed Taesung's face as he tried to attack him. Vernars swung a hand and threw Taesung away, only a weak idiot like you would use this cat trick. While Taesung was hovering over Vernars' throw, he jumped up and chased after him. As the two were flying in the air, Vernars threw punches that struck Taesung in the face. Vernars laughed with excitement on his face, ha ha ha, I like hitting people empty-handed. Tae-sung couldn't even dodge or block Werner's attack at this time. He thought helplessly, he still couldn't defeat him despite the power of the new blood. Is this a dream? Tae-sung wondered sourly as he was punched repeatedly in the face. Wernars didn't stop punching Tae-sung in the face, making him doubt his life deeply. The power gap was so great. Even after the two of them landed, Wernars still aggressively punched Tae-sung repeatedly in the face. It was a long way to know the horse or the young man. Meanwhile, Tae-sung could only bear the blow. A stone statue that was this strong, this was crazy. Seeing Tae-sung lying on the ground with his breath down but the power of the new blood awakening had not yet dissipated, Wernars laughed even deeper. Just then, he sent striker Tae-sung flying away, causing him to hit the opposite wall. Seeing Tae-sung tiredly leaning against the cracked wall, Wernars mocked him again. You only have so much, I'm disappointed in you. He smirked at Tae-sung. If this was a real battle, you would be dead, Tae-sung said bitterly. Shut up. Then he stood up with his body shaking with fatigue. I wasn't done yet. However, Tae-sung's hair began to turn black again and his neo-blood awakening state dissipated at the same time. Seeing this, Wernars was even more able to taunt Tae-sung. That's all that has knocked your neo-blood state into a cloud of smoke. All my descendants are as weak as you. However, Wernars didn't intend to trouble Tae-sung anymore. Well, this is enough. I won't beat you to death. Now that you believe I am Wernars, Tae-sung still asked in a slightly suspicious tone, are you really a god of Wernars? Well, actually his shadow. Wernars replied with a grin, well, I guess you can assume Wernars is here. Wernars laughed and told Tae-sung, I have seen many people deal with this dungeon, but you were the first to awaken me like this, my descendant. Do you know how long it has been since I waited to be awakened? Tae-sung said casually, 500 years, his answer made Wernars roll his eyes in shock. How long? Tae-sung still calmly repeated, 500 years. Wernars still couldn't believe his ears and kept asking, really? But Tae-sung's answer hasn't changed, 500 years. After a moment of silence, Wernars grumbled, 500 years, so long, as if my riddle is hard to solve. Tae-sung relies on knowledge from the novel and judgment. The most likely is that no one will be able to awaken him. After his ascension, a struggle to be the heir to the god between his two sons took place. The loser took with him most of his subordinates and some of his creations. While the loser could not take revenge, he put the secrets attached to this place into one of the creatures. However, Tae-sung hid part of his knowledge. In the distant future, someone found those creatures in the ruins of the down god, and that person became Aiden's assistant and helped him get a fragment of the world. Wernars heard the story and grumbled in annoyance. Hell, they did inherit their old man's temperament, who would have expected everything to go away as soon as I left. After a short sigh, Wernars turned to look at Tae-sung with a wry look. Well, I shouldn't have let you see this side of me. Wernars clicked his tongue and turned to face Tae-sung. After all, my descendant, do you know what it means to awaken me? Tae-sung calmly replied, no, I don't know. Tae-sung's answer made Wernars feel incredulous. He asked again, do you know what it means to awaken me? But Tae-sung's answer is still the same, no, I don't know. Wernars exclaimed in shock, what, really, you're serious? Tae-sung nodded without hesitation, yes, really. Wernars felt even more confused, so why did you drip blood on the statue? Tae-sung replied calmly, in order to receive the world fragment. He was just as confused in his heart as Wernars. What is this? Aiden from the world-ruling mage received the world fragment here, and if the devil appeared he didn't know. After staring at Wernars for a while, a thought flashed through Tae-sung's mind, not to mention, he could only be awakened when he received blood from his bloodline. Wernars pondered for a moment before finally explaining to Tae-sung, yes, you'll get that if you wake me up, but what it really means to wake me up and why I left shadows behind is to teach you the new blood, Wernars announces to Tae-sung in a serious tone. Meanwhile, Tae-sung was still looking at Wernars with disbelief, so he was going to teach him how to make the most perfect use of the power of the new blood star. He cautiously asked Wernars again, if that was the reason, then why did it get to this point? He just needed to pass on his technique to his descendants. Wernars let out a sigh and explained to Tae-sung, that's fine, but there's a problem, whether all of my descendants will reach the best state enough to be able to teach the next life. The talent of using neo-blood is directly proportional to the consistency of one's blood. However, when the generation circle repeats and mixes with human blood, the blood of the new blood gradually loosens. In other words, the later generation, the more difficult it is to be able to properly use the power of the neo-blood. Although it is true that it can be achieved to some extent through practice, the question is whether anyone is capable of teaching it to the next generation, which is why the tomb god was created. Vernars looked around the mausoleum. This is a training ground for my descendants, and also a method for me to teach them directly. Vernars continued dejectedly, when you can manifest the holy blood and reach the level of turning it into an instinct, you can use the energy of the new blood perfectly. While Taesung is thinking about what he just explained, compared to 500 years ago, it is true that the bloodline of the evil god has thinned a lot. The reason Duke Vernars became a criminal is also because he tried to break the limits of the fluidity of this bloodline with a taboo. Taesung thought hesitantly, it was starting to get more troublesome, but this was probably an opportunity. Even if I had the ability to release new blood, it wouldn't be long. I needed to practice a lot to perfect the new blood realization. Taesung finally made the decision to ask Vernars, if it's practice, I'm very willing. How are you going to teach me? Vernars replied excitedly, isn't it already obvious? Seeing that Taesung was dumbfounded, Vernars laughed wickedly, that is. Fighting, over and over again, he winks at Taesung as if this is the obvious and only way to become strong. Immediately Vernars burst out laughing, haha, you will learn by being defeated repeatedly. Taesung heard it and froze with a bewildered expression, what, don't tell me you didn't mean to say anything but just fight with me. Vernars saw Taesung's dejected expression and put on a mocking face, what is that look? That's how I learned to fight. Today's children are so pampered, hey, my descendants are so weak. Taesung was sarcastic and retorted, don't you think I'm going to die before you learn? My ribs just broke. Vernars laughed again and said, well, I don't think it hurts anymore. Taesung noticed his wound now, what, the pain is gone. Vernars chuckled and raised 2 fingers in front of Taesung, son, I have 2 good news for you. First, as long as we are in this place, all wounds and mana will be restored and regenerated immediately, and second, I'm not your opponent. Taesung heard it and felt even more confused, what he was saying. At that moment, something landed right in front of Taesung, causing the ground to shake violently and bricks and stones to splash. While Taesung was still dumbfounded, Vernars gave him a mysterious smile, this kid, again. An athletic young man emerged from behind the smoke, hey, I'm an adult, is it a bit wrong for you to push your work to others? When the man stroking his hair stood up and looked at Taesung, a shock rushed over his head like a flood. Taesung quickly realized who the person in front of him was. He was a god at 10 years old, his hair was not silver, it seemed that he had not yet reached the stage of fully using the new blood. Fully neo-blooded in later years, Vernars had light gray eyes and gray hair like this. Old Vernars said to Taesung, you must have seen this kid on your way here, so there is no need to introduce him, he will be your right opponent. Young Vernars replied arrogantly, what do you mean, he won't stand a right? The young Vernars who just looked at him laughed at Taesung, hey weak, you better run away, being defeated by a 10-year-old is very embarrassing. Taesung couldn't help but feel stunned, wait, he just said he was a 10-year-old god right, that physicality is only 10 years old. Although he was a little shocked in his heart, Taesung was still very stiff to provoke young Vernars, but hey, 10 years old, are you going to fight in a mouth-to-mouth fight? Young Vernars paused when challenged, whatever. Taesung continued to say words of encouragement to his uncle, they said that the empty barrel was loud, so close his mouth and fight away, releasing the new blood power. Taesung turned on the neo-blood mode to awaken with full confidence, his physical strength was stronger than his. The young Vernars, however, smirked disdainfully, Neo-Asian. He laughed at Taesung, well, I wasn't going to use it, because if I did, you would. Young Vernars said as he gestured across Taesung's neck. Despite the threat, Taesung did not flinch and continued to challenge young Vernars, so I hope those words are not just clichés. Just then, Taesung swung his fist and rushed towards young Vernars at a speed as fast as a bullet. Suddenly, in the next second, Taesung was already lying in the dark with a sour smile, so that's not a cliché. Taesung was lying flat on the ground and face down on the cracked floor, making young Vernars laugh loudly. He was really a descendant. Weak, old Vernars also shook his head and lamented, he had already released all the new blood, why? Taesung right now just wished he could go deep into the ground, it's embarrassing. Meanwhile, young Vernars continues to disparage, I think he has no combat experience at all. Old Vernars also nodded in agreement, I guess I must teach him how to fight. Old Vernars immediately asked Taesung as he sat up in embarrassment, although you are really young, you can also release holy blood, but you don't know how to fight. Taesung honestly replied, I have never learned that. Old Vernars looked at Taesung puzzledly, strange, my descendants had never learned to fight. Then Taesung told him about how he got here and how the Grand Duke's bloodline was controlled. After hearing the whole thing, Old Vernars grumbled, I really don't like the way this family works at all. If I could leave this place, I would probably flip it over. Old Vernars let out a breath and held out his hand to Taesung, after all, I'll teach you how to fight a 10-year-old, just follow my instructions. Taesung couldn't hide his excited expression, a private lesson with the strongest person in the world. Taesung's heart sparked an outpouring of excitement, all the things he didn't learn in the training area would be able to learn here, while Old Vernars asked him, Descendant, do you know that you keep getting defeated in the same attacking position? Taesung stood up with a slanted look, you know, so how do you break this? Old Vernars began to explain, I'm going to take advantage of that arrogance. Meanwhile, young Vernars was yawning with a defiant gesture, the first two big guys were trying to beat a 10-year-old, they weren't embarrassed. Taesung was annoyed by his arrogance and asked Old Vernars, so what, how should we do it now? Along with Old Vernars' explanations, Taesung began to attack young Vernars. First, his attacks were all frontal and did not control the tempo. According to Old Vernars, Taesung tried to attack young Vernars with all the skills he acquired, even though it was quite clumsy. Even so, young Vernars easily dodged and fended off all of Taesung's attacks and counterattacked in a flash that prevented him from turning back. Despite being defeated repeatedly, Taesung's mind still holds the teaching of Old Vernars, that 10-year-old kid will think you are weak and he will continue to think so, take advantage of that carelessness as an opportunity when the time comes. Despite being blown away 73 times by young Vernars, Taesung persisted in attacking following the instructions of Old Vernars. When punching, try to move your body like this, and then the trajectory of the punch will change. Just as Old Vernars said, the change in posture meant that Taesung's punch trajectory was no longer just straight punches like before. However, just as Old Vernars warned Taesung beforehand, there is still a high chance that young Vernars will dodge because he is not an easy opponent. As soon as he dodged Taesung's blow, young Vernars immediately swung his leg up and kicked him back in the face. The simple but powerful kick was enough to send Taesung flying 10 meters away. Taesung was kicked so hard that he flew away from his newly awakened state. However, Taesung did not give up and looked up at young Vernars with a defiant gaze full of determination and willpower. Young Vernars continued to charge forward with a terrifying punch that created a small explosion on the wall. However, young Vernars did not aim at Taesung's head, he deliberately punched him sideways and created a large crack in the wall. Young Vernars laughed arrogantly at Taesung, hey, you're scared, you're not dead, don't worry. Seeing that Taesung was silent without protesting, young Vernars was even more able to taunt, why don't you say something, are you panicking because your attack is ineffective? His sarcasm immediately reminded Taesung of the moment he had missed punching earlier. While young Vernars is chattering about his strength, Taesung notices a scratch on his cheek, a sign that his attack has already touched his opponent. When Taesung lamented to the Old Vernars, damning the god, changing the trajectory is not very effective, what should I do? The Old Vernars laughed and encouraged him, haha, a gate is not natural, it must be made, so Taesung continued to persevere until he fought young Vernars for 271 rounds. By lap 272, Taesung was able to see how 10-year-old Vernars would move, and how he would counterattack. Thanks to his combat experience, Taesung bounced off the jumper just as young Vernars was about to counterattack. Seeing Taesung suddenly change direction to dodge, young Vernars stood stunned. Meanwhile, Taesung is upside down in the air right above young Vernars' head. As Taesung was about to land, a swear word forced out of young Vernars' mouth, ah, damn it. Soon after, Taesung slammed young Vernars into the ground and successfully counterattacked for the first time. Old Vernars brightened his eyes as he witnessed that delightful sight, this kid, he put everything he had learned into practice so well. Taesung, on the other hand, bared his teeth and laughed, finally getting a punch. However, while Taesung was having some excitement, suddenly a bolt of lightning struck him from the sky. The lightning bolt was sucked into the young Werner's hand as he emerged from the earlier smash. Noticing a menacing aura of energy enveloping young Werner's, Taesung hurriedly jumped back a few steps just in case. Young Werner's radiated murder in his voice. It looked like you were used to this. Soon, an energetic sphere is created in the hands of young Werner's, so now. I don't have to hold back any more, do I? Young Werner's unleash his abundant mana with a sinister laugh mixed with bitterness. Back a few minutes earlier, when Taesung performed a beautiful acrobatic stunt in the air and jumped from above, hitting young Werner's head straight against the stone floor. When young Werner's got up, he saw blood from his nose and a feeling of frustration immediately set in. What? He stared for a long time at the drops of fresh blood dripping onto the stone floor. Young Werner's was so angry that his face blackened, bloody. He had never been hurt by anyone. Just then, he looked up at Taesung with eyes filled with anger and mixed with shock. Eventually, young Werner's turned his rage into action, and he decided to put more energy into a fight with Taesung. When the ball in young Werner's hands was thrown towards Taesung, he promptly raised his hands to stop it. However, the power of this attack is no joke. It repels Taesung in the blink of an eye. Taesung struggled to resist and had anxiety in his heart. Damn, I'm being pushed back. If this continues, his body would be torn to pieces, a feeling of terror quickly overtaking Taesung's thoughts. He hurriedly glanced at old Werner's with a hint of hope, but now, he was even more shocked. Wait, what was he thinking without stopping the 10-year-old? While Taesung continues to be pushed back and turns his pleading gaze towards the old Werner's, he casually watches the fight with a mysterious smile. Young Werner's saw that Taesung's gaze wasn't focused on him and smiled sarcastically. You still have time to look the other way. Just then, young Werner's slammed into the middle of Taesung's chest with a heavenly punch that sent him being pushed against the wall. Taesung was hit by the pressure of that punch, breaking a few more ribs. He immediately painfully spat out blood in the young Werner's triumphant smile. Before Taesung could finish, young Werner's stormed out again with an excited expression on his face. In this moment of confusion and panic, Taesung is completely unable to do anything else. He could only stand still with successive punches from young Werner's that were inflicted on his chest. Punching bored, young Werner's suddenly grabbed Taesung's hand. He then without hesitation threw Taesung aloft like a toy. At the same time, young Werner's kicked the ground and flew up after Taesung. When he reached a rocky height, young Werner's swung his legs up and knocked Taesung to the ground with a relaxed expression. With the young Werner's powerful kick, Taesung lost his awakened Neoblood state and became even more worried. Damn, not only could he no longer use the Neoblood, but he couldn't even lift a finger. When Taesung manages to get up halfway through, he suddenly hears the sound of something crumbling overhead. Taesung panicked and hurriedly glanced upward. At that moment, he was shocked to realize that the dragon statue's head had been broken and was falling. Meanwhile, young Werner's is sitting high up and smiling as he watches Taesung get hit by the dragon's head. Young Werner's laughed sarcastically. It sounded deafening. Now I don't know if that weak guy is still alive. At this moment, when the haze cleared, Taesung's fist was pointed directly at the sky. Taesung lay on his back breathing pink while his chest was tensing with terror, and young Werner's continued to speak in a sarcastic tone. I have to admit you are brave too. After a moment of silent observation, he smiled slyly again. Oh, but it seemed like guts were the only thing you possessed, and young Werner's couldn't help but be pleased to see that the lower half of Taesung's body had been crushed in half by the statue's head. It took a while for Taesung to completely sit up hard. Damn, I couldn't move my legs. Young Werner's also noticed Taesung's bewildered expression, so he poked fun again. That owl must have hurt. Don't worry, weak one, I'll help you. Just then, young Werner's jumped down from the 100-meter-high statue. Young Werner's rushed down to Taesung with an arrogant laugh. I guarantee that it won't hurt anymore. Taesung is now in a state of helplessness. With his mana completely depleted, he can't awaken his Neoblood state and it takes another 8 seconds to recover enough mana. While young Werner's is rushing down to Taesung, he continues the countdown in hopes of recovering the necessary mana in time. Suddenly Taesung changed his expression with a sly smile. By the way, I have this and have always wanted to know, about the bodies of Vernar's bloodlines. While young Vernars was subjectively letting his guard down, a strange object flew back from the ground and past his eyes. Taesung grinned mischievously as he flicked a stone at young Vernars, whether our eyes were as soft as the others. With a precise kick by Taesung, the injured young Vernar's eyes turned red with anger. While young Vernars held his eyes and cried out in pain, he missed Taesung, allowing him to prolong the time a little longer. When there are only 2 seconds left before Taesung will recover enough mana, he is stunned to realize that young Vernar's hair color is slowly turning white in rage. Young Vernars enters a state of neo-blood awakening and thrusts his fists filled with rage at Taesung. "I will kill you." Young Vernars without hesitation aimed at Taesung's head. This time he had no intention of toying with him anymore. However, when young Vernar's fist bounced down, it collided with the brick face instead of Taesung's. As young Vernars was confused as to what had just happened, Taesung, in his newly awakened state, suddenly burst in from behind him. Taesung laughed and swung his fist at young Vernars. "I thought he would kill me if he awakened his new blood." Taesung arrogantly tossed his face into the sky while throwing his mana-filled punch. However, it seemed that things were going in the opposite direction. The young Vernars who was suddenly counterattacked didn't have time to dodge. He shouted, "You're doing." However, the roar was interrupted when Taesung's fist collided with his face. Seeing that young Vernars was stunned, Taesung immediately smiled approvingly. He could have hit one. However, the smile on Taesung's mouth quickly disappeared as young Vernar's voice sounded sarcastically again. "Huh, what is that weak punch?" Young Vernars stood as steady as a jelly table and Taesung's punch was like a cheek stroke to him. He said casually, "Do you really think you can crack my skull with that?" Just then, young Vernars grabbed Taesung by the neck vigorously. "I'll show you. This is what you need to do," at the same time in his hand creating an energetic pulse. Taesung swallowed bitterly as young Vernars flew in front of him. "Damn, isn't this too much for me?" It wasn't until this moment that old Vernars opened his mouth and stopped. With a gentle push by the old Vernars, Taesung was bounced backwards away from the young Vernars. Taesung sat up in bewilderment. "Huh, I just got blown away." When he looked up at young Vernars, he saw that old Vernars was shielding him. Old Vernars was cavalierly blocking the young Vernar's pulse with his hand. His intervention made young Vernars mad. "What the hell are you doing? Get out of the way." Old Vernars still calmly replied, "What do you think you are doing? I must have said our role is to teach our descendants." Old Vernars reminded in a serious voice. Practice time was over. The young Vernars was still gritting his teeth in disgust. "Would you say that if he were in my position right now?" Old Vernars glared up warning him to control his actions. That one glance was enough to frighten young Vernars. Finally, young Vernars returned to his normal state with a reluctant expression. I know. Seeing old Vernars patting young Vernar's head and praising him for doing well, Taesung breathed a sigh of relief. Well, he must be as scared of adult gods as anyone else. Young Vernars still raised his voice harshly. "Don't treat me like a child anymore." Taesung also came out of his neo-blood state with a relieved smile. At least he was alive. However, Taesung had not yet had time to rest when he was startled by a violent earthquake. Old Vernars calmly looked up at the cracking sky like shards of a mirror. "Oh, it looks like it's time for the dream to break away from reality. Descendant, come out here, I have something to give you," Taesung said wearily. "What is it right now?" Old Vernars replied with a laugh. "Is the reward for your practice." When Taesung stood up, old Vernars added, "Also, it seems that you have a different kind of blood god than me. I guess it is a great god and also my father, the sky god, Erida's blood, which is why while I have become a separate entity, some of Erida's blood still exists in the Vernars family. It seems that is the reason that Erida's blood can be stored in you." Old Vernars smiled mischievously and thought to himself, "Although I may be the child of a god, the mixture of Vernar's blood with his blood, I wonder what this combination would be." Just then, old Vernars pointed to Taesung's forehead and infused a strange aura of energy. "After all, I will give you the bodily blessing of a god as part of a gift." As the abundant energy flowed through Taesung's veins, old Vernars said with a grin, "With the blessing of this god, you will be able to awaken that power." Taesung looked down in amazement at his energetic body, the body of a star god. The term had never appeared in the magician who ruled the world before. After giving Taesung his blessing, old Vernars said, "For now, that's all I can do for you. Old Vernars smiled absurdly, meeting your family is also fun, we will reunite soon, let's say hello. However, young Vernars still looked at Tae-sung with spiteful eyes that made him a little confused. He was still irritated. I guess his honor was shaken when he was beaten by someone like me. After thinking for a while, Tae-sung opened his mouth to tell young Vernars, hey, 10 years old. Tae-sung smiled amicably and reconciled with young Vernars. Since everyone I met was weak, I thought he was too, but now that I know that the current generation is really different, I don't think the current generation can defeat him even if we fight together. Tae-sung smiled as hard as he could. Thank you, I learned so much from you, I hope to see you soon. In the face of Tae-sung's gentle demeanor, young Vernars finally stopped resenting, but he maintained an arrogant expression. Really, there was no need to say such obvious things. Young Vernars clicked his tongue to give Tae-sung a hint. There are a few things that the gods have left outside this tomb, it seems that this is the end, so try to find them. Tae-sung sighed with a bow of thanks. Okay, I'll do so. After that, the world around the three of them quickly collapses and Tae-sung is also plunged into darkness. When he opened his eyes, he saw a great change in the space around him. Tae-sung sat up dumbfoundedly looking at a chunk of glittering glass that was floating. What happened just now was a dream, I thought it wasn't nonsense, but... The moment he looked closely at that piece of glass, he suddenly realized it was what he was still looking for. In front of Tae-sung's eyes is the world fragment, a tool used by the ancient gods when creating this world. In other words, this is a piece of a perfect world, but Aiden has used these fragments of the world to gain enough power to be able to bring this world to its end. After approaching the world fragment, Tae-sung did not hesitate to put his hand on it and entered a state of neo-blood awakening. The energy from the shard quickly blended with Tae-sung's neo-blood energy. Tae-sung looked excitedly at the world fragment that was connected to his heart. Now that I have obtained the world fragment first, Aiden will not be able to become as strong as in the novel. From the reader's perspective, I am sure they will get very angry when a minor character takes away some of the protagonist's power, but I hope they understand. All of this is for true fullness of happiness. Tae-sung smiled contentedly, placing his hand on his chest with more peace of mind than before. After Tae-sung successfully conquered the tomb and went out, the news quickly spread to Lord Erna. The servant rushed to inform Erna. It seemed that Mord had returned from the tomb of the god. Erna sat swinging in the tree with interest. Yes, I heard, that's why I am making this plan. The servant asked her curiously. What's the plan? Erna giggled and waved her rabbit-shaped pen in the air. A business plan, of course, and the first tactic was. Good sister plan. Just then, Erna folded the notebook with a bright smile and a face as bright as a blossom. According to the content of the novel, the wizard rules the world. Unlike other clans, the candidate to inherit the Vernars family does not consist only of the direct children of the Grand Duke Vernars. In one generation, all the Grand Duke's descendants and the main branches who share his bloodline can compete for the position of inheritance of the family. So each succession candidate tries to strengthen their forces by recruiting Vernar's warriors, and at the moment, there are 5 candidates vying for that position. These include, Lady Erna, Young Master Viden, 4 Young Masters Huran, 3 Young Masters Dren, and Grand Young Master Aren. The news that Mord had successfully conquered the tomb of the deity immediately had a tremendous effect on all those who were vying for the inheritance. Not only Lady Erna, but young Master Viden is also making calculations along with his subordinates. I am sure that all the heir candidates are planning to recruit Mord to their side. Viden smiled slyly after taking a sip of tea. I can't let such a talent fall into the wrong place. It will be quite interesting to see their disappointed faces. Meanwhile, Tae-sung has been taken to the new residence assigned to him located in Grand Duke Vernar's stronghold, the first area outside the castle. While Tae-sung tours his surroundings, 2 servants reverently tell him, "From now on, this will be your residence, Mr. Mord." Tae-sung couldn't help but be surprised when he looked at the lavish room in front of him. The first area outside the castle was an area where only the wealthiest people could stay. Tae-sung felt a little incredulous and thought, while most ordinary warriors lived in the second area, they treated him so well because he had Vernar's blood and had used the awakening state of the Holy Blood Star. The more Tae-sung thought about it, the more surprised he was. It seemed that they had even given themselves a space to practice nearby, and with the addition of the 2 servants, it seemed like they were finally living like an aristocrat. Seeing Tae-sung engrossed in his surroundings, the two servants quickly retreated. If you need anything, please just tell us. Now we will prepare a new outfit for you, Mr. Mord, everything will be served according to your orders. Suddenly at that moment there was a loud knock on the door and several loud screams that shattered the peace in the room. Mr. Mord, are you in there? When the maid answered the door, two brash soldiers appeared, causing her to panic. Tae-sung glanced at the two soldiers warily, and they greeted him with arrogant tones, so he was Mord. According to Tae-sung's understanding, warriors can be divided into 4 levels: General Warrior, Intermediate Warrior, Advanced Warrior and Advanced Warrior. Tae-sung silently watched and assessed the two soldiers who were entering the room. These guys, it seemed that they were all mid-level warriors. The two soldiers continued to raise their voices. We came here to convey a message from young Master Dren. Soon, while Tae-sung wasn't impressed by the name Dren, a soldier opened a piece of paper and read it like a saint was just being given. Mr. Mord, I've heard stories about you. It's impressive. I believe that your talent will be a great help to me. Hopefully you will serve me as a warrior. I promise that you will receive top treatment. The soldier who finished reading the decree rolled it up with an arrogant smile. Haha, that's all. You should feel honored to be offered to be his sword. However, Tae-sung innocently asked them who he was. Tae-sung honestly asked, who is young Master Dren, basically because there are so many inheritance candidates in the novel, he can't remember them all and he only remembers the candidates who can survive the next 7 years. However, in the eyes of the two soldiers, Tae-sung's actions were a deep insult to their master. They were furious. You dare, this idiot. The two soldiers yelled at Tae-sung, you idiot, are you trying to talk to us? Tae-sung replied calmly, no, I just can't remember. Just as the situation became tense, another strange voice said, do you know young Master Viden? The two soldiers who had just heard Viden's name turned around in shock. What? When they saw a man bigger than them, the two of them immediately became alarmed. Wools, what are you doing here? Tae-sung calmly watched Wools and pondered, looking at how they reacted. It seemed that this guy was also a mid-level warrior. Viden was young Master Lu, right, and this guy seemed to have something more than Vernar's blood. Wools laughed and put his hand on a soldier's shoulder and provoked, of course I came here for the same reason. The other soldier grumpily chased him away. We came first, disappeared. Wools smirked at the soldier, oh, already weak, you should know first, if I am a warrior like you, I am ashamed to die. The soldier who was provoked is even angrier. What, bastard, why don't we go out and... Wools laughed disdainfully, interrupting the other soldier's words. Come out, I want to spoil you anyway. If I can stomp on you, I'm sure the other boy will learn a bunch of useful lessons too. Seeing the soldier's face fall, Wools overwhelmed the enemy even more with his aura, and if you don't have the guts, tail off and disappear, and remember to tell your young master about this defeat. The other soldier clenched his teeth in bitterness. However, they did not dare to strain with someone stronger than themselves, so they left in a hurry. Surely you will regret what you did today, Wools. Wools let out a cold, disgusted sound. You guys didn't say that all the time. Tae-sung was just watching silently. There was nothing they could do about him. It didn't seem like all the intermediate warriors were at the same level. After seeing off his opponent, Wools turned around and smiled fakely at Tae-sung. After all, Mr. Mord wasn't it? Wools kindly extended his hand to Tae-sung. It's a pleasure to meet, I'm Wools. Tae-sung politely replied, okay, Mr. Wools, no, I guess it's more appropriate for me to call seniors. Wools smiled and shook Tae-sung's hand. No, just Mr. Wools is fine. If you talk about it in such detail, the idiots from earlier are also my seniors, but the true rank of a warrior is not based on age. Having to respect someone just because he lives a little longer than me is not very ridiculous. After the greeting, Tae-sung got straight to the main point. Yes, you said it makes sense. After all, Mr. Wools, I'm sure the reason you came here is to recruit me to the Viden side, right? If I accept, what good will I have? Wools immediately replied, since you're a rising star, I've brought a whole bunch of proposals that fit you, but that doesn't matter. After all, I will do everything I can to bring you back to my master, even if I have to bruise you. Wools comes close to Tae-sung and flatly threatens him. Wools even put a death mark on his neck with an arrogant expression. He must have been excited to defeat a dull senior, but shouldn't he know the times a little? Tae-sung immediately understood the problem. It seemed that he was here to wage war with the sole intention of bringing me to his side. Well, it must be good, maybe I will see how effective training with the gods is. Immediately Taesung smirked and agreed to Wolf's challenge. Alright, Mr. Wolf, then let's fight. Very soon, Taesung and Wolf were at the training ground distributed to him. Before starting the match, Taesung asked, does Mr. Wolf need weapons? I don't think you are pure-blood Vernars, let alone fight me, you don't need weapons. Wolf laughed at Taesung's behavior. It's not like that, although I am not a pure-blood Vernars clan, I didn't use weapons in the first place, we have something even stronger than them. Just then, Wolf unleashed an impulse on his hands with an arrogant laugh. Wolf even raised his voice, Mr. Mord, I heard that you won the sect purely because of the holy blood. The impulse is a high-level skill that a rookie like you can never imitate, and since you can't use this technique, if you don't use the holy blood, the odds of winning are 0. However, Taesung's actions at that moment shattered Wolf's arrogance. It only took Taesung a few minutes to learn the impulse from Wolf. He also quickly entered a fighting stance right after. Okay, let's get started. Wolf stared at Taesung in shock. How could he? Don't say he learned it in 4 days, it couldn't be possible. Taesung immediately disappeared from his place and suddenly appeared close to Wolf, so don't you think I'll let those 4 days go by meaninglessly? At the same time, when Wolf could not defend, Taesung swung his legs high with a confident look. With just one charge from Taesung, Wolf was kicked and rolled a few rounds on the ground. He had a little panic in his heart, he was so fast, and besides, he was also very strong. Wolf hurriedly stooped low and tried to balance after Taesung's lightning kick. While he was still confused, Taesung rushed to attack again. Luckily, this time Wolf managed to roll to the side in time to dodge Taesung's powerful punch. Wolf was stunned to sit down when he saw the large hole in the ground that Taesung had just created. Wolf couldn't help but be overwhelmed in his heart, he was even stronger than he had heard. Within 4 days was it possible to get this strong? No, he definitely still had his true strength hidden. Wolf tried to regain his spirit with a wry smile. Ha ha ha, very impressive, it seems that I underestimate you. However, that reluctant smile quickly disappeared when he saw that Taesung's mana was expanding significantly. Taesung coldly glanced at Wolf. Now suddenly it's too late, this is just the beginning. Wolf momentarily felt a flinch. With such a large amount of mana, it was impossible for him to struggle to defeat the spearman, even if he was a descendant of the Vernars clan. Such a large amount of mana growth was not feasible at all. Immediately a logical speculation flashed in Wolf's mind. He smirked at Taesung. Mr. Mord, why? He had concealed his true strength in his battle with Reverend Daisley. Wolf spoke as if it were an affirmation instead of his own suspicion. Taesung pondered. It didn't look like he would believe me, and I didn't have any reason to explain. He probably thought such growth within 4 days was impossible. However, for me, there were 2 things that made this possible. First, it is the blessing of the body of the god. This blessing not only allows Taesung to exert his powers, but also manifests his natural talent, and as a result, both his physical condition and mana flourish. The second thing is that Taesung is using the world fragment as a source of mana. From his memories of the novel, he can visualize how to use it. Seeing Wolf's incredulous expression, Taesung secretly laughed in his stomach, although he had not used the world fragment yet, but seeing his face like that was also interesting. Wolf in the meantime still tried to appear arrogant. He refused to answer me. As soon as he stood up, Wolf confidently declared, well, it doesn't matter anyway, I admit to underestimating you, but even so, I'll show you my true strength. Wolf's actions made Taesung feel confused about what the hell he was doing, and soon his eyes widened in amazement. Right in front of Taesung's eyes, Wolf is transforming into a wolf with a large and mighty appearance that is completely different from before. Taesung said to himself, I was wondering what his blood was mixed with, so it was like this. In the novel Magicians Who Rule the World, there are people who suffer from the full moon curse, the majority of which transform on full moon nights and attack people in hysteria. Humans call them wanderers, a form of fusion between humans and beasts, but only a few people can overcome the curse and use that power whenever they want. Taesung couldn't help but be surprised that Wolf was a wanderer with the ability to transform in broad daylight. At that moment, Wolf's eyes were bright red, staring at Taesung with a burning aura. Now, are you ready? In the world of the magician who dominates the world, those who carry the Moon Yuan curse begin to appear on the day of the full moon. They transform reluctantly, and during that transformation, they go crazy and start attacking everyone in sight. There are people who can tame this curse forever and they will be able to use this power at will, a mix of beasts and humans. They are known as Lang. Wolves is a man with the ability to transform in broad daylight and his body is becoming twice as big as Taesung's. Wolf's menacing werewolf form made Taesung frown slightly. What? He turned out to be so much bigger. However, Taesung was still full of confidence in himself, his mana was still higher than his, so he immediately jumped to attack Wolves first. Taesung rushed towards Wolves and attacked him lightning with an impulse-filled punch. However, after a very loud crash, Taesung couldn't help but be shocked because nothing happened next. Wolf stood still like a stone statue with his arms crossed firmly to support Taesung's blow, the sight shocking him for a moment. He wasn't pushed back. Wolf flexed his muscles and opened his mouth in a hoarse voice, "Your mana still more than mine, however. I'm much bigger and stronger than you," Wolf said with a smile looking directly at Taesung. Just then, Wolf knocks Taesung's fist off and while Taesung can't figure anything out, he jumps at the chance to counterattack. Wolf swung his fist in the middle of Taesung's face and pushed his muscular arm so hard that Taesung couldn't resist. With a heavenly punch, Wolf knocked Taesung a dozen meters away. Taesung is knocked all the way to the opposite wall and the impact creates a large hole. As Taesung slid down along the cracking wall, a stream of scarlet blood flowed from his mouth. Taesung swiped the blood stain away and looked carefully at Wolf. He was stronger than he thought, but not to the point where he needed to use his Neo-Blood power, so in short, I was on his body in terms of mana, but Wolf was stronger and had better physical strength than me, so these two things offset each other. After pondering for a moment, Taesung calmly stood up and suggested, "Mr. Wolf, let's finish this." Wolf heard that and looked surprised. "What?" But he immediately burst out laughing. "Wait, you're asking for peace because you think you're going to lose, and you haven't used the new blood power yet," Taesung casually replied. "If I use it, I dare not confidently assert that I won't kill you," Taesung said apprehensively, but Wolf was stunned that it was a provocation. I know the Vernars have arrogance, but you are even more arrogant than them. Stop coloring and release your new blood." Taesung still said firmly, "I said no, and what I meant when I said to end this is to end this battle in one last move." Wolf continued to challenge aggressively. You have been bruised by me so far and now you dare to say that you will defeat me without using the new blood. Do you think that's possible?" While raising his fist towards Wolf, Taesung thought to himself, "It's time to use the world shard," and then he tells him, "Yes, because I haven't thrown my best yet." Taesung smiled a little arrogantly as his left chest lit up with the light of the world fragment. The person who owns the world fragment will be able to use it by mining its mana. After Taesung conquered the tomb of the deity last time, he obtained the first piece. Over the next 4 days, Taesung succeeds in removing the mana of this fragment using the method he reads in the novel, but because he only has one piece, he can only be blessed with the body of the deity god for only 20 seconds. However, Taesung is full of confidence that this alone will be enough to break the balance between him and Wolf. Wolf was momentarily horrified by the energy Taesung was generating, increasing his mana even more. He was such a monster. However, Wolf is not a coward who is easily intimidated by this. He still aggressively rushes to attack Taesung. "Okay, that's it." Wolf rushed towards Taesung and unleashed punches with intertwined impulses, taking advantage of his sharp and muscular claws. However, all of Wolf's attacks were dodged by Taesung, who moved gently left to right like a squirrel passing a branch. In the blink of an eye, Taesung overcame Wolf's attacks and approached him. While only a foot away from Wolf, Taesung suddenly flipped the banana planter with one hand. Just then, he spun to create momentum for a heel kick straight into Wolf's face. Wolf promptly raised his hands to shield in front of him and let out a cold cry of disdain for Taesung. That was all, but only then did he realize that the kick just now was just a trick. Now Taesung was ready to attack with a pulse. When the pulse was pushed towards Wolf, he didn't have time to defend himself, but stuck and squealed in pain. Taesung's pulse was so strong that it knocked Wolf off the ground and knocked him into his building. The impact caused a terrible explosion that blew away a corner of the building. The soldiers who followed Wolf called out to him in a panic, "Sir, Mr. Wolf," and Taesung was also anxiously worried about the new house assigned to him. The soldiers shouted, "Mr. Wolf, you're not dead, are you? Hey, hurry up and check." Meanwhile, Wolves is in the shadow of self-blame. Have I really lost? At this rate, I won't have a nose to see Lord Vyden anymore. Although he was conscious, Wolves lay still in one place with guilt and humiliation, unwilling to admit the fact that he had failed the task assigned to him by his master. As he lay among the wreckage, Wolves suddenly remembered what Vyden had told him. Wolves, Mord may become a strong ally for our good. Vyden even condescendingly told Wolves, so, please, lend me your power. That's why Wolves took this task so seriously. He didn't want to fall in love with someone who trusted him so much. After a moment of remembering Vyden's words, Wolf's heart rebounded and he immediately stood up. Meanwhile, Taesung was sighing in disbelief as the room was half blown away. It's over. I didn't know my house was going to become this fishy. What do I do with the repair fee now? Suddenly at this moment there was a shout of joy from the soldiers that startled Taesung to open his eyes. Mr. Wolves, you are safe. Wolves had returned to the court with a completely different aura. His body was covered in more powerful energy than before and it was constantly changing. Wolves let out an aggressive roar at Taesung as soon as he returned to the court. With a fierce roar, Wolf's form changed to bigger and his muscles tensed as if he was about to rip the skin apart. Taesung furrowed his eyebrows a little worried when he saw Wolf's sudden change. He still had a star eraser card. Faced with a situation that became more dangerous, Taesung thought to himself, there is no other way. I need to release my new blood power. I am still having difficulty controlling my power, so I am a little hesitant, but... Just as Taesung was about to transform into a Neo-Blood awakening state and Wolves was about to storm in, a sweet but powerful voice sounded, stopping. Just then, a figure flashed past and kicked Wolves hard on the back. His strength was so terrible that Wolves was knocked away. His body was dragged across the ring and quickly returned to his normal state. The soldiers rushed to the woman who had just kicked Wolves. Lady Erna, Taesung just heard and felt suspicious. If it is true that Erna is here, then, she is one of the 7 people aiming for the throne, right? The 2 panicked soldiers asked Erna, what was this act of violence? Lord Wolves was carrying out Lord Vyden's orders. Erna calmly replied, if they continued, one of them would have to die, and the one with a higher chance of dying was Wolves. Erna calmly dealt with the soldiers' questions. He had lost his reason so he was so mad. Mr. Wolves hadn't mastered the transformation skill yet, hadn't he? A soldier hesitantly replied, that's right. Erna continued, even if he woke up, he would have agreed with my actions. Hurry up and take him to the treatment room. The soldiers immediately obeyed Erna. Yes, I see. After finishing Wolves' story, Erna turned to Taesung in a gentle voice, Mord, we haven't met before, have we? I've heard something about you. Erna excitedly walked up to Taesung. She had always wanted to see him. It was nice to meet him. Taesung saw Erna at a close distance and was a little awkward in her heart. Her body was quite similar to mine, but still, unlike me, her face was real. Taesung imagines Erna as a muscular rabbit that makes him shudder for a moment, and Erna still acts extremely innocently adorable. Her name is Erna Vernas. She will give you a special right to call her sister Erna. Taesung was completely shocked when he heard Erna tell her to call her sister. He couldn't absorb this image and put on a face of extreme criticism. She refused. Then Erna returned to her own room with an unconcealable embarrassment. Ah, so embarrassed, so embarrassed. Erna's subordinates heard her lament and poured cold water on it, which is why I told her to stop the friendly sister plan. His subordinates gently admonished Erna. He was an illegitimate child who lived a poor life until recently. He wouldn't like it if an orthodox child of the Vernars approached and appeared friendly, right? However, Erna was very firm in her thoughts. That's why I think she'll like it better. Soon after, Erna changed the subject again with an excited expression on her face. Anyway, I was surprised that she was able to defeat Wolves without releasing her Neo-Blood powers. His subordinates agreed with Erna. I was also shocked. Wolves didn't have much combat experience so his progress had stalled, but his skills were at the level of a skilled fighter. Erna nodded excitedly. Yes, that's why I wanted to kill him first. Erna's subordinates said again. The problem was that the news that he had defeated Wolves had already spread all over here. Thanks to that, the scramble for Mord would be even more fierce. Just as Erna's subordinates had predicted, rumors about Taesung spread faster and faster. Each of the heirs wanted to lure him towards them and they were all planning in secret. Erna asked her subordinate in confusion, what are we supposed to do? Her subordinate said, what do you mean when you ask what we should do now? Instead of going there directly, send someone good at negotiating and give him a convincing offer. Suddenly at this moment a soldier ran in to interrupt their conversation. "Lady, this is urgent news." Erna calmly asked the soldier. What's wrong?" The soldier hurriedly shouted. "Viscount Windsole, he has already announced that Mord will join him in his mission to stop demonization." As soon as Erna heard it, her eyes widened in shock. What, just like that, had yet another unexpected situation. Only half a day after the fight ended and Wools woke up, Tae-sung was standing in front of the house like new. "The house was repaired so quickly, I thought Mr. Wools would feel annoyed after losing to me, but I didn't expect him to accept the loss and even pay for the damage." Tae-sung was looking at his newly renovated house when suddenly there was a look of shock on his face. Tae-sung looked at the overhead window and he was startled to realize when Kessner had been there. "Mr. Kessner." As soon as he met Tae-sung, Kessner grumbled. "Mord, it seems that as soon as you come back, you have already messed up. Can't you live a quiet life?" Tae-sung replied with a grin. "Everyone wants to fight with me, I have no choice. Anyway, what are you here for?" Kessner didn't go around any further. He directly suggested Tae-sung. "In 10 days, my subordinate and I will go on a mission. Mord, I want you to join us." Tae-sung dimly understood what the mission was and looked at Kessner with probing eyes. His mission was. Kessner didn't need to wait for Tae-sung to finish asking the question. He bluntly said, "Yes, to stop demonization." While the existence of monsters inside haunted dungeons and other ordinary dungeons remains the same, they differ only in origin. Most ordinary dungeons are merely accidental or random appearances. However, demonization is a deliberate act of demons to invade humanity. Not only monsters appear inside the dungeon but also powerful demons inside play an important role. Demonization can be classified into 3 stages of development. Stage 1 is when the tornado appears, Stage 2 is when the tornado is strengthened and people can go inside. And the 3rd stage is when the nearby land is damaged and the demon realm becomes stronger and stronger with more demons appearing. If the demonization process is not stopped until Stage 3, it is a chance for the dungeon hole to occur. Once the dungeon hole occurs, both worlds will be completely connected to each other and demons will begin to enter the human world. From Stage 3 the human world has already been affected and damaged, so the ideal is to prevent everything from Stage 2. In addition, only those who have awakened the new blood can go to the center of the 2nd stage dungeon and destroy its core, which is why the Vernars clan, the clan that possesses the blood of the demon god, is esteemed. Seeing Tae-sung pondering, Kessner added, "Although this would be a great opportunity for people like him to gain combat experience, it was quite dangerous because dozens of people had already died as a result of these missions, which was why he didn't want to force him to go if he wanted to refuse." Tae-sung continued to ponder carefully. "Kessner is a confidant of the Grand Duke. I'm pretty sure this will help me a lot in the future. It will be worth taking this risk." Kessner waited patiently for Tae-sung while Tae-sung continued to hesitate. "Since I also received too much attention due to the incident with Mr. Wools, and I was also tired of confronting people who wanted to solicit fights, so accepting Mr. Kessner's offer could be a great opportunity to change the situation." After a long hesitation, Tae-sung stood up and gave Kessner an answer, which he accepted. Tae-sung clenched his fists with a cheerful expression. "You'll start practicing in the afternoon, right?" As soon as Tae-sung made his decision, Kessner took him to introduce him to everyone on the team. Kessner told the other 8 members, "Sorry for the last-minute decision, but he will be with us on this mission." Kessner briefly introduced, "This is Mord, the kid who defeated Instructor Daisley, just recently. He even beat the Wolf's Warrior Intermediate." Everyone greeted each other. Meanwhile, Tae-sung is carefully watching the members of the team. He silently judged their abilities. He was sure all of Kessner's soldiers should be at least warrior level. Tae-sung rolled his eyes and looked around at the group with a little worry in his heart. He must have wondered how a new warrior like himself could join them in this special mission. When one of the group members walked towards Tae-sung, he immediately thought, "I guess I have no choice but to prove myself. Okay, is this guy going to be my next target?" Tae-sung also took the time to carefully evaluate the man approaching. Even though he was only about 1'8", his body was forged through experience and practice. Tae-sung's heart was full of fierce will. I would definitely defeat him. However, at that moment, the man suddenly grabbed Tae-sung's hand. The man grinned in greeting, so he was the rookie everyone was talking about. "Nice to meet him." Taesung was inexplicably blank as he looked at the friendly expression on the man's face. At the same time, the other members of the group also walked up to Taesung with excited expressions that made him bewildered. Get along with me. Seeing that everyone greeted Taesung enthusiastically, Kestner let them get acquainted for a while before getting back to the main thing. Okay, let's focus. When all eyes were on Kestner again, he told them, 10 days later, we're going to focus on making sure we can work together in the best way. Sorry, but I need to go challenge the tomb god. Until I'm done I'll leave you guys to practice alone. Kestner said to the first young man to approach Taesung, Erickson, low moored for me. Erickson grinned, you go safely. After Kestner left, Erickson turned to Taesung, moored, why don't we introduce ourselves a bit? Erickson introduces Taesung to a big muscular man with dark skin. I'm Erickson, middle-level warrior, and this is also another middle-level warrior, Reek. Both of you are from the blood of the Vernars. Your role will be to work with Reek and support Mr. Kestner in the center of the squad. Erickson happily instructs Taesung, since working together in combat is quite important, let's get along. However, Taesung's heart is full of doubts and harmony. When Taesung's gaze turned to Reek, he silently lamented, how can I get along with someone so emotionless? Seeing that Taesung didn't question, Erickson snapped his fingers and gestured to everyone, okay, because we don't have much time. So why don't we start practicing? After listening to Erickson, everyone quickly started practicing. 10 days later, when Kestner stepped out of his tomb, his men were already waiting with loud congratulations. Viscount Windsole was gone. I knew he would conquer it. Congratulations on his safe return. A soldier excitedly asked Kestner if he wanted something to eat before leaving. Kestner calmly waved his hand and replied, sorry, thank you for the invitation but I have an important task to do. Seeing Kestner leave in a hurry, the soldiers bowed reverently, wishing him peace. Kestner left the tomb wistfully, wondering if the kid was used to everything. When Kestner returns to his training area, an incredible sight is unfolding. Taesung moves so fast and flexibly that only flashes of light can be seen. Taesung is coordinating dual training with Reek, who displays remarkable strength that leaves Kestner speechlessly surprised. After watching for a moment, Kestner wondered, what is this power? Kestner watched Taesung intently with a look of surprise mixed with curiosity. That moored kid was completely different from when I met him at the Soul fight, not to mention that he was even stronger than he was back then. As soon as he saw Kestner return, Erickson rushed over excitedly, Viscount Windsole, he was back. Kestner nodded and asked him immediately, yes, how was Mord's training? Erickson said with a smile, we taught him the most important types of battle formations, since he was not trained in combat magic, so we focused on his basic abilities first. We also taught him how to use physical enhancement to neutralize poison. Kestner nodded and asked, in his opinion, what he thought of him. Erickson honestly replied, he absorbed quite quickly. However, what was even more unthinkable was the time that he could maintain the Neoblood awakening. He could sustain it as long as Reek. Kestner looked at Erickson in shock with suspicious eyes. Increasing the amount of time he could maintain in that state was not something he could do in a short time, even though he had only recently awakened the new blood. He was saying that the boy was on par with Reek, who had awakened the Neoblood 12 years ago. Erickson replied with a laugh, yes, haha, I couldn't believe my eyes either. Kestner agreed, that kid, he's such an unbelievable monster. Meanwhile, Taesung doesn't notice that Kestner is back. He enthralls training with extreme excitement. This is fun. Taesung swung his kicking legs high while jumping, causing Reek to lean back to dodge. During training, Taesung always had a bright, happy smile, and every time he learned something new, he could feel himself clearly stronger. In the moment Taesung swung his fist up, he suddenly remembered himself before crossing the air and became even more excited. Even though he had no dreams or goals in the past, he now feels like he can do anything. The next day, Kestner announced to the group, we're now moving to the mission area. Before leaving, Kestner also encouraged the warrior spirits, thanks for their hard training. I'm pretty sure you guys have prepared enough and this mission is just mosquitoes, just in case. Does anyone worry about this mission? Erickson laughed and nudged Taesung's stomach, of course not, I'm sure we've got everything ready when we have him around. Kestner saw that Taesung had integrated with everyone and whispered in relief, although each individual was quite important for this task, but above all it was still a masterful cooperation between the team members during the battle. I was quite worried if Mord could cooperate well with them in just the last 10 days. But it looks like he's matured enough to know his role and adjust himself to fight. I've felt this before, but there's clearly something about him that makes him seem older. After thinking about it for a while, Kestner asked Taesung, Mord, privately, if he was sure we would return safely. Taesung smiled confidently and replied, of course, I'm eager to start this mission. Kestner said with a satisfied smile, perfect. As everyone set off, Kestner carefully instructed them, make sure we keep enough energy when we need it, I'm sure you'll have dozens of chances to fight. It took only a few days for Kestner's team to reach the mission area. They stood on a ledge and carefully observed the situation around them. After a moment of consideration of the situation, Kestner grumbled, damn. The scene of the tornado raging made Kestner nervous. After only 10 days, the second phase of demonization had already begun. Suddenly at that moment, a subordinate in charge of monitoring the demonization situation appeared, Viscount Windsoul, there you are. Kestner immediately inquired about the situation. It was hard for him, but it seemed that the day of the invasion was earlier than expected. What's wrong? The confused guard explained, that. There seemed to be another sign of demonization in this area. Although the invasion hadn't started yet, it was only a matter of time. Kestner was shocked and twitched his lips. If the demonization occurs in two places close to each other, then the likelihood of them fusion will also increase. After the fusion is over, the process of invasion will be accelerated and the level of danger will also increase, in this tense situation. But Eriksson still tries to be optimistic. Gosh, I guess we have to forget about playing around and get this mess out of it as quickly as we can. Kestner immediately took off his robe and tossed it aside and ordered, we will not rest again, although you must be tired, but all must focus on me. Kestner first jumps off the ledge, we'll all go in unison. And aiming straight for the center immediately, following Kestner, the members of the group also jumped off the cliff without hesitation. As soon as he landed in the valley below, Taesung was immediately surprised by the scene in front of him, feeling like he was looking at a painting. A huge tower covered in ghostly reddish-purple tones was emitting dark energy and creepy screeching sounds. Taesung stares at the tower just like the novel describes, it must be the central tower. Suddenly there were sounds of heavy and rushed breathing intertwined with barking that echoed throughout the valley. Taesung furrowed his eyebrows at a bunch of black objects moving at the base of the tower. That sound, hell dogs, Kestner said, probably because their numbers were so large and a bunch of them couldn't be kidding. As the hell dogs rushed toward Kestner's group, he added, those dogs aren't everything. As Kestner speculated, behind those hellish dogs there was also the appearance of another group of monsters with fangs like wild boars and aggressive attitude. It was an army of ferocious orcs up to 5 meters large, their eyes bloodshot with burning aura. Kestner didn't dare to hesitate any longer, immediately divided the task among everyone. Reek, Mord entered the state of opening the new blood. Mord, do you remember how to make a holy blood trap? Taesung nodded immediately, yes. Just then, Kestner stamped his feet on the ground and at the same time entered a state of neo-blood awakening with Taesung and Reek. Okay, now everyone, scatter. As the powerful wave of neo-blood energy from the three of them spread around, the other members also quickly split up to attack the monsters. Each member of the team has their own forte and all keep their offensive position in mind, forming a solid sweeping formation. As they approached the monsters, the party members began to draw their weapons and jump towards the monsters. Each person in the group wields a weapon of their forte, whether male or female, fighting fearlessly. Shining crescent-shaped slashes were constantly unleashed in the air and killed the hellhounds. Meanwhile, the stronger orcs walking behind the hounds also quickly became targets. Eriksson took a long and mighty lance and walked towards the orcs. When he reached the right distance, Eriksson stretched out and pulled his lance back with a confident smile aimed at the orcs. With just one basic spear throw, Eriksson created a huge streak of energy that sliced along the orc formation and killed countless orcs in the lance's path. However, even though the team was doing a great job sweeping the monsters, Kestner was stunned. Strange. Kestner couldn't help but worry as he watched the hordes of monsters of all kinds rushing up. Compared to their numbers, that speed of movement was too fast. At the same time, both Taesung and Reek share Kestner's thoughts. It seems that demonization fusion is already underway. Besides, it is too late to call for reinforcements. which means, the plan has not changed, we just need to open a bloodline and deal with the core as quickly as possible. Kessner immediately instructed, Reek, Mord, you two will deal with the Cyclopes, and I will deal with the Etons. Along with Kessner's orders, Taesung and Reek immediately split into the wings of the monsters. Taesung ran to the side to face the one-eyed giants who were twice as tall as the other orcs. However, Taesung unflinchingly unleashed his long-range shock punch and sent the one-eyed giants tumbling into each other. The one-eyed giants, like key struck by the shockwave, easily fell down on top of each other. Reek on the opposite side looked at Taesung with concern. Mord, that kid, even though this is the first time he has entered a battle to stop demonization, he is not afraid of anything, that feeling he has seen since training, but now he is really something. While Reek was distracted, a two-horned demon suddenly appeared that startled him. The hell, since when? The two-horned demon opened its mouth and was rapidly condensing its energy to form a sphere. Reek flinched a little when he was suddenly attacked by the demon, but he quickly regained his composure. He had to set a trap quickly. At that moment, from the sky, a flashing object flew towards the two-horned demon. A ball of energy the size of the demon's head directly collided with one side of its face, causing its energy accumulation to be interrupted. The two-horned demon vomited and unleashed a large pool of blood. Only then did Reek realize that Taesung had just assisted him. While still hovering opposite the two-horned demon, Taesung turned to gesture to Reek. To his right, Reek immediately nodded to show that he understood. Just then, Reek also jumped off the ground and charged towards the two-horned demon. Both of them simultaneously attacked the sides of the demon's chest, causing it to resist in time and let out a loud howl. It immediately fell to its knees on the ground after being subjected to the onslaught of attacks. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the demon crouching close to the ground, Taesung appeared in front of him with his fist filled with impulse. He aimed directly into the demon's eyes and unleashed a move that shocked it, rolling his eyes without being able to resist. With that thunderous punch, Taesung completely destroyed the two-horned demon's head and caused its brain to splash everywhere. The seasoned Reek witnessed this scene and was stunned. I thought he was something. But now I get it, he's a monster. As soon as he finished dealing with the two-horned demon, Taesung grinned. Thank you, Mr. Reek, I don't want to be stained with Cyclop blood. Foul, thanks to you I dodged. Reek coldly replied, the Viscount must be done with those monsters and headed to the center of the tower. Let's hurry up, too. When the two of them reached Kessner, Reek paused in shock. Contrary to Reek's predictions, Kessner is still being held back not far from them. Opposite Kessner, there are 5 flying demons surrounding like vultures waiting for scavengers. Reek's voice became more serious, as if the fusion was complete. Reek urgently urges Taesung, the fusion has already made the demonization process faster, we now have to face stronger demons in the center, quickly break it. While Taesung was skimming after Reek to the core, suddenly something grabbed his leg. When Taesung looked down, he noticed that a demonic hand was emerging from the ground and grabbed his ankle without letting go. A savage laugh comes from beneath the ground where Taesung is standing and he feels the ground cracking. Taesung was dragged underground and could only let out a broken scream, Reek. Reek paused when he heard Taesung's call and immediately turned his head to see the situation. However, behind Reek there is now only an empty space and even when calling Mord's name, there is no response. Meanwhile, Taesung has been dragged into a lair deep underground. As soon as he touched the ground, Taesung immediately looked around vigilantly. What had just happened? A gloomy voice said, look, falling from that height and you're okay. When Taesung looked up at the throne in front of him, a demon emitting a terrifying aura was talking, although you are young, you are still a person with the blood of the down god. As Taesung stares at the scene behind the demon, he discovers, wait, it is. It was the door between the demon realm and this place, so this must be the deepest place. And that bastard was. Taesung asked the demon bluntly, are you the core of the dungeon? The demon did not circle around, yes. The demon arrogantly declares to Taesung, the one who will bring you death is me, Baron Ultaz, who was chosen by the great dark source. While Taesung was facing Ultaz, Reek rushed to Kessner to report that the team, Captain, Mord had been dragged underground. Kessner had just finished tackling the 5 flying demons and turned to look at Reek in shock. What? However, Kessner very quickly calmly asked Reek carefully, exactly in what position. Reek hurriedly led the way for Kessner, please follow me. They had just moved a few steps when a thunder crashed across the sky and something terrible appeared that stood in their way. Taesung from the underground still casually asked Ultaz, "Baron Ultaz, what did you bring me to the deepest place?" Ultaz did not show any enthusiasm. "Well, that's it." Ultaz smiled and explained, there had been a merger between two dungeons and other hegemonic level demons had intervened. Fighting was a matter of sooner or later, so we made a bet, the loser would have to stay here to protect the core. The winner was allowed to go out and enjoy his dinner on the ground. At the same time, the other hegemonic demon was standing in front of Kessner and Reek with a defiant arrogant laugh. Ultaz pointed casually at Taesung. "You see, as a result, Baron Ultaz have to stay here, but there are 3 people here who possess the holy blood of the deity, so the other will not feel betrayed if I eat the youngest." Ultaz said as he licked his mouth with his pussy, "My style was more about catching the kids than the adepts, the meat was softer so it tasted better." Taesung was a little nervous in his heart. Fighting solo with hegemonic level demons, this situation was really unforeseen. The stronger the demon who plays the core role of the demonized dungeon, the more demons can appear in the dungeon. The rank of ordinary demons is low, intermediate. The rank of hegemonic level demons is divided into marquises, viscounts, counts and barons. On top of that, there are demons of the rank of demon army, duke, and grand duke. Among them, the baron is a powerful demon that can kill most advanced warriors with one blow. Kessner can easily defeat them in a solo battle, but Taesung is just a dreamer who does not have much combat experience. Meanwhile, on the ground, Kessner couldn't help but worry about Taesung. "This is bad, this blue horn clearly has hegemonic demonic potential but has only partially developed it. He cannot take on the position of a hegemonic level demon on his own, that meant there was one stronger than him." Kessner carefully released the Neoblood energy and questioned the blue demon. "Why take the youngest of us away? You all need to be taught a lesson, like you are lazy to even talk. I will finish you off in a minute." The blue demon laughed and mocked Kessner. "Finish me off? No, you will all have to melt in my belly." Reek now also rushes in front of the demon. "Captain, I will support you." Kessner, however, said calmly, "There's no need." Just then, Kessner activated his awakening Neoblood power and his hair turned silvery white. "Blue horns, wait and see, I alone is enough to deal with you." Meanwhile, Taesung is underground, thinking about how to deal with Ultaz. In this case, it doesn't make sense to try to figure out what he is capable of. Finally, after a moment of reflection, he also entered the state of Neoblood awakening. If there was only a direct way to fight him, he would have to fight with all his might. Ultaz saw Taesung's hair turn white and immediately laughed. "If you use holy blood, it won't work, okay, then." As soon as he finished, Ultaz jumped to attack Taesung but was kicked away by him. Despite the hit, Ultaz landed with an arrogant smile. "Ha, you're better than I thought, but that's it." Just then, he chanted a spell that created a huge circle of magic that attacked Taesung. Along with Ultaz's jutsu, dozens of fireballs fly towards Taesung and surround him. Taesung unflinchingly swung his fist ready to strike back. He unleashed a destructive illusion with diffuse shock waves colliding with fireballs in all directions. A concussion explosion occurs when 2 energy streams collide and fire is fanned in the blink of an eye. Ultaz laughed smugly when he saw the explosion. "I was going to play and kill you, but who would have expected you to die so quickly?" However, his arrogant gloating laughter was immediately shattered by Taesung's fist soon after. Ultaz was knocked away once again by Taesung's sudden counterattack. When he got up, he saw that Taesung was building up energy that created a pulse that shot towards him. 5 pulses flew towards Ultaz at the same time, making him a little surprised by Taesung's strength. 5 resounding explosions and haze erupted as Taesung's spheres collided with Ultaz. Taesung nervously stared into the smoke to see how effective the attack was. Since his transformation into Mord, he had fought a few times already, but this was the first time he felt like fighting with all his might. While Taesung pondered, a fierce roar erupted from the smoke and dust that startled him. Ultaz was rising from the wreckage and unleashing his dark energy with a fierce roar. Taesung cautiously stepped back as Ultaz stared at him. Unbelievable, after receiving that blow he was still moving. Taesung silently lamented while Ultaz was getting ready to counterattack. "Well, I didn't think he would die easily anyway." Ultaz didn't say much to Taesung but rushed towards him with a fierce aura. Taesung didn't falter at Ultaz's advance, but quickly activated more power from the world fragment to deal with it. With the abundant energy brought about by the world shard, Taesung's power is pushed up another notch. The energy emanating from Taesung and Ultaz confronted each other on par immediately afterwards, creating a unique collision scene. At this moment, Ultaz suddenly appeared a weapon. When that weapon was completely revealed, it was a powerful giant sword. Ultaz, who had just secured the sword in his hand, swung it and slashed at Taesung in the blink of an eye, the powerful sword chi sliding over Taesung's shoulder but unable to injure him. In response, Taesung rushed up and jumped towards Ultaz with a punch that accumulated abundant energy. He punched straight in the middle of Ultaz's face without deflecting a word, his fist digging into the middle of his face as if Taesung's hand was sinking into it. Taesung rushed past Ultaz and gently landed behind him, while an explosion sounded at the demon. Taesung cautiously glanced over at Ultaz to probe if it was alive. As a result, Ultaz's head was blown away with a single punch from Taesung, and from his severed neck were spreading dark aura. Whether he looked at the front or back of Ultaz, there was not the slightest chance that his head would grow back. Taesung could breathe a sigh of relief now. Suddenly Ultaz's body disintegrated like a pile of slimy mud that fell to the ground, leaving only a glowing circular object suspended in mid-air. Taesung saw this sphere of energy for the first time, but he quickly realized what it was. According to the description of the magician who rules the world, it is the core of this dungeon. Meanwhile, on the ground, the Blue Devil's head had been chopped down by Kessner. Kessner hurriedly turned to Reek. "Mr. Reek, collect the loot and join the team, I will go to the deepest." Reek is worried about stopping Kessner, even as the captain. It is dangerous to go down there alone, the two dungeons have been merged so we don't know what we will face. However, Kessner left immediately with a feverish desire to save Taesung. "It's okay, don't worry." Reek tries to call with Theo Kessner but can't stop him, "Captain." When Kessner reached the deepest floor of the tower, Taesung calmly said, "Here you are." Seeing that Taesung's demeanor was surprisingly calm, Kessner looked around in bewilderment. "There are no demons here." Taesung hugged Ultaz's sword and said, "There is one, use this sword." Kessner raised his eyebrows in disbelief. "It must be a hegemonic level weapon, you knocked him down." Taesung calmly replied, "Yes, thanks to luck. If he had attacked me with all his strength in the first place, I wouldn't have had much chance of winning, but I won because he accidentally underestimated me." Kessner continued to look at Taesung with unbelievable eyes. No matter how unintentional the opponent was, the fact that a young man who had just awakened his holy blood could defeat a hegemonic level demon was also true. Even as Kessner's gaze stared at the sword, his astonished expression remained the same. "This would bring us quite a bit of profit. You're so good." "No, I mean, Mr. Mord," and Kessner changed their address because they feel Taesung deserves the same respect as a warrior who has single-handedly destroyed hegemonic-level demons. The reason Kessner chose Mord to accompany him on this mission was because he thought about Mord, because he didn't want a genius with a bright future like him to be entangled in the battle for the throne and trampled by others, so he intended to be a barrier for him, until Mord has enough knowledge and experience to choose the future for himself. Kessner thought this would take about 5 years, a process long enough to allow Taesung to mature, but now he sees Taesung's feat and thinks back that he only needs 1 year. After the first successful demonization mission, Kessner's group was given many other tasks, so it was after a month and a half before they could return to the Grand Principality. Before anyone could go home, Kessner told Taesung, "It's hard for you, Mord." Later, Kessner reveals to Taesung, "By the way, do you know that the party is going to be held next 5 days?" Taesung asked a little confused, "A party?" Kessner nodded and explained, it was an event where clan members as well as warriors would gather and officially award those who had completed the mission, held every 2 months and only outstanding warriors would participate. The Grand Duke would personally present the award. Before Kessner left, he carefully told Taesung, "This event is important so don't be late, until then you can rest." Taesung bowed respectfully to Kessner, "I know." Taesung thought to himself, a star party, if the event was so grand, many high-ranking people would appear, of course those who targeted the position of the Grand Duke. In The Wizard Who Dominates the World, Aiden constantly encounters Grand Duke Vernas and faces many dangers, so he has a powerful move that has the potential to change the course of the war. The key to that was that Aiden managed to woo the faction of Leon Vernas, the reclusive man, and Aiden helped him become Grand Duke. Then a succession battle began to revolve around Leon Vernes, and since Leon succeeded in ascending to the position of Grand Duke, the Grand Duchy of Vernes became Aiden's powerful backer. After returning home, Taesung hurriedly plans to change the situation. He has to deal with both Aiden's enemies and him, in search of an allied army. There is no place more powerful than the Grand Duchy, in which case, he needs to draw the Grand Duchy to his side before Aiden. Taesung looked in the mirror and thought, there are 5 people with the highest probability of succession, most of them will join today's party, I have to pay close attention. Later, Taesung brings that thrill with him to the party venue. The bustling scene and many ceremonies make him a little confused. Just as Taesung was staring around absent-mindedly, Erikson waved excitedly at him, "Mord, here." Taesung smiled in relief and asked Erikson, "Are you waiting for me?" Erikson replied with a nonchalant smile, "I think you'll come here alone because no one is with you, right?" Taesung also happily said, "Yes." Erikson then gave advice to Taesung, "After the award ceremony there will be a wine party, using that time to make new friends to accompany him next time." After the two of them reported to the door guards, a loud communication sounded, and senior warrior Erikson and warrior Mord arrived. Erikson and Taesung immediately entered the banquet hall with shining appearances that attracted all eyes. The murmurs quickly echoed throughout the banquet hall. It was Mord. He defeated the evil Baron in the demonization match, right? He was only 15 years old and he was so tall. He had only been a warrior for 2 months. I heard that he defeated Mr. Wolves without a sweat. I'm quite curious about him. He looks stronger than even the most potential successor. No, it can't. He's just an illegitimate son, not even in the royal lineage. What matters is his bloodline, not whether he is a fallen child or not. Yes, I heard that he was the son of the Grand Duke. Suddenly at this moment a large man walked up in front of Erikson, who had not seen him for a long time. "Mr. Erikson." Erikson leaned reverently before the man, having not seen him for a long time. The first person to meet Erikson and Taesung was Duke Dren, the successor and third son, Dren Vernes. Dren asked Erikson warmly, "Can you give us some alone time? I want to talk to Mr. Mord." Erikson felt awkward and could only laugh. Well, about this." Suddenly a strange voice interjected in the middle of their conversation. "I don't think that's a good way to behave, brother." Dren just heard his opponent's voice and turned his head. What did he mean? A much younger man was walking up to them with an arrogant smile. It was Vidin, the successor and the 6th child of the Vernes family. Vidin giggled sarcastically at Dren. Wasn't it obvious what he wanted to talk to people about? He wanted to entice Mord, right? Dren laughed disdainfully. Sorry, but you were wrong. I was wrong. Dren calmly extended his hand to Taesung. "There's Mord here. I just want to apologize for my subordinates for behaving disrespectfully." Just then, Dren smiled cunningly and said to Taesung, "I'll send someone to invite you to dinner in a moment. I told them to take you politely, but they looked down on the senior himself. I'm sorry for not teaching my subordinates well." As soon as he saw Dren humble himself in front of Taesung, the chatter rang out again. "My God, the Duke himself said sorry. It's understandable. Aren't the Dukes all fighting over that new warrior?" Even so, he put down his ego to apologize himself. Sir Dren was wonderful. Even though he was the senior warrior that the Grand Duke respected, he was neutral and did not want to touch Sir Kessner. Just then, Dren gives Taesung a small box inlaid with gold and shiny jade inlays. Dren said to Taesung sincerely, "This is my sincerity, I hope you take it." However, in Taesung's eyes, this action has a different meaning. He is forcing himself to accept an apology in front of everyone to burnish his image. Taesung silently lamented, "He is smarter than I thought. He must be good at politics, but I don't like the kind of person he is." Even if I think so, Taesung still has to reluctantly respond, "Yes, if so I am happy to accept it." Dren immediately laughed approvingly, thanking him. Meanwhile, Vidin saw that Dren's provocative smile became even more bitter. "This slick bastard, I couldn't lose more to him like that." Just then, Vidin walks up to Taesung to greet Mr. Mord. Vidin warmly introduced, "I am Duke Vidin, also the Master of Wolves, with whom you have fought. I have heard Wolves talk about your strength. Since then I have always wanted to see you." Suddenly a sweet but resounding voice interrupted Vidin's words. "I haven't seen you in a long time, Mr. Mord." As soon as he heard that familiar voice, Vidin stiffened in place. This voice was Erna. Taesung then turned to greet Erna politely. It's been a long time since we last met, Lady Erna. Erna smiled brightly and replied, what, this seriousness doesn't suit you at all, talk to me freely. Viden saw that and got mad again. Erna, you're talking to him. Erna laughed and teased Viden, but I only saw Dren and Mord talking. Erna clicked her tongue to blame Viden, he didn't even greet him nicely. Viden was even more, shut up, you're so arrogant, not smaller, and do whatever you want to do. Erna put on a warm face to sneer at Viden, hearing him say, people thought he was the brother who cared so much about that sister, it was funny that he was the one who broke my arm. Viden didn't give in to Erna either. Why didn't you think he was too kind for forgiving his sister who broke his brother's leg, followed by an uncompromising verbal fight by two cousins? I wondered why he didn't let me go. We haven't run yet, but you've taken your mouth out that far, wanting to try it out. Dren took the opportunity to show himself to be the one who understood. Gosh, what are they doing in front of you like this? Let me apologize to you on behalf of my two brothers who are also succession candidates, and I apologize to you for behaving so childishly. But Taesung completely ignored Dren's fake smile. It's okay, he just wondered in his heart, isn't Viden the Duke's son and Erna the Duke's brother's daughter? They're close relatives compared to the other successors who don't seem to like each other very much. While everyone was buzzing, Taesung was silently observing everything, thinking about it. 3 of the 5 succession candidates had already gathered in the same place. In Taesung's impression, Dren is visionary but not very trustworthy. Viden, on the other hand, acts like an idiot, so Taesung is also removed from the list of wanting to cooperate. Erna in Taesung's eyes is a girl who seems quite strange, but he hasn't seen her abilities yet, so he can't make a decision yet. At this moment, a man even bigger than Viden and Erna stepped forward to stop the argument. You two are enough, even if the Grand Duke has not arrived, don't mess up here. Erna put on an easy face as she spoke to the man who had just walked over. Hiran, I thought you were busy. Hiran told her softly, you haven't been here in less than 30 minutes, your subordinates are still taking care of the rest. Viden glanced at Hiran with unfriendly eyes. I didn't know you liked to party. Hiran still said in a soft voice, you didn't come for the party, you came to meet the main character in the rumor. Just then, Hiran walked between the 2 younger siblings and walked in front of Taesung, happy to meet him. Mord. Hiran introduced with a gentle smile, I'm a senior warrior Hiran, you can just call me Hiran. Hiran warmly shook Taesung's hand, glad to meet him. His hand was so firm, he must have taken down the evil baron with this punch. Taesung also responded amicably, yes. Hiran continued to speak in a cheerful voice, I also want a chance to fight you. Meanwhile, Taesung is secretly remembering the plot of the magician who rules the world. Hiran is one of the 2 people who survived in the novel to the end. He has a sad face but is very talented. I have to pay more attention to him. After chatting for a while, Taesung looked around as if looking for someone. The oldest duke, Alan, wasn't planning to come to today's party. However, Taesung did not have much time to search for Alan. Every conversation in the banquet hall was interrupted by a soldier's voice. Everyone please pay attention. Before the award ceremony began, the Grand Duke had something to say. When all eyes were on Grand Duke Vernars standing on the top step, he began to speak. All efforts have been in the last 2 months. As Grand Duke, I am very proud of your contribution. I look forward to your next efforts. Now, the award ceremony officially begins. Then Grand Duke Vernars opened up a list of honorary warriors to receive awards and called them up the steps one by one in praise. Among them, Kessner was a prominent fighter who received the most credit and praise from Grand Duke Vernars. Soon it was the turn of the central prize of the party. Taesung stepped up the steps with a tribute from Grand Duke Vernars, the next recipient of the award, Mord. Grand Duke Vernars gave Taesung a warm compliment. It is miraculous that a 15-year-old can defeat the evil baron on his own. Even I can't do that at that age. To show that spirit, I will give you the title of intermediate warrior along with this trophy. Everyone present at the banquet was stunned by Grand Duke Vernars' statement. He had already become an intermediate warrior, with only 1 or 2 missions, but he had killed the evil baron. Yes, in terms of skills he should have been able to become a senior warrior. Grand Duke Vernars smiled and said to Taesung, Mord, you have grown since I last saw you. I want to see your skills again. Taesung is completely dumbfounded by Grand Duke Vernars' false friendliness, and he continues to show a gesture of love for his children, which I will gladly wait. Later, Taesung shares a banquet table with the Kessner warriors, comrades with whom he feels comfortable talking. Suddenly Kessner reached over and patted Taesung on the shoulder, "Mord," and walked with me for a moment. Kessner pulls Taesung aside and tells him, "Don't drink too much, we have to go to another place tomorrow morning." Taesung curiously asks Kessner, "Where are we going?" Kessner's expression suddenly became more serious. "Mr. Mord, my master wants to see you." The next day, in a dark mansion that is completely enveloped in darkness, only a flickering fireplace bursts into flames, a mysterious man is waiting for Taesung. It was daylight outside the mansion, but the scene was extremely lonely, making Taesung creepy. There was not a shadow of people in such a large place. Taesung followed Kessner's previous instructions and looked up at the solid steel door a dozen meters high. "It must be here, the door is really big, what kind of opening it must I have?" Suddenly a loud voice came from inside the mansion, "There you are." The door immediately opened, making Taesung startled. "Wait, he is opening that door with telepathic powers." When Taesung stepped inside, under the glare of light was a man radiating abundant energy. He was definitely very strong. The man mysteriously turned his back on Taesung. He had already come a long way. When he turned his back, it was an old man who was blind, and he smiled warmly at Taesung. "Welcome, Mr. Mord." This man was Ilden Vernars, the leader of the Elite Legion, also known as the Gatekeeper Corps in the Principality of the Vernars. He was the brother of the current Grand Duke, and has been mentioned as the first young leader. He was defeated in a soul test by his younger brother, the current Grand Duke, and as a result, he lost everything, after which he did not show his face in public again. Ilden's life history made Taesung wonder, then why did he invite me to his personal residence? Just met, Ilden suddenly suggested. Taesung, "Mord, I'm sure you've heard about me through Kessner's words. As you can see, I'm blind. Would you mind if I touched your face?" When he heard Ilden's voice more closely, Taesung thought to himself, his voice must be similar to that of the Grand Duke. He then calmly accepted Ilden's offer, which was okay. Ilden touched Taesung's face for a moment and said, "Well, you really don't look like your father." Taesung also frankly admitted, "The Grand Duke said the same, I'm sure I have more of a resemblance to my mother." Ilden nodded and replied, "I see." Ilden asked Taesung again, "Do you know why I called you here today?" Taesung shook his head and said, "No, I just knew you wanted to see me." Ilden suddenly laughed, Okay, I guess Kessner would." Ilden didn't go around and explain to Taesung, "I called you here because I have a request for you, but I need to test your abilities first, can you see that?" Taesung pondered. In The Magician Who Ruled the World, Ilden was looking for someone who could help him bring down the current Grand Duke. Leon had great potential thanks to Aiden's backing, and Ilden was also enticed by his potential, but if he could prove his potential here, the situation will change. He will definitely choose him, and with that bold idea, Taesung immediately releases his awakening Neo-Blood power for Ilden to feel his power. As soon as he felt the abundant energy emanating from Taesung, a deep smile pulled over the corner of Ilden's mouth. Taesung smiled confidently and got into a fighting posture. Yes, of course it was. Just then, Taesung disappeared from his place in the blink of an eye, leaving only an afterglow of the energy he released. Taesung rushed up to attack Ilden, but he didn't seem to have any intention of dodging at all. Suddenly Taesung's attack is broken by a pulse of energy that is activated in a flash. The startled Taesung hurriedly jumped backwards a long distance as the ball pulse exploded in front of him. Taesung couldn't help but be shocked after that move. A sphere pulse repelled his attack. It wasn't an ordinary sphere pulse. Taesung tried to analyze Ilden's move. He enveloped the sphere with his aura. It was not an easy task. Even a gladiator with a proficient level of mana was unlikely to be able to do it. More importantly, when Taesung looked up at Ilden's head, he was even more stunned to see that he was controlling dozens of spheres like that. Taesung was momentarily worried because aura was not easy to deal with. Aura exceeded the threshold of manipulating mana. It could only be achieved when mana's senses exceeded the threshold they normally reached. However, that didn't mean it couldn't be penetrated. Taesung pondered how to deal with it and activated the blessing power of the deity. Soon, Taesung came up with a solution and strengthened his energy flow, avoiding being repelled by using his body, and attacking with pure power. Ilden also immediately noticed that Taesung's energy flow became more abundant. Oh, his power had increased suddenly. Taesung didn't respond a word but focused on smashing Ilden's spheres that were darting towards him. Ilden frowned more seriously. You're fast, but I just need to create more impulses. However, Taesung was undeterred by Ilden's statement, which was exactly what he had anticipated, so to speak. Taesung silently builds up energy in his hands and creates a pulse. Taesung's pulse arousal grew louder and he quickly tossed it towards Ilden. When Taesung's sphere pulse flew in between Ilden's spheres, a fierce competition for energy ensued. Ilden's small spherical pulses suddenly changed color and were gradually gravitated towards Taesung's sphere. Ilden's spheres gradually lose control and completely recombine with Taesung's. Ilden couldn't help but be amazed by Taesung's move. He suppressed his spherical pulse, and also used his spherical pulse to combine the two. Where did he learn that technique? While Ilden was contemplating, Taesung seized the opportunity to attack him from behind, but just as his fist was about to reach Ilden, a suddenly sound sounded as if his hand had just hit steel. Taesung tried to push his fist forward, but Ilden was surrounded by a solid layer of energy that formed a shield. Taesung immediately jumped backwards to calculate how to deal with it. He had aura surrounding his body like armor, if so. Just then, Taesung had the thought that he would use the world shards to strengthen mana. Ilden noticed that the situation had changed, so he turned his head towards Taesung. He was starting to not be as calm as before. Well, it was good that he aimed at his opening to strike, but the pulse energy was dissipating. At that moment, Taesung rushed to attack with a mana-boosted punch that shattered Ilden's defenses. Seeing Ilden being knocked all the way to the other wall of the mansion, Taesung thought excitedly. He enjoyed the joy of his strength, which he could feel as he hit him. However, a resounding laugh echoed from the wreckage that Taesung couldn't rejoice. Ilden's laughter echoed like a madman in this gloomy mansion. The moment he reappeared from the ruins, Taesung was stunned to believe his eyes. There were many levels of opening the holy blood. The first level would change the color of his hair and eyes to silver. At the second level, silver lightning bolts would surround his body, and Ilden stepped out in front of Taesung with such lightning bolts and a laugh. Finally. This must be fate. Is the down god watching us? Ilden said, laughing hysterically. Taesung looked at the lightning that surrounded Ilden and was stunned, which also meant that his existence had come closer to the realm of the divine. While Taesung was still in shock, Ilden teleported behind him in the blink of an eye. Ilden swung his fist at Taesung with an amused smile. Taesung's quick reflexes also immediately turned towards Ilden and swung his fist up. An explosion of energy took place shortly after the two of them threw punches towards their opponents. The two fists clashed with each other and competed fiercely in strength. After a few seconds, one of them was knocked against the opposite wall. As a result, Ilden still stands there as a monument, and Taesung is the one who was knocked down. Although Taesung lost, Ilden was extremely appreciative of his ability, and his reflexes were impressive. Ilden held out his hand that was trembling from Taesung's fist and laughed in amusement. You managed to hurt me while I was in a level 2 holy blood awakening state. What's more, he didn't even panic at all, Ilden said, laughing excitedly when he saw Taesung emerge from the pile of cracked bricks. Just then, Ilden came out of his holy blood state and said to Taesung, "That's great, Mord, that's enough. I don't know what else I can do if I'm more excited." Taesung stood up with an admiring look on his face at Ilden. He may have been defeated by the Grand Duke, but he was definitely the strongest of the Vernar's clan. He possessed enormous power. Ilden slowly walked over to Taesung. "Mord, I have seen enough of what you can do. My legion definitely needs you." Taesung asked him frankly, "So, your suggestion is?" Ilden said firmly, "Yes." "Mr. Mord, do you want to join the Gate Dawn?" Ilden took Taesung's offer seriously. Among the classes of the House of Vernas, there was a special group of people called the Guardians. Together with the Guardians, they are one of the most elite combinations in the Vernar's clan, in which members cultivate and sharpen their skills to the maximum and have respectable combat skills. To the south of the continent is a boundary Dafa, and to the north is the White Fa boundary realm. When the part of the Dafa boundary has been completely transformed into the demon realm and is considered as the headquarters of the demons, the operators there are called guards. The white magic realm has not yet been completely transformed into the demon realm, but in the gray zone, where demonization is continuing to occur, it is also considered a base of operations for the Gate Guard, becoming a battlefield where the struggle for dominance of the entire continent continuously occurs. The successors of the Holy Blood, the Ordas clan, they are called rivals of the great Verna's family. They are also an extremely large military force, and both clans are sometimes called Pisces. One of the reasons why the gates of the Union is considered so dangerous is because of the mortality rate and frequent campaigns involving friction with the Ordas clan. Taesung suddenly remembered Kessner's expression last night, so that's why Kessner's reaction was so bad. It was an extremely dangerous place for a warrior who had just awakened his holy blood. Seeing Taesung's hesitation, Ilden admonished, "Mr. Mord, of all the candidates in the contest for the throne, you are not only the one that everyone wants to accept as their subordinate, but also the one that everyone fears when confronted. The worries and dangers will not disappear until you decide to make your choice. Although Kessner is now holding him back, how long he can do so is still a matter to be solved." But the White Fa realm was a domain that those involved in the throne battle could not touch, which meant that he could focus on honing his skills. After hearing Ilden's argument, Taesung also felt agreed. He said yes, plus, the White Boundary is one of those lands that we need to achieve, perhaps, even things that Aiden can't achieve, we can. After thinking about it for a while, Taesung finally made a decision. "Okay, but I have two conditions." Ilden stroked his beard in contemplation for a moment and then nodded. "Okay, let's listen to them." Taesung flatly suggested, "Ilden, please be my opponent for a while, from now on." Ilden looked at Taesung suspiciously. "Well, you want me to be your opponent, you mean you want me to teach you?" Taesung grinned and explained, "No, all you have to do is fight me. Someone like Mr. Ilden here doesn't have any worries about life. How could I miss the opportunity to fight someone like you?" Ilden laughed at Taesung's slyness, exclaiming, "Are you sure you will be able to become stronger just by dueling?" Taesung nodded firmly. "Yes." Ilden laughed freely. You are indeed a very bold person. Okay, I will leave to head north in 20 days, while I will be your training partner." He then asked, "What about your second condition?" Taesung said a little hesitantly, "Before I joined the gate. Please give me a year of free travel, in the name of a secret mission from the Guardian Gate." Ilden was stunned when he heard Taesung's request. "For a year, do you have any plans?" Taesung explained, "There are some personal matters that I have to deal with." Taesung understands in his heart that this is a selfish condition, like he is taking a leave of absence before he even joins the job, but this is a time when Aiden is gradually becoming stronger. He needs to find the fragments of the world before Aiden knows of their existence. Ilden hesitated for a long time and felt awkward. After a while, he let out a sigh and decided to humble Taesung, so I guess there was no other choice. He limited Taesung's time, 8 months, "I can't give you longer than that." Taesung secretly rejoiced in his stomach. Just as expected from Ilden, he was extremely generous to those he had high expectations for. In the novel, he, too, is madly obsessed with defeating the Grand Duke and creating a suitable heir to the Vernars, so he does everything he can to make Leon Grand Duke. Taesung thought to himself, "I don't know why, but this is a good opportunity for me." Then he immediately bowed to Ilden. "Okay, thank you for your generosity." Meanwhile, Ilden secretly smiled cunningly. "Mord, even the current Grand Duke is not so strong at this age. He cannot become a Grand Duke because he is only an illegitimate child, but it is even better, he will be able to act as a shadow of the future Grand Duke. I'm looking forward to seeing how things progress." That afternoon, Taesung had just left Ilden's mansion and returned to his home. His subordinates were already waiting at the door. "Are you back?" Taesung walked through the training ground and noticed a group of strange soldiers. What was the matter with those soldiers? Taesung's subordinates immediately said, they were Miss Erna's servants. Taesung froze in surprise. His subordinates continued to speak, "She's waiting for you inside." Taesung just entered the room and greeted Erna politely and cautiously. "Lady Erna, what brought her here?" Erna showed wide eyes and said, "Mord, hello, there is no need to be so formal, we are not outside." Taesung is also a little more relaxed. "Okay." When Taesung sat down, Erna took out a box and pushed it towards him. Taking this away, Taesung doubted or looked at the box. What was it? Erna grinned and asked Taesung, "Didn't Dren also give him something pretty good?" Taesung replied coldly, "A healing potion that was quite expensive." Erna chuckled, pointing to the box in Taesung's hand. "It was even better than that. Open it. I don't want you to just get something cool from Dren." Taesung also did not hesitate to open the box to see what was inside. Just opening the lid of the box, he saw that the inside emitted a magical light. Inside the ordinary-looking box was a glowing potion that sparkled as if inside it contained a miniature universe. It's a treasure that can make people a step stronger, but it's also a deadly challenge that a magical gladiator can only try once in his life. It was something that gave the warriors a chance to be able to leap in strength, the tears of the down god. In the novel, Aiden gave it to Leon Vernas, which immediately strengthened him. But the rest who tried it were corroded by its power and died. Erna cavalierly told Tae-sung, "I received it when I was 10 years old, it was a very valuable item, but it would become a drama for people who couldn't stand it." Erna carefully instructed Tae-sung, "So I advised him to only use it when he was ready. I'm sure he wouldn't die from it, but it's better to be careful." Tae-sung asked Erna curiously, "Are you already disposable?" Erna also frankly replied, "Yes." Tae-sung asked curiously, "When?" Erna also did not hesitate to recount, 2 years ago, I rescued a royal who participated in the raid but knew nothing about it. He gave it to me. It meant more to me than what I received for my birthday, so I used it, and keep this." Tae-sung nodded and replied, "I see." He couldn't help but get emotional in his heart. "I was quite surprised. This is the potion that only 3 of the characters compete for possession in the original storyline, yet she gives me something worth this." Tae-sung has started to open up more to Erna. "It is indeed a very valuable gift, thank you." Erna immediately smiled, "Of course, and also, take care." She said to Tae-sung excitedly, "We can talk some more when you're back safely, okay?" When Tae-sung sees Erna off at the door, he still emotionally tells himself, "Erna, it feels like she's here just to give me this gift. I won't forget, the fact that you were. Appreciate me so much, even though I'm not yet on your side." 20 days later, Tae-sung quietly leaves home for the night. When he reached the door of the training ground, he suddenly ran into a man. It turns out that Kessner has been waiting for Tae-sung there since evening. Tae-sung said shyly to Kessner, "I was going to sneak away, but I guess I couldn't get past you." Kessner laughed teasingly, "Mr. Mord, so are you really going to leave?" Kessner grumbled at Tae-sung. Even if he was strong, he was still only 15 years old, he still needed a guardian, he already knew what the North was like, and yet I don't know what he was thinking. Tae-sung suddenly grinned and said, "I appreciate that." Kessner looked puzzled at Tae-sung. "What?" Tae-sung smiled brightly at Kessner, "Your concern, I won't forget." Tae-sung said to himself, "Mr. Kessner had received a lot of pressure from the members to take the throne when he was his protector, and yet he didn't complain a word. Nor does he show authority to me, nor does he hinder my future. He was not jealous of his talent, nor did he take advantage of him. He was also extremely kind and thoughtful for himself." The more Tae-sung thought, the more he felt the appreciation in his heart. This favor must definitely be paid. Then he happily said to Kessner, "Don't worry, don't you think I can take care of myself?" Tae-sung grinned and promised Kessner, "I'll look for you when I come back, I'll definitely find something delicious to give you." Kessner looked at Tae-sung's confident expression and patient gaze and didn't want to stop him. Kessner let out a sigh and then smiled, I can't stop you, can I?" Just then, Kessner put his hand on Tae-sung's shoulder encouragingly, "Wishing you luck." Tae-sung smiled and replied, "Thank you, I wish you good health until I get back together." After that, Tae-sung quietly left the area outside the Grand Duke's castle. Since it was the middle of the night, apart from the patrol troops, there was not a shadow on the city wall behind Tae-sung. Suddenly at this moment, a dark figure appeared on the city wall silently watching Tae-sung. After Tae-sung exits the city gate and walks for a while, the mysterious shadow leaps down to follow him. The mysterious person lands so gently that Tae-sung doesn't realize there's someone behind him. Soon, the mysterious person becomes invisible and almost no loopholes are exposed. At that moment, Tae-sung's intuition tells him to turn his head to look back. When Tae-sung looks behind him on high alert and finds nothing suspicious, the mysterious person is completely invisible just in time for him to be discovered. Those who receive congestion will have to go through several stages. The first stage is about controlling the sword pulse or pulse, the second stage focuses on increasing the concentration density of the impulse like a pair of gloves. The third stage will involve strengthening objects and mixing air pulses into them. The fourth stage will help compress and accelerate gas pulses quickly, thereby creating an extremely explosive power. And then comes the fifth stage, which is the ultimate stage that most warriors cannot achieve even with lifelong training. This is a stage that requires constant effort as well as outstanding talent, aura. Those who can control this power will be given the title of Master Mage. Taesung has been training with Ilden for 20 days, but Ilden is not satisfied with just being his training partner, so he teaches him many lessons that go beyond that. Thanks to that, Taesung was able to grow tremendously, but it was still a long way from getting close to the aura stage. However, before leaving the Vernars clan's castle, Taesung observed for a long time the potion that Erna gave him. Taesung constantly urges him in his heart, if I drink this, anything is possible. Through the first night of stealthily leaving the Vernars clan's castle, Taesung managed to travel quite far to a vast plain. Taesung said as he walked, sooner or later, the warriors sent by the Grand Duke would launch an attack. They would want to capture him before he could move north. At this moment, Taesung heard a wind-tearing sound in his ears. Taesung's keen intuition helped him dodge a sharp arrow in time. Taesung immediately turned his head to look at the ledge beside him. Damn. Taesung lamented when a group of armed men surrounded him, literally reminding Cao Cao that Cao Cao was coming. The commander of the others grinned and ordered, firing. In an instant, dozens of sharp arrows rushed towards Taesung. An explosion shook the forest caused when dozens of arrows collided with the ground. The commander of the ambush group silently agreed, it was over, there was no way he could dodge so many arrows. However, the next second he regretted rejoicing so soon. From the midst of the haze, Taesung's energy was emanating extremely strongly. Taesung had promptly activated the newly awakened Neoblood state, so the arrows that stabbed at him were just like mosquitoes biting stainless steel. The archers were immediately bewildered. What, could he activate the holy blood in such a short period of time? Hurry up and prepare to go. At the commander's behest, a group of mages advanced and formed a magic circle aimed directly at Taesung. From their magic circle, flames erupted like fountains pointed at Taesung and surrounded him. Taesung unflinched, accumulating his energy forming small spheres. Dozens of spheres flew up and launched into the middle of the blazing fire. After a few seconds, the clash between the two energy streams caused a resounding explosion that shook the area. The flames were blown back towards Taesung's ambushers and burned uncontrollably. It wasn't long before the flames died down, one side of the forest burned to ashes, and the silhouettes of the ambushers disappeared. All of them died in the fire, bodies lying on the ground and squeezed on the branches of trees creating a gruesome scene. When everything became quiet, a spatial door suddenly opened, and the only mage alive fell into a state of panic. Impossible. He stood behind Taesung and silently approached him. I couldn't believe he was protecting himself by using such a sphere pulse, plus, he added his impulse to increase the destructive power of his skill. The mage couldn't help but stare nervously at Taesung. He was more skilled than he thought. At this moment, Taesung turned to look at the mage with cold calm eyes. He didn't say no and rushed to punch him, but the mage was protected by a magic shield. Taesung narrowed his eyes at the shield. It felt like he was attacking a solid shield. If that's the case, just hit harder. Thinking about it, Taesung immediately swung his arms high and accumulated more energy into the punch. Just as Taesung was about to throw another punch into the shield, a swordsman appeared out of nowhere blocking his arm. The swordsman looked at Taesung's fist with shocked eyes. He was horrified to discover that Taesung's strength had reached a new level with an impulse of chi wrapped around his fist, that is, breaking the star power. Meanwhile, Taesung raised his cold eyes at the swordsman. The next second, he knocked the swordsman out. When the swordsman was knocked away, Taesung flew after him. Then, Taesung swung his fist and punched the swordsman in the face. Taesung's punch sent the swordsman knocked a dozen meters away, causing a huge tremor in a corner of the forest. The swordsman was repeatedly eaten by Taesung's punches and thrown from side to side without being able to resist. Finally, he fell to his knees on the ground with moans interspersed with heavy gasps. Hitting his hand, and then Taesung walked up to him. I know who you are. The swordsman looked up at Taesung with a shocked expression. Taesung bluntly called out his name, the senior warrior, Varen. Varen stared at Taesung in bewilderment. How did you know my name? Taesung replied with a smirk. I saw you once at the Grand Duke's training ground. I saw you again at the party the other day. Taesung casually recounted, when I saw a dwarf standing alone among the group of guards that the Grand Duke trusted, I inquired around. They said, he was Varen. a high-ranking warrior and a master-rank mage. No matter what he looks like, he's an insidious and corrupt person, so please avoid getting as close to him as possible. That's the answer I heard. Varen clutched at the ground. Who said that? Taesung shrugged indifferently. I don't know who that person could be. Well, if you answer my question, I will. Taesung bluntly questioned Varen. You are the Grand Duke's loyal dog, so I know he will send you here. What are you aiming for? As I surmise, is that fruit? According to the content of the novel The Wizard of the World, Grand Duke Vernas is built with the image of a strong person but also an unforgivable villain. The reason is simple, it is because he has committed an evil sin, which is to eat his own children. When Varen heard about what Taesung said implicitly, he immediately became alarmed. How? Varen stammered and asked Taesung, how did you know? Taesung recalled the plot of the magician who ruled the world. Since he was a child, Grand Duke Vernars was praised for his invincible talent, being a genius warrior, but as he began to age, he felt frustrated that his body was getting weaker. At that time, a secret society called Een Blood approached the Grand Duke, seducing him that there was a method that could regain his youth in exchange for cooperation with them. That method was nothing but eating someone who shared the blood of Vernars. The black tree had been created thanks to the blood of an ancient dark god. If it is nourished with the blood of someone of the lineage of Grand Duke Vernars, the sweet fruit that brings rejuvenation will soon bloom, especially when it is fused with the holy blood of an awakened person, so its effect will be even stronger. Just like that, the Grand Duke sacrificed all his illegitimate children. But in the novel, the only one Grand Duke Vernars retains is Mord. The reason he lives is because he needed a weapon just for himself, and at the same time, he also needed someone to act as a replacement for the Grand Duke. Playing as a substitute for the Grand Duke does not mean that he needs to be a ruler of the domain. 500 years ago, when the gods left this mortal realm, they left behind a commandment. The commandment is that in order to protect the Demon King's seal by borrowing the power of other gods, once a year, the Grand Duke will have to participate in a duel with the incarnation of the Demon King to protect the seal. Because that war takes place in real life, losing does not mean death, but the power of the seal keeps weakening, and the Grand Duke will lose the right to fight the embodiment of the Demon King. This defeat would mean giving up the right to succeed to the throne, which is why the Grand Duke needed a shadow to fulfill this role. Before the day Taesung left, Varen asked Grand Duke Vernars, tomorrow, Mord will leave, would you like to see him once before leaving? Grand Duke Vernars coldly interrupted a rejuvenated fruit and said, leave. He stared at the fruit fascinatedly, not knowing what Ilden's current intentions were, recruiting Mord into the gates. And even training him every day in the mansion. He must have expected a lot from Mord, but he took such a valuable talent out into the world alone for some secret mission, without any squires. Grand Duke Vernars clicked his tongue and continued nonchalantly, well, it didn't matter. Grand Duke Vernars smiled sinisterly. It would be good if someone like Mord swore allegiance to me, but there would be no way he would lie still under the control of others. Soon, he was enjoying the fruit delicious in a subtextual tone, so it was better to eat it. After eating that miraculous fruit, Grand Duke Vernars closed his eyes and enjoyed the change in his body. Very soon, Grand Duke Vernars' whole body lit up with vigor and a feeling of refreshment filled his mind. After feeling himself energized, Grand Duke Vernars ordered Varen, bring Mord to me, you can use whatever force you deem necessary. Varen bowed reverently, yes, sir. And lately, Kessner has been paying attention to that kid too, make sure not to be noticed by him. Varen just heard Kessner's name and was immediately startled. In Varen's heart grew jealousy of Kessner. Only those chosen by the Grand Duke could set foot in this place. The chosen ones were entitled to know about the dark side of the Duke. But Kessner didn't know about this place. Even so, Kessner was still the warrior the Grand Duke trusted the most. With competitive greed, Varen told himself, this time I will prove to the Duke that he is superior to Kessner, so he was eager to take on the task, I see. However, as a result, Varen was defeated and all the facts about Grand Duke Vernars were also uncovered by just one question from Taesung. I guess you followed me because of that fruit, right? In fact, Taesung had anticipated this event. It was not difficult to predict that the Grand Duke would send someone to defeat him, because there were only two paths for an illegitimate child, either to be taken advantage of, or to be eaten. Considering that the children with non-pureblood blood had been slowly disappearing over the past few years, he must have already encountered the bloodline, and now that he realized there was no way to take advantage of him, he would definitely want to get rid of himself to eradicate the aftermath. Taesung was sure that Grand Duke Vernars would send a combat master, so he tried to achieve aura using the tears of the demon god. Taesung cursed the Grand Duke Vernars bluntly. I knew right away, that old man with the plague wanted to eat me so he could rejuvenate. Varen just heard it and was stunned. Old man with epidemic, this little, shut up your mouth. Taesung frustratingly leaned close to Varen's face threateningly. You will have to be the one to shut up, Varen, you will have to die here and I will be kind enough to show you a future that you will not see again. Taesung raised his fist and revealed to Varen, the Grand Duke will die a tragic death and everyone will remember him as a disgrace, because I will definitely make it happen. Varen was still firmly defending Grand Duke Vernars. You dare, how dare you make up such lies? The Grand Duke is a saint with supreme talent superior to anyone in the world. Do you think a brat like you can harm someone like him? Taesung still glared at Varen with a determined expression. That determined attitude made Varen start to flinch. What was that expression of his? He really thought he could do it, but it was definitely Aura's gauntlet. Just a month ago, he couldn't even use it, but now he can. Plus, he's only 15 now. He's seen countless geniuses but no one has improved as fast as he has. Perhaps he was even superior to the Grand Duke. No, I can't let this monster become any stronger. Varen agitatedly clenched his sword with an unwavering loyalty to Grand Duke Vernars. He suddenly swung his sword and fanned a curve in the air pushing Taesung away. Taesung quickly realized that it was the Aura sword, a killing skill that could defeat even a successor of the Vernars clan who had reached the level of awakening to open the holy blood. Taesung furrowed his eyebrows at Varen carefully, but he had aura gloves. If so, the one with the stronger aura would live. Meanwhile, Varen is going all out to attack Taesung. He uses his vitality to enhance aura's power and rushes towards Taesung, dying. Taesung's eyes suddenly lit up. All of this is to benefit that duke. I really can't understand, Varen. I know that you are extremely loyal, but it is impossible to kill me. Just then, 4 spheres containing aura fly towards Varen and take the lead before he can reach Taesung. A violent explosion occurred when 4 spheres collided with Varen. Varen was blasted black but still had a bit of a breath to think about, mixing aura and impulse chi. How could he have done this when he had just learned how to use aura, this monster? Finally, Varen's train of thought died down when his body completely turned to ashes. Taesung coldly walked in front of him and said, "Goodbye." Harden's hound Taesung flatly swung his fist and did not hesitate to call out Grand Duke Vernar's name. Soon after, he punches Varen's charred body and turns him into a pile of ashes. Meanwhile, the escaped mage from earlier was hiding on the side with extreme fear. There was no way. He was stronger than he heard. The mage silently hid himself in terror. He even knew about that fruit as well as the bloodline. He was a potential danger to the organization. After that, the mage hurriedly left. He had to inform the elders immediately. However, his movements were detected by Taesung. Taesung rushed forward and pierced the mage's chest and finished him off with ease. When Taesung looked at the blood on his hand, a feeling of disgust struck. Een blood, I see, there is also a member of Een blood. Taesung was a little worried. If they followed him, it would be extremely annoying. They would know that Varen failed to capture him sooner. He was involved in this group sooner than planned. However, he soon felt optimistic again. It didn't matter, I could kill them all. More importantly, Taesung suddenly turned his back to punch into the air and a loud cry rang out. Taesung bluntly questioned the invisible man who followed him. I know you've been following me all the way, show your form. However, the invisible man still has no intention of embodying, making Taesung impatient. Taesung without hesitation punched and kicked the dust bag at the invisible, forcing him to beg miserably, "Wait, I see, you can stop." The invisible man slowly embodied with a hateful attitude, "This stupid bastard, you choose real violence right away." When Taesung sees the invisible man's ears with sharp tips, he quickly guesses his race. Elves, a species that symbolizes longevity, grow and age more slowly than humans, so they live a longer life. But this invisible man's ears are shorter than an elf, letting Taesung know that he must be a half-blood. Taesung immediately questioned his identity, who he was. The young man honestly replied, "Keel, I am from the Gates, I am part of the Lang photo team serving directly under General Ilden." There were a total of 5,000 people from the Guardian Gate in charge of the northern region of the White Demon Kingdom. Their main purpose was to fight demonization, so the Holy Blood descendants of Vernars would be considered the center of the force, along with the soldiers supporting them. The Black Langs are Ildan's directly affiliated task force tasked with protecting allies and assassinating enemies, which is why they have different skills than other regular Vernars. Their special skill is assassination, and Keel is so confident in his skills that he doesn't hesitate to follow Tae-sung from close range, maybe even too close. Also because he was so confident, after being discovered by Tae-sung, Keel couldn't help but flinch. His stealth skills are the best in the Black Lang team, so how can he see through it? I don't radiate murder. After being beaten, Keel had no way to be honest with Tae-sung. General Ildan sent me to escort him. Tae-sung doubted or looked at him. Escorted me. Keel sighed and bowed. I was just going to help you when you were in danger. I thought it would be better than fighting together in the first place. I kept thinking about securing a way out for you. Keel silently lamented, but then I saw him destroy those guys, making me too nervous to come into contact with him. He was generally more like a monster than the overview described. Tae-sung still looked at Keel with suspicion. Can you prove it? Keel immediately held out a broken bracelet and told Tae-sung, of course, the overview said this was enough to prove it. Tae-sung looked at the bracelet and nodded. Got it. I believe Sir Ildan sent you here. Keel asked curiously, what is this? Tae-sung replied casually, Sir Ildan's handshake I ruined. Then every time he fought, he took off his jewelry. Keel couldn't hide his surprised expression and shook Guanya's hand, but Tae-sung ignored him and turned away immediately. Now he could go back. Tae-sung coldly waved his hand to dismiss Keel. I don't need an escort to follow without an introduction, and you don't do anything when I'm fighting. Keel furiously justified, I said I was waiting for my chance. Plus, this is General Ildan's order. Tae-sung still said indifferently, I was never ordered to accompany you, and you also failed in this mission. No, rather, you neglected it. Keel was embarrassed by Tae-sung's criticism. No, I can't go back. The overview will be disappointed. What should I do now? In a moment of confusion, he came up with a bold idea and shouted, I'll pay for everything for the trip from now on. Tae-sung just heard that, then turned around. What? Keel grinned, trying to convince Tae-sung, not only that, I'll be on guard. If we have to camp out, you just have to sleep. No, I'll do everything too, you know, I cook pretty well. Tae-sung was momentarily surprised by Keel's rush. He would volunteer to do it all. What kind of person is he? After all, Keel, I think I recognize that name. Keel is a minor character in the Wizard of World Rule. He was abandoned by his biological father for being half-elf and half-human, and when he was on the verge of death Ildan carried him. From that moment on, he was absolutely loyal to Ildan. When Aiden and his companions were fighting Ildan, Keel helped Ildan a lot with his proficient possession and spirit magic. He was a skilled man. Of course, until he dies, he is still a minor character. He looks quite young, but he is older than Tae-sung and an expert in assassination, and quite loyal. From now on, considering that the Blood-Een guys are trying to ambush Tae-sung, it is not bad to consider Keel a companion, especially when it's his job to protect him. After thinking about it for a while, Tae-sung finally agreed with Keel. Okay, he saw that, and he grinned happily. Really? Thought that was it, but soon after, Tae-sung casually gave Keel a task that made him a little confused. So let's clean up this place. Seeing Keel froze, Tae-sung explained, remove the pile of bodies and erase our tracks from here so they don't follow us anymore. Isn't that the best thing you are at? Keel is even more embarrassed. Well, yes, but when do I have to do all that? Tae-sung steadfastly looked Keel in the eye. I believed in him, so show me what you have. Just like that, Keel did as Tae-sung said without being able to complain. 5 days later, in the castle of Grand Duke Vernars, no news was transmitted that caused him to send people to scout, but when he heard the report of his subordinates, he quickly understood the situation. It seemed that the vermin had been destroyed. Grand Duke Vernars said thoughtfully to his subordinates, there are traces of a battle, but no bodies are seen. I thought Mord had no escort, but it seems that Mord had some terrorist forces with us without our knowledge. His subordinate said, I think maybe the Black Lang, probably some of them. Now what should we do? Grand Duke Vernars replied casually, just leave it like that, from now on just keep an eye on its location. The subordinate asked him anxiously, if it was okay just like that. Grand Duke Vernars said calmly, they must have already suffered losses, for we have sent the blood bank. Those are the ones who always do the right thing with the money they received. Grand Duke Vernars gave him a sinister smile. Even if we don't do anything else, they'll act on their own. That afternoon, Tae-sung and Keel stopped after 5 days of continuous travel, except for a few hours of eating and sleeping every day. Keel's footsteps were tired, but he did not dare to leave Tae-sung half a step for fear of losing track. As he looked in the direction Tae-sung was looking at, Keel exclaimed in amazement at the scene in front of him. He looked up at the huge headstone with a puzzled expression. "Mord, this is the tombstone you were looking for?" Tae-sung clicked his tongue and replied, "Yes." Keel continued hesitantly, "We found it after almost 5 days." Keel was still staring blankly at the stone stele that was nothing but huge. "So now what do we do?" While Tae-sung was leaning against a tree with a relaxed look, "We have to wait until dark." Tae-sung casually ordered Keel, "Stand guard until then, don't let anyone get close." Keel looked at him curiously, "Why do we have to wait?" However, in response to Keel, there was only Tae-sung's oh-oh snoring. Keel silently lamented, "He didn't even tell me why he was looking for this tombstone or why he had to wait. I understand he didn't say much, but please, can we talk?" After a while, Keel lit the fire alone, and as he sat dejectedly by the fire, he blurted out a whine, "How do I end this situation?" Keel sat by the fire with a warm sense of sadness. He was an advanced Vernars warrior with more than 10 years of experience. He was also a respectable person both in the Black Lang team and in the Grand Duke's castle. "But now I'm working like a maid to a kid who is just an intermediate warrior. Life is as sad as autumn leaves." Keel sighed and cried silently. After that, Keel tried to encourage himself. No, this is a job. This amount of work is nothing compared to a task." Suddenly he blurted out, "Phew, thinking about having to take on a mission with this guy. It's so tiring." At that moment Tae-sung's voice sounded, "Keel." The sound startled Keel, hurriedly justified, "I'm not talking about you, I mean," but Tae-sung doesn't blame Keel and turns his eyes to the tombstone. "It's already started." Keel stared in bewilderment in the direction of Tae-sung's eyes. What's up?" At this moment, in the space above the stone stele, there was a spatial crack. The crack was narrow just enough for a person to pass through, and it seemed to carry a dark energy. Keel looked up in amazement and asked Tae-sung, "It's a dungeon?" Tae-sung replied casually while also looking up at it, "Yes, itself. There are several secret dungeons in the magician that dominate the world. It is only revealed when all conditions are met. This dungeon has 3 conditions. First, the moon must be at least semicircular. Second, make sure nothing obstructs the moonlight from falling on the tombstone, which is why Tae-sung wants Keel to keep watch to make sure nothing appears to obstruct the moonlight. Third, there must be a person with holy blood within 5 meters of the tombstone. Tae-sung can easily find it because he has read in The Magician Who Rules the World, but there is little chance for anyone else. This dungeon doesn't really matter much, but the loot inside it is a world shard, so Tae-sung doesn't hesitate to approach it and tells Keel, "I'll go inside, you stand guard here." Seeing that Tae-sung was going to go in there alone, Keel shouted nervously, "Wait." He was going to go inside himself even if he didn't know what kind of dungeon it was. Tae-sung jumped on top of the tombstone and said, "I know what kind of dungeon it is. It's enough for me to go in alone. I was going to go alone anyway." Keel was still screaming in worry, "Why?" But Tae-sung continued casually, "So you just need to stand outside here and make sure no one is nearby. Stop anyone from going into this dungeon. If you follow me in, I'll ignore you." Just then, Keel watched helplessly as Tae-sung jumped towards the spatial crack. He tried to call out to Theo in vain, Mord, wait." Of course, Tae-sung completely ignores Keel and throws himself inside the gloomy space without another word. When Tae-sung disappears into the spatial crack, Keel is left alone with no choice but to follow his directions. When Tae-sung jumps through the space door, he quickly lands on a shiny tiled land. The place Tae-sung is seeing is the Moon Temple. In ancient times there were quite a few gods, but now there is no one left. The Moon Temple was used as a place to worship countless dark gods, although now their names and presence have been forgotten. As Tae-sung was heading inside and concentrating on the temple grounds, there were creaking noises that startled him. Dry white skeletons suddenly appeared. "Bad guys, intruders." Tae-sung was surrounded by dry bones but calmly assessed them. The soul warriors and gods they worshipped lost to another god and disappeared, leaving the warriors with only their madness and souls. There were about 50, no, at least 100. Taesung raised his hand in readiness to fight, it didn't matter how many. I'll clean them up as quickly as I can, Taesung told himself as the soul soldiers began to attack massively. In the real world, these spirits are quite terrifying, because they cannot be stopped using only ordinary methods, but in this world they can. That's possible because thanks to mana, Taesung's fighting power easily knocks down dry skeletons and turns them into scattered pieces that fall on the ground. However, that does not mean that they are easy to deal with, especially since these souls before death are warriors. They have certain combat experiences that eat into the bones. However, Mord is much stronger, so Taesung can be completely confident when using Mord's power to fight these soul soldiers. With just a sphere-containing aura, Taesung blew the corpses of dried bones into dust. Taesung smiled confidently as the ash-reduced skeletons flew around the temple, creating a thick and gloomy layer of black dust. Taesung looked around to check again. That's all, then, I just need to get rid of the guard. After Taesung went deep inside the temple grounds, there was a huge statue of the young woman in the middle. I guess it was this statue. Underneath the statue there was a large black figure sitting guard. Taesung carefully walked up behind him. The guard must be that guy. When the guard stood up and turned towards Taesung, he immediately opened his mouth to criticize. Intruder, you entered here without permission. You will be considered a sacrifice to the goddess. The squire reveals the sinister smile of a transfigured wanderer. Taesung stares at him carefully. This guard can be considered a very powerful enemy in the novel. Even Aiden, who was stronger than most high-level wizards, had to go through a hard battle with this werewolf. Although Aiden was stronger, the magic had almost no effect on these guys because he had received the goddess's blessing, but that means nothing to Taesung, because he's not a shaman. The werewolf looked at Taesung with disdain and an arrogant smile. That irreverent trespasser, you came here alone. The werewolf said as he called out his subordinates. Although disrespectful, you seem to know the dignity of the warrior. When the wolves surrounded Taesung and the werewolf in a circle, the werewolf continued, so we'll treat you the way a warrior is. Taesung narrowed his eyes at him, you mean we're going to fight one-on-one? The werewolf raised his claws and declared, the war between warriors is a sacred thing. You came here and have the dignity of a warrior, so we will also respond. The sudden change of plot makes Taesung wonder. This has never happened in the novel. Aiden came here with his friends and I came alone. Is that the reason? After thinking about it for a while, Taesung didn't hesitate to reply, okay, I prefer one-on-one duels anyway, but I hope we don't waste each other's time. The werewolf looked at Taesung. Wasting time? What do you mean? In the novel, every time Aiden and his friends kill this guardian, he is revived thanks to the goddess's powers, so Taesung thinks it would be better to enter the third paragraph. He bluntly challenges the werewolf, I mean, instead of keeping your strength, you should move to the third state, then just stand there waiting to die. The werewolf who heard this stood up in anger. The stunned werewolf shouted loudly, what, how disrespectful, what makes you think you can say those words? Taesung still looked at the werewolf with defiant eyes, why not? At the same time he began to activate the Neo-Blood Awakening state. Taesung unleashed an abundance of energy that startled the werewolf momentarily. Do I really need to prove it to you? The werewolf couldn't help but be amazed at Taesung's tremendous amount of mana, but he still arrogantly said, ungodly one, you are the bearer of holy blood. If so, then you are indeed qualified to say those words to me. Just then, the werewolf sucked in the energy of the little wolves around him and smiled sinisterly, okay, then I'll do as you please. However, this is your decision, so don't regret it. Taesung furrowed his eyebrows carefully as the werewolf strengthened. He was taking over the power of the subordinate werewolves. After a while of accumulating more power, the werewolf became bigger than Taesung had imagined. Although the disparity in fitness was clearly visible, Taesung did not flinch and bounced up to attack the werewolf, regretting it. No way, I will finish this as quickly as possible. When Taesung rushed up to attack the werewolf with his aura-containing fist, he created a blocking shield, the collision creating a reverberation throughout the temple compound. Taesung couldn't help but widen his eyes in amazement as his punch was blocked. This aura, the shield that testifies to a warrior's worship of a god, I don't think it can also block aura. But just because it was tough didn't mean it was invincible, and Taesung was immediately about to throw more force into the punch aimed at the werewolf. In the blink of an eye, Tae-sung unleashed dozens of aura punches with great power and speed, causing the werewolf's shield to quickly shatter. When the werewolf's shield shattered into hundreds of pieces, he was stunned not to react to Tae-sung's next punches that were coming. A powerful thrust from Tae-sung's punch knocked the werewolf, hitting the temple wall. However, the werewolf was not seriously injured. He quickly rose from the wreckage with a bitter expression. He was strong, he was not ashamed to be the bearer of holy blood. While the werewolf was still standing blankly, Tae-sung rushed to attack him again. When Tae-sung's aura-containing fist was about to reach the werewolf, he quickly slumped down to dodge. Just then, the werewolf with a devious smile leaned towards Tae-sung in a squatting position. He counterattacked with a punch to Tae-sung's stomach. The werewolf was silently pleased as he watched Tae-sung's abs sink with the punch, one hit. However, Tae-sung was still not pushed back, causing the shocked werewolf to roll his eyes. What? He absorbed the damage through his star muscles, no way. Tae-sung calmly grabbed the werewolf's wrist. It seemed that when he entered the third stage, he had gained an additional acceleration skill. Very good. The werewolf was completely stunned by this scene. How could he be so strong? Tae-sung continued to squeeze the werewolf's hand with a sharp gaze, but speed wasn't everything. Soon, he threw the werewolf into the air like a stuffed animal. At the same time the werewolf flew up, Tae-sung also kicked the ground and jumped after him. He enveloped his fist with aura and punched off the werewolf's beak. The werewolf was pushed by Tae-sung's punch against the goddess statue and fell helplessly. Tae-sung continued to chase his movements. He kicked the momentum on the statue and darted down after the werewolf at tremendous speed. Tae-sung raised one leg to aim at the free-falling werewolf below. Looking at the werewolf struggling to escape the danger, Tae-sung confidently said to himself, "This is the end." The lightning bolts that were spreading from Tae-sung's feet were almost reaching the werewolf, but he suddenly smiled mischievously. Just a second later, he couldn't escape the fate of being slammed into the middle of his chest by Tae-sung's thunderous kick, a tremendous pain that sent him a resounding roar. Then, the fallen werewolf slammed himself to the ground with a large dent in his chest. Tae-sung also gently landed at the same time. Finished. He didn't even need to use the world fragment or the blessing of the god. When Tae-sung stood up and stared at the werewolf lying upright, there was a slight confusion in his heart. What was the smile at the end? Suddenly at this moment, a voice echoed in space, "Impressive." When Tae-sung turned his head to look in the direction of the voice, he knew it was the voice of the goddess statue. "Thank you, for helping my great warrior rest in peace with honor," Tae-sung said to himself. "Is that statue talking to me? This doesn't happen in the novel either." Tae-sung doubted or asked the goddess, "Resting in honor?" The goddess replied, "He always wished to die gloriously as a warrior, but then was stabbed in the back by the enemy and died." The goddess explained to Tae-sung, "He couldn't let go of that, he had become a ghost inside this dungeon, you had given him the ending he had been waiting for." Tae-sung thought thoughtfully. Now that he thinks about it, he really talked about the dignity of a warrior and something about magicians relying on real magic power too cheap. Perhaps that smile was because he always wished to die in a fight with a warrior he thought deserved. The goddess suddenly threw Tae-sung a bracelet. "In return, I want to give you something, but I only have this one thing left." When Tae-sung looked at the bracelet with puzzlement, the goddess explained, "If you let moonlight shine on that bracelet, it will protect the person you wish to protect." Tae-sung immediately put on the bracelet without hesitation. This is something that Aiden has never had, the power of moonlight. It is not bad, it will come in handy when he needs to protect someone while he is busy fighting. Tae-sung looked up and said to the goddess, "I'll make good use of it," but her presence is gone. Tae-sung jumped straight onto the stone platform of the statue and muttered, "Then I'll finish this." Soon after, he punched the statue of the goddess Langren. As the colossus collapsed, a fragment of the world appeared in the haze. Tae-sung's eyes lit up as soon as he saw the light of the world fragment. Found it. Soon, Tae-sung collects the second world fragment and quickly leaves the dungeon. Outside at this time, Keel was still obediently obeying Tae-sung and using his spirit powers to watch his surroundings. It wasn't until Tae-sung stepped out of the spatial crack that Keel opened his eyes. Keel asked Tae-sung curiously, "Have you conquered it?" Tae-sung coldly replied. Tae-sung chuckled approvingly. He was still obeying himself and here watching. Seeing that Keel didn't complain about being left behind, Tae-sung was even happier. "I was quite pleased with him obeying this." Just then, Tae-sung hurried off again. Keel followed him curiously and asked, so are we done here? Can we go to some village to sleep now? Taesung clicked his tongue in agreement. After all, we still have a long way to go, we're going to stop at some village around here. Keel continued to ask curiously, how long is the way, where are we going? Taesung mysteriously replied, I can't elaborate, we need to go to many places, first we will go around the Lutvan kingdom. About 2 weeks later, the two of them reached the commercial city of Lerine. Keel complained tiredly to Taesung, Mord, we have been out of the Grand Duchy for 20 days, rest a little. Taesung still walks on quietly with burning will, 2 fragments of the world in less than a month is not bad. After the Langren Goddess dungeon, Taesung attacked another dungeon but there was no side reward like the Langren Goddess dungeon, but he still managed to get the world fragment and artifact containing the holy power, so it was quite satisfying. Of course, it was lucky to open the hidden challenge every time. Taesung walked while calculating his next plan. I will visit the Lerine black market and find it. I also have to clear that place underground, I have to occupy Aiden. Later, Taesung and Keel go to one of the city's most luxurious inns to rest. Taesung climbed into bed and shook his lap and told Keel, let's stay here today until dark. Keel asked again in surprise, really, I'm going to go out for a bit, in the meantime, don't go anywhere. Seeing Taesung glaring at him, Keel pleaded, please. Taesung didn't trouble Keel anymore, he said casually, I'll wait until an hour after sunset, you're going to report to Mr. Ilden. Keel was spotted furiously, no, I mean, Taesung interrupted him with his mouth, I know every time I visit a city, you all reported, there was no need to hide anything, if I had bothered about it, I wouldn't have let you go. Keel laughed and said, I think I need to replenish my budget a bit. Just then, he held up the flat money bag with a bitter smile, I'm empty. You're always in an expensive place and eat good food enough for 5 or 6 people. Enough. Keel hurriedly left, I'll be right back, remember to keep your promise. Taesung clicked his tongue and replied, sure, unless something important forces me to leave. Keel laughed and joked, how can anything like that happen, in the middle of a city like this, there must be no madman to smash this building, However, when dusk fell bright red in a corner of the sky, Keel returned to the lodge to see an incredible sight. In front of Keel's eyes, the luxury hostel was engulfed in flames and people fled everywhere. Keel cried out loud, the set he had, the ability to prophesy. Back a while earlier, Taesung was sitting in his cultivation room and engulfed in the world of world fragments. World fragments are pieces of the complete world used by caveman gods to create this world. Each fragment consists of different elements. Some have lava mountains, fire elements that can jump around, others contain hot deserts that burn flesh. These fragments are like jigsaw puzzle pieces, which will exist separately unless put together. And when they are put together, they have mighty powers that need to be tamed. Another incredible side of the world fragments is that the pieces that have been collected will integrate, forming fantasy worlds that you can enter and exit at any time. When you stick to your subconscious mind, the imaginary world created in the world fragment will look very similar to the real world, so the person who owns it can physically train in it and the experiences in it can be brought out into reality, although to others, Taesung looks like he is meditating. But he was actually practicing. The first fragment he got from the tomb of the down god had a large mountain that surpassed the clouds. And the fragment from the second dungeon has a dense forest under the full moon. Fortunately these two fragments can combine and make Taesung's fantasy world expand a lot, but the fragment he got after the dungeon goddess Langren is incompatible. He wasn't disappointed at all, though. Taesung, after many hours of practice in the fantasy world, is extremely excited. The power he can output must have increased much stronger. It will be very interesting. Suddenly, there was a strange sound and light flashing in the sky, ruining the peace in Taesung's imaginary space. He immediately realized that there was a big movement outside and quickly exited his training state. Meanwhile, explosions were taking place on the roof of this building outside, flames along with smoke and explosion sounds. A woman outside the lodge was crying bitterly, my child was still in there, but she was stopped by several men. Please don't get too close, it's dangerous. The woman cried out in despair, I said my baby was still in there. At this moment, Taesung hugged the baby and jumped out of the exploding room. The woman took the child back with 2 rows of tears in her eyes, thank you so much. While the woman continued to thank her, Taesung rolled his eyes and looked around with an indignant expression. Near the burning building, people feverishly rescued the unfortunate injured and took them for treatment. There were also victims who did not survive, and cries of pain echoed everywhere because of the tragic deaths. Seeing all this tragic incident, Taesung angrily bit his teeth. How could someone implicate innocent people like this? While Taesung was trying to find the perpetrator, two black figures jumped out of the wreckage and flew onto the opposite roof. Taesung looked up at the two people chasing each other and quickly identified the target. It was the bastard. Based on the magic power on him, it was he who caused this explosion. Taesung indignantly clenched a stone in his hand. Even though I don't know who you are or where you came from, but I will definitely kill you. He immediately unleashed his power with his eyes clearly visible. Meanwhile, the two men in black were still chasing each other on the rooftops. The mage who caused the explosion chased after his target in annoyance. Fucking mouse, he didn't realize that a figure was rushing like a rocket towards him. Taesung rushed to attack the mage from behind, but he managed to dodge. When the unbalanced mage fell to the ground, his target also stopped and jumped backwards. The mage stood up and questioned Taesung as he also landed on the ground. Who are you? Who are you? Taesung walked up to him in exasperation. You don't need to know, I won't ask your identity. Because you will die here today. Soon after, there was a flash in Taesung's eyes that terrified the mage. However, the mage very quickly calmed down and even showed arrogance. Although I don't know which side you belong to, how can I lose to a scumbag like you? Taesung didn't say much and rushed to attack in the blink of an eye with his fists tightened. The mage hadn't even seen Taesung's movements when he received his punch in the face. The punched mage slammed into the opposite wall, causing a loud bang. Taesung continued to walk towards the mage while he was still coughing from his injuries. The mage rolled his eyes and looked at Taesung in alarm as he stepped closer. Suddenly at this moment, the target hunted by the mage shouted for Taesung, "Hey, hey." The hunted man suddenly turned around and reminded Taesung, even though I don't know who you are, don't look down on him. In a place like this, if you force him into the end. The other young man was half talking when he suddenly let out a terrified scream. It's done, he did it, run quickly. Taesung immediately turned to look at the mage to see what was wrong. The mage, after taking a bite of an energy pill, suddenly became bigger than Taesung. Ku he, thank you for prolonging my time. The mage smiled arrogantly and declared, look at you, my ultimate power. However, the shaman's smile quickly flew away along with his head as Taesung punched him in the middle of the face. The stunned mage's target rolled his eyes at the sight of Taesung's tremendous power. Taesung turned his attention to the man again with a murderous gaze. You, come down here. The other young man was shocked to stiffen even though he was telling himself, I've got to run. It took him a while to finish and turn and run away. But Taesung didn't spare him. He threw a charge on his back, causing him to fall off the roof. The youth was kicked to the ground and hit his face on the rough rocky road. Taesung walked in front of him like a Death Eater, knelt down, and answered my question. At this moment, Keel appeared behind the other man and locked his neck. Taesung glared coldly. It would be better if you let him pass out. Keel immediately tightened his arm, causing the other guy to cry out miserably. I couldn't breathe. After a few seconds, his eyes became lethargic and fainted. When he regained consciousness, in front of him was a room with two strangers waiting. The young man blurted out in fear but was immediately blocked by Taesung's throat. I warned. Taesung raised his sinewy hand to threaten him. Don't open your mouth unless you answer our question. After the long-haired man bowed obediently, Taesung immediately began to question why he was being chased by that guy. Seeing that the long-haired man refused to answer, Taesung added again, he must be a member of the organization of the monarch's second appearance, but the long-haired man who heard this was startled. He looked up and asked Taesung in shock, how do you know? Taesung immediately cupped his head. I said don't open your mouth to wonder, what do the bastards from the monarch's second appearance want? The long-haired man hesitantly replied, they want to revive the Essence King from the caveman era. As soon as Keel heard it, he shouted in shock, Essence. The long-haired name tries to explain to Taesung and Keel, the rank classification of the mages is clear, the apprentice mage is level 2, the intermediate mage is level 4. The advanced mage is level 6, the senior mage is level 8. People who reach level 9 are called super-level magicians. Essence kings refer to magical creatures that transform themselves into essence soldiers, and they can lead an entire army of essence soldiers, hence the name Essence King. The Essence King who appeared in the time of the second monarch had a hidden card in case of disaster. It divides its soul into pieces and hides them, so that when they are gathered he can be revived, and that guild is tasked with finding those soul fragments. Taesung narrowed his eyes at the long-haired man with disdain. Well, but I don't know who you are. Is there some guild fighting over this fragment? The long-haired one countered. Our guild is not so anonymous, nor is it as evil as that second appearance guild. Taesung continued to question. Then what is the name of your guild? The long-haired man swallowed nervously. Based on his ability to use aura, it must be of Verna's lineage, if I mentioned the name of the guild and we became enemies of the Verna's domain. Seeing that the long-haired man was about to hide it again, Taesung immediately raised his fist threateningly, causing him to stammer, Giramal. Taesung looked at him suspiciously. Whatever, the long-haired man continued to explain, we exist to avoid 3 prophecies that caused the destruction of the world to happen. One of them is the second appearance of the monarch. Just their strongest names are enough to turn this place upside down. If they unleash all their power, how terrible it will be. They also worship the Essence King close to the god of death. If he is resurrected, the world will collapse. Keel first heard about this, he panicked. It was terrible, but Taesung thought calmly. The truth is that the Essence King was indeed revived but was quickly prevented by Aiden and his friends. What would that disaster be like? But wasn't that just one thing? I don't even want to hear what the other 2 are. Taesung continued to question, so why were you being chased by that guy? The long-haired man awkwardly replied, that's it. It's because I stole something important to them. The long-haired man sighed with an honest expression on his face. Keel then handed out a key. Isn't it? We saw in your pocket. The long-haired man immediately became agitated. Yes, that's the key to the tomb of the king under the city. While Keel is irritating the long-haired man, Taesung is lost in thought. In the magician who rules the world, neither the Giramal guild or this key appears. Probably in the original story, they got the key back here. While holding the key in his hand, Taesung comes up with a new plan. The Essence King is revived in the second half of the mage who rules the world. Even if he is stopped by Aiden and his teammates, thousands of people will lose their lives. To avoid that from happening, the guild must be eliminated. Taesung immediately tightens the key in his hand and is ready to go. He left the room in a hurry. I'll take this key, you go. Neither Keel nor the long-haired guy believe their ears. What, really? Keel hurriedly chased after Taesung. Wait, you let him go. Taesung clicked his tongue and replied, he was weak, he didn't need to pay attention to him. Keel asked again, what about that second appearance? Just leave them. Taesung immediately shook his head. No, we have to prevent that Essence King from reviving, so I intend to destroy his soul piece. Taesung remembers what happened in the novel and continues, there is a piece of soul in the tomb of the king, we will start there first. Keel sighed and asked Taesung, so let's go right away. Taesung shook his head and said, no, I'll go to the black market first. Keel ran after him curiously. Why? Taesung replied, I need to buy something. Later, Taesung buys a short sword so old that it breaks and rusts, along with a book with a torn cover, which he buys at a cheap price on the black market. Keel held those 2 scrap-looking objects with incredulous eyes. What was he going to use these for? This knife couldn't even cut meat. Later, Taesung takes Keel down the city's underground sewer line. The stench rushes up and Keel has to cover his nose. He is going to do it. It is impossible. Keel looked suspiciously at the black sewer water. He said there was a piece of the king's soul here. Taesung replied firmly, there must be some underground bunker at the bottom. Keel exclaimed in shock, you mean under the sewage? Don't say we have to go in there. Taesung said casually, yes. Keel put on a disgusted face, I don't want to. However, Taesung still casually instructed Keel. He used his elemental magic to find it, right? Keel immediately shouted in protest, I belong to the wind element, not water. Even so, after that, he still used his spirit powers to search everywhere in the underground sewers. Keel finally discovered that beneath the stinking black water there was a strange manhole cover that was emitting a red glow. Keel exclaimed excitedly, finding it. Taesung glanced at Keel's cheerful expression and silently exclaimed, he grumbled and still did it when he asked for it, it was because he was a warrior. Then, the incarnation of the wind element created by Keel suddenly puffed up his cheeks and took a deep breath. As soon as enough air is accumulated, a strong wind is shot towards the surface of the water that is hiding the manhole cover that makes it exposed. Keel sat down near the manhole cover and examined. The iron door was locked by magic. I used the golden key to open it. Taesung shook his head. No, now use this dagger. Seeing Taesung stick the blade in his hand and make a slit, Keel exclaimed in surprise, what can that old thing do? What are you doing, Mord? Taesung wiped blood all over the blade as he explained. In caveman times, the saints were involved in a war, in which a warrior god lost everything to a saint who used magic as a weapon. So he sacrificed himself to create this weapon. While Taesung continues to talk about the short sword, the blade suddenly lengthens and flashes. This is a mythical artifact that can only be awakened by the holy blood. It is also the key to ancient ruins with upgradable properties. However, it takes up to 3 keys to unlock that secret. Taesung pointed his short sword towards the manhole cover sealed by magic. It had a very simple way of working. It just created an anti-magic membrane to destroy magic. Just then, he threw the short sword down between the holes of the manhole cover precisely. The light from the short sword quickly spread out and there was a fierce conflict with the magic on the manhole cover. Very soon, the short sword destroyed the seal and caused the manhole cover to bounce upwards. In Keel's bewildered gaze, Taesung called out with a single cry and easily recovered the short sword in his hand. Keel couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, I can't believe you bought this for the price of every glass of wine. If that hand knew it would be so sleepless. Taesung shrugged while looking at the short sword. The black market is such a place. Suddenly Taesung said to Keel, it's time for your wish to come true. Keel looked at him in bewilderment. My wish, Taesung repeated, I mean the condition we mentioned then. Keel now remembered that along the way, he had asked Taesung, do you want me to teach you how to stealth? This skill is very useful, I can even hide my teammates, but in return you have to promise to take me with you the next time you enter the hidden dungeon. I am so tired of these peaceful dungeons. I want to go through an adventure to find ancient treasures and fight mysterious monsters. Taesung looked deep down into the sewer hole he had just opened and told Keel, after we eliminate the king's second appearance down there will be a hidden dungeon that he has always wanted to enter. Later, Taesung and Keel jump underneath the manhole together and enter a fairly large space. Keel walked wondering how they had created such a large bunker. Seeing that Taesung was silent again, Keel changed the subject. Are they here? Shouldn't we attack them? Taesung replied casually, no need, they already sensed our presence. And they are attacking us. Taesung stopped as soon as he saw the enemy appear on the opposite side. Keel was startled to exclaim when he saw a horde of demons approaching them like zombies. A bunch of mages who were controlling the demons cried out in bewilderment, hey, who are they? How did they come down here? Taesung quickly realized that those people were members of the monarch's second appearance. Taesung without many words immediately rushed to attack the mages. He overcame the demons and approached the mages at such lightning speed that they couldn't figure out their opponents in time. As Taesung approached, several members of the guild jumped up to attack with sharp blades. However, Taesung using only 2 bare hands with his aura fists was enough for all weapon attacks to be repelled. The mages panicked as soon as they saw Taesung's skill. It wasn't Aura's gloves, so he was a master. However, when those people discovered Taesung's power, they were knocked out on all sides by his hands. In Taesung's eyes, there was a flash of Aura's brilliance that made the people of the other guild dare not advance. Seeing that his comrades did not dare to storm, the leading mage with the red staff pointed at Taesung, you stop him, in the meantime, I will. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw that the entire group of mages under him were blown away by the wind spirits created by Keel. Keel suddenly appeared from behind the leading mage and asked him sarcastically, in the meantime. What are you going to do? Keel raised his sword at the mage with a smirk full of contempt for him. Very soon, the leading mage was beaten to crawl under the drain. He struggled to crawl with both hands miserably and shouted terrified, monster screams. Just then, a sharp blade slammed down from behind making it impossible for him to utter another word. Keel plunged the blade into the mage leader's heart with a thoughtful expression, this is pretty good, but of course facing Mord it's just useless. After taking a quick look at the dead mages, Keel suddenly pointed towards the wall behind Taesung and asked, "Mord, do you see if that gate is the entrance?" Taesung nodded and said, "Before that, we have to destroy the dangerous-smelling things. Items related to black magic are extremely dangerous." Keel, with the talent to clean up the battlefield, quickly completed the task. They rushed to the large gate deep in the sewer pipe with curiosity. "We have finished processing the items, now is the time to use the key, right?" Taesung replied, "Yes, from now on, it was really a dungeon." Keel nervously put the lock on the drive and twisted it. As soon as the door opened, a dark atmosphere enveloped the two of them, making Keel shudder. "Well, why did it feel like a demonized dungeon?" Taesung walked in first and explained, "This is a dungeon created by the Essence King using demonic powers, but it is not connected to the demon world." Keel followed him and looked everywhere. "I see, then I don't know if the inside is similar." Taesung shrugged and said, "I don't think so." In fact, Taesung himself does not know because in the novel, information about this dungeon is not described in detail. What he can remember is that it was built like a dungeon that crashed straight into the ground, a total of 9 floors. The deeper Taesung and Keel descend beneath this dungeon, the more powerful they face the death spirits. It wasn't a simple dungeon, but for the two of them, it only took less than 10 minutes to conquer it. After passing through 8 dungeons, Keel is much happier. His face is exposed as if he caught gold. Taesung glanced curiously at Keel's excited expression. The pile of items picked up made him so excited. Keel honestly grinned. "There are some delicious magic items in this pile. With them I won't have to worry about my wallet for the next few months." Keel danced his flute while pulling a cart of gold and silver treasures of all kinds. When he reached the 9th basement, Keel was momentarily startled. "Wow, it seems to be him." In front of the two of them was a dry skeleton sitting on his throne and emitting a terrifying aura, Lord of the Essence. Lord Essence King had just seen the two of them when he immediately burst into flames in his eye sockets with delight. "Trespassers, it had been a long time since I had seen living creatures again, indeed a long time ago." Keel couldn't help but be stunned when he felt the energy from the Lord of the Essence. Just looking at the energy source was enough to confirm that he was very strong. Seeing that Keel was involuntarily stepping back behind him, Taesung immediately reassured him. There was no need to fear anything. That guy was just a soul fragment now, much weaker than his original body. He was at best only as strong as an apprentice mage. Keel's eyes widened in surprise. At best as an apprentice mage. The Essence King Lord also looked at Taesung in surprise. "Do you already know about me?" Taesung replied casually, "I heard that there was a mage named Krex who had been called the Essence King Lord in the past." The Essence King Lord laughed in amusement. "It was interesting. I didn't expect an intruder to know about me." Taesung calmly transformed into a holy blood state and said, "I don't know much. There is nothing for me to find out anyway." The Lord of the Essence King is puzzled. "Why do you think that?" Taesung replied indifferently, "Since you are only a person who existed in the past and has already been destroyed, more. That will continue forever," Taesung said as he glared up at the menacing Essence King. The Lord of the Essence King directly stepped down from the throne with a disdainful smirk at Taesung. "Oh, holy blood Vernars, indeed I must always be amazed by the arrogance of each of you. But then they all perished at my hands," and as soon as they finished, the Lord of the Essence King stretched out his hand towards Taesung and unleashed his ice magic. The Essence Lord pointed at Taesung with his bony fingers and declared, You are just a remnant of a god in this world. Let me teach you how great magic is." When the Essence Lord finished speaking, 2 ice giants appeared in front of Taesung and Keel. Taesung unflinchingly jumped off the ground and moved behind the 2 ice giants. He swung Aura's fist up and aimed directly at them and attacked. After a rumbling explosion that shook the dungeon and shards of ice splashed, the Lord King thought to himself, "Indeed, that was too simple for a Vernars clan." The haze from the explosion had not yet dissipated. Taesung suddenly appeared in front of the Essence Lord, startling him. Facing the powerful punch swung in a flash from Taesung, the Lord of the Essence King immediately turned on his fixed defensive magic shield. After blocking Taesung's attack, the Essence Lord hurriedly teleported to the side to escape Taesung's range. However, he was immediately attacked by Keel's magic phone. A billowing tornado surrounded the Essence Lord in the middle and completely obscured his vision. The Essence Lord looked at the tornado with a disdainful expression. "Star Wind Spirit, what a troublesome little trick." Just then, he stamped his foot on the ground and created a powerful vibration. With just a stamp of the Essence King's foot, the dark energy spread out, knocking out all the wind spirits swirling around him. Keel couldn't help but be bewildered when his moves were useless. Damn, all the wind spirits were overpowered with just one spell. Suddenly at this moment, Taesung's short sword flew around Keel and landed in the hands of the Essence King. The Essence Lord began to look at the arm that was being inserted by the short sword. Did he penetrate my fixed defensive magic? Well, I don't know what trick he used, but such a weak short sword. At this moment, the short sword shone with a menacing light. Taesung saw this and immediately smiled approvingly. The Essence King was an entity entirely created by the power of black magic. That's why this blow became a fatal blow. Just as Taesung thought, the Lord of the Core King was jerked to his body after the short sword took effect. The Lord of the Essence King who lost his magic was left with only his skeleton and a little bit of blight collapsed. There was no way, such a thing should not exist in this world. While the Lord of the Essence King was whining, Taesung coldly raised his fist towards him. Carelessness is a mortal sin. Immediately after, he without hesitation launched the Shan Gwyn move. The energy of the punch shot towards the Essence Lord like a bowling ball, shattering his jagged skeleton. The Essence King's head rolled on the ground and fell into Taesung's hands. When Taesung grabbed the skull of the Essence Lord, he immediately cursed, "How could I lose to such a trashy Vernars?" Taesung raised his skull in annoyance. "Already defeated, less, both main body and fragments like you. They were all just a failure." As soon as he finished, Taesung immediately crushed the skull into a handful of dust. After that, Taesung turned to Keel with a warm look. "Well, thanks to his support, the fight is much easier," Keel secretly exclaimed. "It is really a compliment for her, but I can't deny it." Keel smiled except to tell Taesung, that dagger was incredible. It pierced through the shield of the rank of an apprentice mage. Taesung recovered the short sword and said, it would not be possible to do so if he deployed an active defense spell, but he only relies on passive spells, so he is easily defeated. After all, what needs to be done in this dungeon is done. Let's quickly destroy the nucleus and get out. Keel asked bewilderedly. Where is the nucleus? Taesung immediately pointed to the throne. It was the chair he had been sitting in. When Taesung destroys the nucleus beneath that throne, the whole dungeon suddenly shakes violently and the walls seem to be about to collapse to the point where shards of bricks and stones fall. Soon, however, the violent tremor ended and from the destroyed chair appeared a splinter of the glittering world. Taesung smiled contentedly at the fourth fragment found, and Keel was bewildered because it was the first time he had seen this. After destroying the nucleus, the two of them returned to the dungeon entrance, and just as depicted in the novel, the dungeon entrance transforms into a fake room. When Keel returned outside where he had left the treasure car earlier, he couldn't find it anywhere, his expression showing bewilderment and panic. Then a painful silence ensued Keel, and the space around him was immediately plunged into the darkness of frustration. After a while, Keel panicked and let out a mournful sound. Not here, the stuff I picked up is gone. Keel scratched his head and glanced at Taesung hoping for answers from him, but he remained silent as if nothing had happened. Keel sat down with suspicious eyes looking at Taesung. Mord, did you know about this beforehand? Taesung frowned at Keel. What were you talking about? Keel said, no matter what I think, I find it very strange. This place has been sealed for 200 years and then there are many death spirits with wisdom. This is just a chaotic dream, right? According to the magician who rules the world, chaotic dreams are a space containing knowledge that blurs the line between reality and fantasy, so everything is simply an illusion. Like virtual reality, where everything that happens inside feels real, but we can't bring what exists inside out into the real world. Taesung pondered. Indeed, it seems that his hypothesis is correct. Falling into a place sealed for 200 years would probably drive people crazy, but if that ego was just an illusion, the story would be completely different. Taesung comforted Keel. Honestly, I don't know which way again. I don't intend to cheat on you. Keel stood up dejectedly with a dull expression. Yes, you're not that kind of person, Taesung thought to himself, looking at him as if the house was in mourning. After seeing Keel crying pitifully, Taesung finally sighed and said, okay, since you helped me in several battles, I will definitely make adequate compensation for you. Taesung suddenly swung his fist and told Keel not to complain about what he would get instead. After a punch so powerful that it punctured the floor, Taesung and Keel both fell into a large space below. When he landed, Keel still hadn't finished his soul and staggered and nearly fell, while Taesung directly looked ahead. Initially, one could only reach this place after solving puzzles hidden inside the fake room, and using clues obtained during the exploration of the dungeon, but Taesung already knew its location, so there was no need to fuss like that. He directly chiseled the floor into the treasure. As soon as Keel saw the items in front of him, he couldn't help but marvel. He asked Taesung in amazement, what's this? However, the surprise didn't last too long. Keel quickly became excited and cheered with bright eyes. The items looked expensive. Keel walked over to the stone pedestals for items in a cheerful voice. Wow, this place really looks like a treasure room. Suddenly he saw something seemingly trivial among the piles of treasures and asked Taesung curiously, what is this normal-looking bag? Taesung explained to Keel, it is a space bag with 5 times the capacity of this room. Keel exclaimed in amazement, what, does such a thing really exist? Taesung nodded affirmatively. Not only that, but he could also search for the items he needed and easily retrieve them. It was made so that only the owner could touch it, and if he was not too far away he could call it to spin automatically return. Taesung suddenly took the item on a stone pedestal and tossed it to Keel, and this, he could keep. Keel caught it with an eager expression. What's that? When Keel spread his hand, it was a plain ring. Taesung immediately explained, it was a light ring. It consumed the master's mana and helped him use light magic. The maximum was level 6 magic. Keel was stunned. 6-star level magic. So, this must be extremely valuable. Taesung went on to explain, moreover, it was extremely resistant to light magic. Keel without hesitation put the ring on his index finger with an excited expression like a child being candy. Just then, he gave Taesung a satisfied smile and said, thank you, thank you. Taesung thought to himself, it looks like he feels better. He sighed and told Keel, I gave it to you because I felt you deserved it. Keel looked curiously at the rest of the items. What about the others? Taesung explained in turn, this necklace protecting him from forbidden magic aimed at him and uncovering hidden spells. This golden key is simply a key that acts like a map. Keel heard that and asked curiously, the key and the star map, so it leads me to another piece of the soul of the Star King. Taesung nodded and replied, yes. Keel asked again, how many soul fragments are there in total? Taesung muttered counting and said, 7. Keel exclaimed, that's quite a lot. You want to find all of them? Taesung nodded and said, yes. Keel tilted his head to look at Taesung. To prevent the resurrection of the Star King, Taesung put the magic bracelet on his neck and said, by the way, those 7 soul pieces are also pieces of the world. Taesung took a look at the empty shelves and told Keel, now that we've taken everything, let's end here. He then turned his eyes to the skull placed in the higher alcove. This thing was the fragment of the king's essence. Keel stared in the direction of Taesung's eyes. Is this thing? Taesung nodded and then explained, yes, what we defeated in the dungeon is just the embodiment of awareness inside this shard. If he doesn't destroy this fragment, he will come back. In the novel, Aiden and his comrades are unaware of this, which is why they think the skull is just an ornament and ignore it, resulting in a complete resurrection. But now, Taesung has ensured that it won't happen again by using his fist to destroy the skull. Meanwhile, Grand Duke Vernars at his castle is continuing to pick rejuvenated berries to eat. This time when he picked the fruit, Grand Duke Vernar's expression was not very happy, and he lamented, this is the last fruit. Grand Duke Vernars asked his subordinates annoyedly, what do you think? Do you think Mord will be the next person buried here? The subordinate confidently replied, I really think so. After all, Ian Blood has already stepped in to arrange everything. The subordinate who dared to believe strongly in the blood bank was because there were countless organizations in the world, but only a few organizations had a history exceeding 500 years. It was because the Age of Legends was over and the Age of Mortals ascended to the throne. But the blood bank is an organization that prides itself on its more than 500-year history. Above all, most of its moderators possess the holy blood, which is the largest and greatest secret organization in the novel. Wizards dominate the world. Grand Duke Vernars took a bite of the fruit with a look of concern, even though there was a Master Rank Varen last time, but they all died. I'm sure it was a big blow to the ego of the blood bank. I wonder how prepared they were to take Mord's life this time. A few days later, in the place where Taesung had destroyed to create access to the treasure, there were loud footsteps. A redhead looked down at the hole and asked his comrades, what the hell happened here? no matter where he went, he left such destructive marks. The blonde woman silently sat down beside the pit and touched a piece of the Lord's robe left. After considering it for a while, she told the redhead, he had been here a few days ago, so tracing him would be simple. The redhead nodded contentedly, very well. He grinned and pulled out his sword. I was already beginning to imagine the end of that annoying man. How dare he do enough to me like that Vernar's bastard. Then the fierce redhead declared, I'll give you a taste of hell, and the blonde also laughed arrogantly. After this, where should I go to relax? A few days later, Taesung tried to learn stealth magic but couldn't, then sighed and said to Keel, this is not okay. Keel asked him in bewilderment, what, are you giving up? Taesung replied, yes, we're just wasting our time. Taesung thinks back in the novel there is a lot of unclear information, there are many segments that are shortened to just summaries. He remembers very well what he read, but with the parts omitted by the author, he is not sure. Keel looked at Taesung thoughtfully and asked curiously, so what are we going to do now? Taesung continues to close his eyes and think, there are 8 months until he fulfills his promise to General Ilden. I don't have much time, so I will have to focus on what I already know. After pondering for a moment, Taesung looked up at Keel with determination, well, I'll go free the cursed witch. At the same time, we'll get an ancient sword, Taesung said as he walked away. Keel followed him eagerly. It's not a trivial sword, is it? But how do you know that? Taesung stopped to look at him. Because I have a very good informant. Keel sulked and said, don't be like that, you can't elaborate. Taesung clicked his tongue and replied, okay, I'll tell you. After that, he casually made it up, it was because the traces of the gods inside my body showed me the fateful vision of this world. Looking at Keel's disgusted expression, Taesung added, see, even if I tell the truth, you will not believe it. Keel replied wryly, you bastard. Taesung smiled mischievously, after all, I didn't expect him to believe it or anything, even if I told the truth, no one would believe it. Then, suddenly, Taesung felt a little frustrated in his heart. He said to himself, but still, it would be nice if someone next to him trusted him when he told the truth. In the meantime, Keel had set off with a cheerful expression, hey, where are we going now? Taesung replied calmly, south of Lutven Kingdom. A few days later, in the mountainous region south of the Lutven Kingdom, Keel entered the misty area with a creepy feeling. It is so creepy here. Is it because there are witches living here? This mist is magic, isn't it? Taesung calmly replied, yes, it is a witch's spell. We'll soon be disoriented, which is why our families let us sleep, because they tried to stop us from coming here. At that time, a villager cried out in a panicked voice, you are going to go to the Star Swamp. Our village has an ancient legend about witches of fog and swamps, witches who live in the swamps and use the mist to eat anyone who dares to go to that place. So far there have been many missing people. In the last 5 years no one has dared to go deep into that forest, so there is no longer a situation of missing people. You really have to reconsider. Taesung walks into the middle of the mist looking completely calm, the witch using this mist to numb her mind and control our actions according to her will. Keel suddenly put on a smug face to show off to Taesung. I could indeed sense that she was trying to manipulate my mind, but I had a very good resistance to mind control magic. So I'll be fine. Keel laughed and nudged Taesung's hand gleefully, but Taesung suddenly disappeared from there. Keel immediately looked around in bewilderment. Where has he gone? Is this mist even causing hallucinations? Mord, I can't see you anymore, where are you? Keel screamed in utter panic and his footsteps began to move automatically. Where are you? Keel's mind gradually became hazy and his face became more dull. Suddenly he was so sleepy. Keel's body was moving automatically, leaving him wondering in confusion how she could be so strong. Taesung was actually still standing where he was, only Keel was staggered forward aimlessly. Seeing this, Taesung quickly took out the bracelet he had received from the goddess Langren. Fortunately he had let it absorb enough moonlight. Just then, Taesung rushed to grab Keel's wrist. He chanted the mantra on the ring, the power of moonlight, protect my comrade. After Taesung finished speaking, a bright light from the bracelet quickly enveloped the space around the two of them and dispelled the fog. Keel was startled awake from his trance and gasped in panic. He scratched his head and pulled out his hair in relief. Wow, I'm finally awake, so this is how witches control people and eat them. Taesung calmly moved on and said, no. When Keel is dumbfounded, Taesung continues, she wants to guide them out of this mist as safely as possible. she also writes in their subconscious that they should never go back to this place. Keel's eyes widened in disbelief. He said that she was a cursed witch. How could she be so kind? Tae-sung then said, between being cursed and evil have nothing to do with each other. Keel continued to counter, but the guy from the village said that there were many people missing. Tae-sung argues that, even without witches, there are many other threats in this forest. For example, monsters live here. Or one can also get into a state of paranoia from poison. In the forests, it is common sense for people to go missing, but it is really strange that no one has gone missing in the last 5 years. Keel finished listening and felt convinced. Yes, so the witch was. Tae-sung nodded and continued, yes, the witch, not a cannibal monster. According to what the ruler of the world wrote, she was the most beautiful woman in the Ilderva's region. Many men in the village and also in the surrounding areas fell in love with her beauty. Among them, there was a foreigner who possessed holy blood. He confessed to her, but she politely declined. Unexpectedly, that was the beginning of her misfortune. That man possessed a powerful power. His clan was the most powerful of the forces that possessed the holy blood, and he was a noble himself. But then he broke the rules of the clan for daring to summon the soul of a demon, and he was possessed by the evil spirit, fearing to face death if the clan found out, so he ran away, and that's when he met the girl. After being rebuffed, he tried to force her to change her mind and the entire Ilderva clan tried to stop him, but he became even more angry and killed the entire clan. The girl ended up falling into the hands of the evil man and her life was hanging by a hair. She was desperate to do nothing but try to escape. At that moment, the sky suddenly opened, the god Mirius appeared. Because the noble had used excessive power, he was discovered by his master and the god appeared to punish his sins. It was not until he was punished by the gods that the nobleman showed remorse and tried to beg for his life to be spared, but of course it was completely futile. What he had done was unforgivable. After hearing what had happened, Mirius punished him, saying, "You must pay for breaking the law, you must become an indestructible sword to seal the devil." However, it did not stop there. As for the girl, the other god also punished her. He accused that, "You are just a commoner but make a noble commit such a felony, you must protect this sword until the day the evil soul inside is dissolved, only then will you be forgiven of your sins." After that, the poor ill-fated woman was cursed for hundreds of years, becoming an evil witch in the legend handed down in this swampy land. Tae-sung remembers the plot and says in a sympathetic tone, "Yes, that witch is not a man-eating monster. She's just a victim of divine wrath," Tae-sung said as he transformed into a state of neo-blood awakening and stepped forward. Tae-sung follows what is written in the novel and forcefully storms the witch's forbidden ground, which is very close to the center of the swamp. As he stood in the middle of the wilderness, Tae-sung shouted, "Witch, I'm back to repay you." As soon as he heard Tae-sung scream, a black figure suddenly opened his eyes amid the thick fog. Just then, a gust of wind blew from the shadows as if to sweep Tae-sung away. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, but Tae-sung was still able to hold on to his solid body. However, Keel had to use a dagger inserted into a nearby tree trunk to keep himself from being swept away. Keel clenched the dagger in horror. What is this? With this power, even if you summon the spirit foam, it will be scattered. When he looked through the thick fog that was crossing his face, only to see Tae-sung swinging his fist dimly, Mord was not sure what he was going to do. At this time, Tae-sung was accumulating energy to form a sphere in his hand. While the wind blew stronger and stronger, he threw the pulse of the bridge back towards the head of the wind. Thanks to the pulse of the bridge illuminating the way out of the fog, Tae-sung dimly saw the witch's eyes emitting a threatening red light, which he didn't see very clearly, but it was definitely a witch. Immediately Tae-sung jumped along with the bridge he just threw away. The path only opened for a moment. He would create consecutive explosions to quickly move forward. Very soon, with successive impulses being launched to block the wind and fog, Tae-sung finally gets closer to the witch. He landed gently on the ground right at the witch's feet and at the same time, the fierce wind had stopped. Tae-sung's eyes lit up and stared at the witch. "Witch, wake up from the dream." Keel had already caught up with Tae-sung and he couldn't help but be amazed at this sight. "What, witch?" Keel's eyes widened in surprise. He said witch. At that moment, Tae-sung continued to tell the witch, "There was never a promise you needed to keep." Before Tae-sung and Keel's eyes, the cursed witch appears in the form of a cute round white cotton lump and two shining jade eyes. Suddenly the cotton's countenance turned ugly with a spiteful tone. I need to keep my promise. Along with the witch's fury, impulses began to emerge from her charged feathers, the enemy, invading. Soon, spheres were launched towards Taesung and Keel in unison like meteors filling the sky. Taesung hurriedly carried Keel's neck away from the massive onslaught of impulses, although Keel was not as quick to react as Taesung, but still managed to follow his speed. Keel panicked as he ran and screamed, those attacks were too strong, it was like a group of mages casting spells on us. Hoo, Mord, what do we do now? You have a plan, right? Taesung calmly ran and said, of course. Taesung briefly reveals the plan to Keel, before using keywords to wake her up. I will impregnate her with a little whipping. Keel is even more confused, what the hell is he talking about? Suddenly Taesung jumps back at the witch and tells Keel, after all, Keel, hoping he will somehow hold on. Taesung constantly moves up and down while dodging the witch's impulses, he kicks the ground vigorously and bounces and rushes towards the witch. Thanks to the power of the new blood awakening and the blessing of the demon god, Taesung had no trouble overcoming the witch's impulses. After finally running around for a while, he found the wizard's energy center, which was creating dark sphere pulses. Taesung without hesitation swung his fist straight into the wizard's heart. The force of the punch caused the cotton lump to be pushed tens of meters away. The witch squealed in pain, but Taesung clung to her head without letting go. Suddenly Taesung shouted, calling out the name of the witch's clan, Ilderva. It was the name of those who risked their lives to fight for you. In that moment, the witch's eyes began to show ancient memories. The sight of the witch clutching the body of a family member came to her mind. Not stopping there, Taesung continued to attack the witch with a kick filled with thunderous energy. The kick easily hit the middle of the witch's face while she was reliving her traumatic past. Another scream of pain came out of the witch's mouth and her power was about to explode again. But at this moment, Taesung shouted the name of the witch's enemy, Calvis, a familiar name that made the witch immediately roll his eyes. Taesung rushed in front of the witch's eyes and swung his fist at her again. At the same time, he reminds the witch that it was the name of the man who murdered her family. There was a flash of pain and anger in the witch's eyes and a roar of pity. But Taesung has no intention of stopping his hand, he rushes straight at the witch with his prepared fist. After that punch, Taesung read Miria's name again. And he reminded her again, that is the name of the god who cursed thee. Taesung kept attacking the witch and every punch and kick was repeated to her, there was never a promise made, it was all because of the curse that Mirias had cursed on you. Remember things that you must not forget, for that undeserved death as well as for your clan. And all because of you, too. Taesung gathered his fist in the air and accumulated more energy into it as if he was about to deliver a sorcerer's life. Soon, however, he gently placed his hand on the witch's soft cotton head and patted her. Taesung sat on top of the witch and called her name tenderly and affectionately, Cedia. Taesung also reminds the witch that it's the name her parents gave her on the day the sun shines brightest. Taesung whispered softly to the witch, opening his eyes to leave. "Oh brilliant child of the sun spirit," listening to Taesung's whispers made the witch burst into sobs. Now the wizard's attacks were over and Keel was finally able to stand back and look at the wizard with curious eyes. "Stop attacking, Mord, okay." The cotton lump in front of them suddenly appeared cracks and light pierced through those cracks like a hatching egg. Keel grinned with immense excitement. Finally, he had always looked forward to this instead of the cold and bland military life in the White Demon realm. A beautiful adventure story like this. Save a witch cursed by a god and help her restore her beauty. However, when the witch's feet hit the ground, all beautiful visions in Keel's mind vanish. Cedia appeared radiantly beautiful but tall to the heavens, the savior of holy blood that I did not know. You saved me from the curse of the demon god, how can I repay you for this? Cedia asked Taesung softly, if not too rude, let me ask your name, while Keel became completely stupid when he looked up at Cedia, are they giants? In contrast to Keel's surprised expression, Taesung calmly and politely said to Cedia, I'm Mord, a descendant of Vernars, and Cedia exclaimed, down with Vernars, I've never heard of him. Cedia added with a gentle smile, but looking at him like this, he must be a very wonderful god. Taesung immediately explained to her, Vernars received his divinity when the legendary age ended, of course she would not know about him. Cedia couldn't help but ask in surprise, is the legendary era over? Taesung calmly walked up to the fragment of the world and said, yes, 500 years ago, an era where gods no longer ruled the world began, the only thing left of that era. As fragments of this world, seeing Taesung completely focused on that sparkling shard, Cedia asked curiously, what was it? Taesung put his hand up to absorb the fragment and explained, it was a piece of the perfect world that the ancient great gods used to create their world. When the legendary age ended, it was divided throughout the world. In his heart, he secretly imagined, the environment here was a misty swamp, the night sky and high peaks combined with the thick mist below floated on the surface of the swamp. Now the three world fragments and two separate worlds in the fragment could merge into one. After absorbing the new world fragment, Taesung turned to Cedia about returning the favor. At that moment, a rumbling explosion rang out near where Taesung stood and interrupted their conversation. Cedia immediately leaned in to shield Taesung and Keel from the explosion, and soon after, the bloodsuckers emerged from the smoke. Here you are, the bastard of the Grand Duke Vernars. A group of 3 men of the blood bank approached Taesung with an arrogant smile, a middle-aged man, a red-haired young man with a sword, and a blonde girl with a scepter. The middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader of this group spoke first with a sinister expression, Mord, I'm here to kill you. Seeing that Taesung didn't move, the ringleader took off his robe in a defiant manner and repeated, Mord, the illegitimate son of Grand Duke Vernaz, we came today to arrest you. Suddenly the bearded man's gaze shifted to Cedia, but what was the giant woman? Taesung ignored the bearded man's fringe question and directly asked him, who are you, sent by the blood bank? The bearded hat asked in surprise, how do you know that? This is not the first time we have encountered each other. Taesung replied casually as he rolled his eyes and looked around at the 3 blood demons one at a time. It was easy to guess, what else do you possess, holy blood? The bearded man squinted incredulously at Taesung, just with a clue that we have holy blood. You have already said which organization we came from. You are a little strange. The mage immediately contributed, strange or not, just take the interrogation to know right away. The swordsman also chuckled in approval, saying yes, let's teach this newcomer basic greeting etiquette when he first meets someone else. When the swordsman was about to storm in, the bearded man reminded him, slowly, awaken the holy blood first, put all his strength into attacking from the beginning. The swordsman was grumpy and replied, do you need to stretch like that? I want to play with the other guy a little. The bearded man shook his eyes at the swordsman seriously, forgetting his warning not to underestimate this guy. Besides him and the giant, there was still a possibility that there were people around here. The swordsman reluctantly activated the holy blood state, but I still need to be promoted to senior. The mage also stepped forward and entered the holy blood state. Yes, quickly settle this place, I also want to go on vacation. Meanwhile, the bearded man had also transformed into a wanderer, and he did not forget to tell his accomplices, not to let that guy die, to capture him alive. The 3 blood demons activated the holy blood state and walked towards Taesung's group. Keel saw the strong enemy and paled in panic. All 3 of them had holy blood, but Taesung still did not flinch and calmly observed them. After awakening the holy blood, how a person's identity change depends on the lineage he inherited. One thing in common is that the hair will all change to silver. The other leader must be from the divine beast lineage, the other 2, I am not sure, but the other woman has appeared in the magician who rules the world. Taesung remembered that the mage was an intermediate warrior of the blood, a high-level mage who had possessed the 7th magic ring. She was extremely talented in tracking down, but after awakening the holy blood, her magic power had increased to the equivalent of that of a first mage. After that, he turned his eyes to the swordsman again, but a mage, if he wanted to exert his full strength, he needed to have his teammates to support him. It must be the one with the blue sword, and another army was about to arrive, probably all on their side. Dirty play, 10 against 1. After judging his opponent's ability, Taesung instructed Keel, to lead Cedia out of here and back to fight with me. Keel was startled to protest, but slowly, there were 3 people with holy blood on their side. No matter how good you were, fighting all 3 alone was a bit of a bit. Taesung didn't want to waste time and influence outsiders, so he immediately emphasized, Keel, go. Soon, he entered a state of neo-blood awakening and released a huge burst of energy that overwhelmed the enemy. The mage immediately felt a flinch, exclaim, wait, this mana, isn't this kid only 15 years old? The werewolf was also surprised to see some of Taesung's power. Meanwhile, Keel has quickly become invisible and tries to lead Cedia to escape, or well, they are all distracted by Mord. We can take this opportunity to escape Cedia, this way. However, Keel hadn't had time to get Cedia to escape when a bolt of lightning struck him in his way. The mage suddenly appeared after the lightning disappeared and raised her voice to tease Keel, the child, who wanted to run away. The mage chuckled and said in a mocking tone, "I have the ability to be invisible, so I run back and forth so confidently, but that ability is also useless in the eyes of a mage like me." Keel then turned to ask Taesung's opinion. "This way, we must both risk our lives to fight." However, Taesung is still steadfast in his decision. "Keel, I will help you make a hole. Your job is to escape from the siege at all costs. Hear clearly, this is our own business, we can't let Cedia get dragged in." The swordsman who heard Taesung make such a heroic statement burst out laughing. "Well, the blue-nosed kid is ready to witness hell." Just then, the swordsman with an arrogant smile unleashed his pulse, turning the sword in his hand into a weapon enhanced with impulse. The swordsman didn't hesitate any longer but jumped off the ground and charged towards Taesung with his sword raised. When the sword containing the impulse slashed down, an explosion of energy erupted in the blink of an eye and completely obscured everyone's view. However, when the light along with the smoke from the explosion dissipated, everyone was speechless, stunned by the outcome of this first round. Even the werewolf, who was full of confidence and certainty in victory, gasped in shock beyond words. Taesung punched an aura containing and blew off half of the swordsman's upper body, the horrific scene unfolding in a flash that made the werewolf barely utter a sentence. "That kid, dead." After the swordsman died, the two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Keel and the mage fiercely tussled with their foam system magic power. Keel struggled with the hope in his heart that Mord would clear the way, so he just had to deal with this woman. He put all his trust in Taesung. From mana, body size to physical strength, Mord surpassed them. Meanwhile, the werewolf stood up to become Taesung's next opponent. "You know how to use aura?" Surprised, "Haha, if so. I can't play with you anymore." As soon as I finished, the werewolf transformed into even bigger and his body suddenly blurred. Taesung was completely taken aback by his opponent's sudden transformation. While he hadn't yet figured out the werewolf's moves, he rushed forward and punched him once. Thankfully he was able to cross his arms in time to block the attack. Even so, the werewolf's punch was powerful enough to cause Taesung to be knocked away and hit the ground a dozen meters away. Before Taesung could get up, he was shocked to see the moving werewolf aiming at him again at a terrifying speed. A terrible explosion ensues as the werewolf continues to knock Taesung flying away, the energy of the two sides colliding, creating sparks across the swamp. Taesung was beaten to the point of earth blood, and he was left speechless, stunned by the werewolf's power. As Taesung painfully collapsed his body to the ground, the werewolf walked up to him with an arrogant expression. "You're stronger than rumored, I admit." He smugly laughed at Taesung, "But from the very beginning, when we formed the three-person team here, we had planned that you would have a few elite warriors with you and had arranged to ensure that all three of us could completely overwhelm all of you." Taesung couldn't help but be bewildered as he looked up at the werewolf. It was true that the senior commander was different, much stronger than he thought. From mana, body size, physical strength to speed, he overwhelmed him. Moreover, Taesung suddenly discovers that the werewolf wears a creature on his wrist. Creation, also known as God's objects. At the end of the mythological era, the gods have left the human world, the creatures have also disappeared from the world. However, those who possess the holy blood, i.e., individuals with high potential to use creation, can still temporarily use them if allowed by the gods. Seeing Taesung blurt out that it was a creature, the werewolf immediately laughed and gloated. "Ha ha ha, it's surprising. Every time like this, I like the ancestors of my clan too much, to see how much your family can withstand the power of gods." However, the werewolf didn't notice a cunning smile on Taesung's lips. "This might be good, I can use him to test some things," he calmly told him. "Yes, I'm curious too." Taesung thought to himself, with 3 fragments of the world in his hand, the amount of mana he can control has increased many times, although he is not sure what its limit is, but if combined with the blessing of the god. Taesung immediately built up aura around his fist and stood up, wondering how long your house could last. Just then, Taesung unleashed Aura's fist aimed directly at the werewolf's chin, and the lightning counterattack made him subjectively unable to defend. The werewolf was finally hit by Taesung's punch and soared into the sky like a shooter. He roared a cry of pain that reverberated throughout the swamp. While his body was flying freely and vomiting blood, the werewolf still had his mind to wonder, what was this? Both its movement and strength had changed. Suddenly, the werewolf was startled to see that Taesung had jumped up after him and was closing in on him. Just as Taesung is about to deliver the decisive blow, a fireball explosion occurs that targets him and blows him to the ground. Taesung lay flat on the ground and glanced in the direction of the explosion. A female voice said, "Ah, really?" The mage who attacked Taesung rescued the werewolf and laughed cunningly. "Master, you really struggle like this for a 15-year-old boy, it's embarrassing." The werewolf landed on the ground with a hateful expression on his face. "Fuck, embarrassed, kidding, I was prepared for some people lurking somewhere to sneak a fight, but in the end it turned out that this blue-nosed kid managed to repel me alone." Taesung looked at Keel in confusion to check on the situation. Why was this woman here? How was it on Keel's side? At that time, Taesung found out that the army on the blood side had arrived and Keel was being chased by them to drop his pants. Keel had to run away from fire magic attacks while dodging the enemy's rain of arrows but did not dare to call for help from Taesung. The werewolf who was still hating Taesung flossed at Taesung. "Hey, kid, although I was a little startled earlier, but with that pile of injuries on your body, I bet you must have reached the limit." He immediately rushed forward before Taesung could even get up. "Just wait, take as many blows as I can and I'll give you back." Taesung, in a dangerous situation, begins to be confused about how to solve this problem. He is momentarily blank with a look full of uncertainty. However, just as the werewolf rushed closer and the two of them were about to fight each other fiercely, the mage's voiceless screams interrupted the confrontation. The mage struggled on the ground with one leg burned by the fire that could not be extinguished. "Ah, foot, my leg." No matter how hard she tried, the fire continued to cling without letting go. Suddenly a strand of sunshine-colored blonde hair fell in front of the mage, who didn't want me to interfere at first, so I just stood outside and watched, but now that I've come to this country, I can't just turn a blind eye anymore. Cedia glared up at the mage, "The descendant of the holy blood, you were too arrogant for someone who had been deprived of your sacred heart, thought you were a true god or something. Truly ignorant." Cedia summoned her divine flame to surround her body and envelop the enemy, the flame spreading like water pouring down from Cedia's hands and gushing like volcanic lava. The blazing flames quickly spread like a flood that surrounded the mage and created a terrifying pressure that caused the werewolf to stop his focus on Taesung. Suddenly a strand of blonde hair like the color of the afternoon light fell in front of the mage, who didn't want me to interfere at first, so I just stood outside and watched, but now that I've come to this country, I can't just turn a blind eye anymore. Cedia glared up at the mage, "The descendant of the holy blood, you were too arrogant for someone who had been deprived of your sacred heart, thought you were a true god or something. Truly ignorant." Cedia summoned her divine flame to surround her body and envelop the enemy, the flame spreading like water pouring down from Cedia's hands and gushing like volcanic lava. The blazing flames quickly spread like a flood that surrounded the mage and created a terrifying pressure that caused the werewolf to stop his focus on Taesung. The mage stiffened when she saw the feeling of mental intimidation from Cedia. Where she came from, not even her own abilities could recognize her. Cedia stood under the dazzling sun like a god and declared, "We Ildurvas share the same divine power in our bodies. The more people we have, the weaker we will be, but I am the only child of the fire spirit. So I can be stronger than ever," Cedia said as she unleashed her enormous blast of firepower that surrounded the mage who was dragging on the ground. However, just as Cedia was trying to exert greater power, a shock struck her that left her wobbling, her mind spinning, and the firepower could no longer be released. Very soon after that flash headache, Cedia tumbled to the ground with her massive body causing a powerful tremor that spread throughout the swamp. The moment Cedia forced herself to sit up, she couldn't help but bite her teeth in shock. She couldn't use her strength to intervene. Taesung, who witnessed this scene, immediately understood the problem. Because the legendary era was over, Cedia would have become a character who shouldn't have appeared here. In order to use her god's power, she would need to give something, but right now she has nothing. Seeing that Cedia was confused, Taesung immediately spoke up to reassure her. "Cedia, you don't need to try too hard, I need to focus on fighting him, so I would be grateful if you could go help Keel deal with those guys. Cedia still can't stop worrying about Taesung, but... In response to her nervousness, Taesung smiled confidently and slyly, don't worry. Just then, Taesung activated a huge impulse in his hand and calmly announced, add a few spoonfuls of onion porridge and he will lie down. At this moment in Taesung's mind, thinking that all holy blood has different qualities, the unique quality of the divine blood is the muscle strength comparable to the weapon. Meanwhile, the werewolf let out an arrogant laugh and raised his sharp claws. You only have cute orbs, then just stay there and get dirty, dick. The werewolf in a state of rage grew bigger and rushed towards Taesung like a four-legged beast, while Taesung had already defined his quality as thunder-coated impulse. The advantage of this type of quality is the tremendous destructive power, but Taesung still does not flinch from controlling the sphere pulse in his hand. He attacked the werewolf with impulses connected together into a technique called Gai Lin Guardian. He was immediately jerked madly and bound in one place. Taesung secretly agreed in his heart, this is also a great battle for Gai Lin Guardian, when it combines with an opponent's impulse to paralyze their movement. His mistake is to combine exclusivity with his impulse. The werewolf had absolutely no understanding of this situation, so he could only try to struggle in bewilderment. His body couldn't move. What were these rings? Taesung of course didn't have time to explain to him. He rushed towards the werewolf and swung his fist ready to attack again. Taesung unleashed repeated punches scattered all over the werewolf's body and thought in his heart, Werner's technique was to concentrate the power of the punches to create an explosive punch. Just then, Taesung delivered a decisive punch to the center of the werewolf's chest. All the punches did not miss, but he did not cry out in pain. The werewolf himself felt bewildered when he didn't feel the pain he was supposed to have. What? He was definitely hit, but he didn't feel any damage. At this moment, the skill that Taesung used came into play. The terrified werewolf roared as soon as he felt that the energy from the previous punches was converging on one point. No, the energy was gathering in one place. He tried to resist and opened his mouth to scream, but the sound couldn't even get out of his throat. No, it couldn't. All his last struggles were in vain as an explosion from within ripped his chest apart and turned his body into a mess. Taesung mused for a moment as he watched the werewolf explode and silently assessed the power of the move he had just discovered, which wasn't bad. After tackling the leader, Taesung glanced at Keel and Cedia to examine their situation. This should be enough here, and the other side. Cedia was using her fire power to create circles of fire that surrounded the blood people, huddling them in one place. The people standing in front of a huge and powerful woman could not resist. After sliding all the blood into a spot like a chicken, Cedia reached out to them and spat out mist from her hand. The blood people were quickly swallowed up by the fog and they began to feel lethargic. Why were they suddenly so sleepy? When the men were no longer conscious enough to resist, Keel was the one to finish them off in a flash. He rushed straight into the mist and in the blink of an eye rushed out of there with loud screams still behind him. Taesung nodded and muttered as he watched Keel and Cedia fight quite well. It seemed that they didn't need his help, while the mage was sitting at Taesung's feet with a shocked expression. Taesung suddenly turned to look at the mage with cold eyes, and he said to her bluntly, "Now, how should I handle you?" Keel, after dealing with the others, sat down on the ground with a tired sigh. I thought I was going to die. When Keel glanced at the burned mage's body, he asked Taesung curiously, "But why did he kill the blindfolded girl? Didn't he hold back the interrogation?" Taesung immediately explained, "The higher level of the blood bank had orders." Keel asked bewilderedly, "Prohibition of star orders?" Taesung nodded and continued to speak, "If I try to reveal the secret information, the ban will trigger and turn them into hysterical monsters, then it will be troublesome for me." Keel heard it and cried out in panic, "Why, I know that Een blood is in the danger group, but I didn't think it would be so scary." Taesung asked Keel a little surprised, "He knew about them too?" Keel nodded and said, "I met a few people when crossing the White Demon Realm. They are very dangerous, so we heard some basic things about them." Taesung nodded and replied, "So," he thought in his heart, "it seems that Grand Duke Werner's clan is not really powerless. I'm sure the intelligence they have must also have some basic information about the bank." Keel continued to ask Taesung curiously, "But Mord, how do you know so much? You must have a good informant." Taesung casually shrugged. "I said, I can see the prophecy that God left me." Keel immediately said suspiciously, "Well, who would believe that?" However, Sidia said to Taesung, I see, benefactor, did the other holy forces and Vernars prophesy for you? Keel saw Sidia's attitude and became even more shocked. Well, Sidia, do you really believe him? Sidia tilted her head bewilderedly to look at Keel. Well, why not? Meanwhile, Taesung clicked his tongue and continued, it's not common anymore these days. Sidia asked, he meant prophecy by divine force. Taesung walked up to the sword of the first dead swordsman and bent down to pick it up. Yes, prophecy has long been a legend, no one believes in it anymore, oh my. Seeing Taesung suddenly crying out to the sky, Keel rolled his eyes and asked him, what's wrong? Taesung didn't hesitate to toss the newly picked up sword to Keel and he quickly picked it up. When Keel looked at the sword, Taesung told him, it was the sword the redhead used, he kept it and used it. Keel stroked the sword with excitement in his voice, really? Keel's eyes lit up like stars and a grin spread across his face. This bar was better than the one I used before, following him to do this, and that was really wise. After picking up the valuables left on the men, Keel began cleaning up the pile again. He used the simplest method of directly piling up the corpses and setting them on fire, the fire flaring up and spreading the smell of barbecue throughout the swamp. At that moment, Sidia suddenly reached out to the pile of burning corpses. Even if we burn the corpses, they can still track us down. Soon, Sidia creates spheres of energy around the burning corpses and forms a magical stance. She tells Taesung, I'll seal it. Even Taesung has to admire the power of Sidia. Interestingly, humanity helped each other learn magic with the support of nations after the legendary age, but we have never reached the realm of power like the legendary period again. It is because we are far from God. I had anticipated this, but seeing the divine force in real life really etched that truth in my head. After casting the sealing spell, Sidia turned to Taesung with a gentle smile, benefactor, I haven't been able to repay your saving grace yet. What were you going to say earlier? Taesung immediately said, oh yes, about that. I want the sword you're protecting. Sidia just heard Taesung's request and became alarmed, it's a cursed sword. Taesung replied calmly, I know that, I know how to undo the curse for it. Sidia exclaimed in amazement, how? Taesung began to explain, the reason the sword was dangerous was because it contained the soul of a very powerful demon. It was a sword with ego, so it lured the possessor with power to drive them crazy. Eventually it would exhaust its possessor. After that, Taesung calmly came up with the idea, if so, I just need to subdue the sword's ego and free it from that sealed soul. Sidia still can't stop worrying about Taesung, free from that demon's soul, how is that possible? Taesung continued to convince Sidia, now is not like the time when she was cursed. After a very long time, its ego must be weakened. Taesung thought in his heart, actually that method has already been proven. Aiden also solved the curse in the same way. While Sidia was still pondering Taesung's request, he sank into his own thoughts. Moreover, during the battle, he felt that unlocking the second-level holy blood was not something he could do with practice or talent alone. I've been watching Kessner and Ilden since they reached that realm, but it's clear from this battle that I need to achieve something big. What humanity needs to become a god is to achieve achievements great enough to be recognized as legendary. Proving yourself worthy is the only way to reach that realm. Only a meaningful battle and victory will bring light and glory to the holy power that we hold. I was very close to that realm in today's battle. I achieved a meaningful victory against 3 holy blood possessors, one of whom even reached the second level. And the name that brought the whole army to destroy humanity in the blink of an eye, Vikalos, I will kill him to get closer to level 2. After thinking about it for a while, Taesung becomes more and more firm in his decision and asks Sidia, so, Sidia, do you think you can put my ego into the sword? Sidia, though worried about Taesung's safety, doesn't want to refuse her benefactor's request, and she finally lets out a sigh and nods at him, I think yes. Very soon after Sidia agrees to Taesung's request, he is transported to an unfamiliar space, where the surroundings are covered with sand as if it were a desert. Looking around to see that no one appeared here, Taesung suddenly raised his head and took a deep breath. Catching enough breath, Taesung immediately shouted in a provocative voice, Hey, Vikalos, I'm coming to see you, come here and see your father quickly. Mirius was the ruler of countless gods, sacrificing his own bloodline to create an indestructible sword, which was used as a container to seal Vikalos. Vikalos was such a powerful existence that even Mirius could not easily defeat it, so sealing Vikalos became a huge achievement for Mirius. After Taesung's challenge echoed throughout the desert region, a grinning dry skeleton immediately appeared in front of him, the dark energy also spreading with his appearance. The dry skeleton stepped in front of Taesung with a sinister laugh. "Ku hee hee, it's been a long time, finally, my chance to escape has come." As soon as he approached Taesung, the skeleton immediately let go of the seduction. "The human name possesses the blood of an unknown god. I, the Demon King Vikalos, will give you the power to rule the whole world. If you sign a contract with me, you will hold all the power to make all your wishes come true." Vikalos held out his jagged bony hand in front of Taesung and repeatedly urged him, "You stupid human, to hurry up and take my hand." Vikalos tries to seduce Taesung with excitement. "I will take over your body and find my body to kill Mirius, who sealed me here, and once again, I will become the Demon King of this world." However, in response to Vikalos's promises and seductions was Taesung's cold indifferent attitude. He bluntly told him, lying. Vikalos was caught and exclaimed in amazement, "Whatever?" Taesung casually continued, "You are tricking me. I am sure you will take over my body without returning it so that you can find your body, but unfortunately, your body no longer exists in this world." Seeing Taesung's casual expression when he said this, Vikalos immediately became agitated. "What do you mean?" Taesung explained to him thoroughly, "After Mirius sealed you here, both the demon world and this world have undergone many changes. Your empty body has been devoured by other demons a long time ago. Now you are just a soul lacking flesh to return. The soul that leaves the body will sooner or later disappear. In other words, you are dying." Taesung's words were like lightning in the clear sky with Vikalos, and he immediately fell into a silence of shock. After pondering for a moment and still unable to believe the truth Taesung had just told, Vikalos gritted his teeth with a low spiteful voice, "You! How dare you use those silly lies to insult me? After playing this trick you thought you would have your life and come back." Vikalos suddenly grew up and screamed at Taesung with creepy sounds. Taesung still said calmly, "If you want, I can take my life and swear, use my oath and your magic to check the truth." Vikalos still shouted grumpily, "Ha, take your life and swear, lying in front of the Demon King means death." Taesung smiled mischievously. "You know," Vikalos saw that and glared like a fire staring into Taesung's eyes, "you are arrogant too, human." Just then, he stretched out his huge bony hand towards Taesung and let out a roar of horror, "And you will regret it." At the same time a dark energy wrapped around Taesung's body. Vikalos transforms into the form of a grim reaper with a sharp scythe in his hand and huge iron chains that bind Taesung. "I give you one last chance, hurry up and tell the truth." However, Taesung unflinchingly opened his mouth to affirm once again, "Vikalos, your body is gone." After Taesung speaks that truth, a series of horror images appear in the middle of the desert that simulate reality. After Vikalos' soul is sealed, a bunch of small demons rushing up and huddled around something big. Vikalos was completely stunned by what was happening. He opened his mouth with a voice that still felt incredible, impossible. As Vikalos watched the little demons tearing through his empty body, an indescribable feeling of distress came to his mind. No, it couldn't be. Stop. In extreme crisis, Vikalos dropped his scythe and clutched his head with a fierce scream, stopping away. At the same time his body began to shrink. After a desperate howl, Vikalos sat down with a feeling of helplessness and despair. He couldn't even open his mouth anymore in shock. At the same time, Taesung is freed from the chains that bind him to the oath. He slowly walks closer to Vikalos. "After you taste the truth." Vikalos had now become as small as an ant at Taesung's feet. He knew in his heart that this Vikalos he had kept his mind after thousands of years was amazing, but when he realized that his body no longer existed in the magician who ruled the world, the shock had completely shattered his spirits, just like now. Seeing Taesung become as big as a giant, Vikalos stammered in horror, "Ah, what the hell is this situation?" And Taesung continued calmly, "So now you are dead." Taesung's eyes looked down at Vikalos with disdain, and he didn't even need to use the power of the new blood awakening to easily deal with the Demon King. When Taesung took the sword out, Keel looked at it eagerly with bright eyes. "This is the legendary demon sword." "Oh, no, the curse is lifted. Should I call it a holy sword?" Keel obviously craved the sword and wanted to die, but still shyly asked Taesung implicitly, "By the way, what are you going to do with it? You didn't use a sword, did you?" However, Taesung coldly demanded the sword back, giving it here. The ownership of this sword belongs to someone else. Keel Tiu returned the sword to Taesung, who, Taesung put away the sword and replied, even if I said it, you don't know, besides, wasn't it about an hour ago, you just received a new sword, you haven't warmed your hand yet, Keel said regretfully, it is, but still. After that, Taesung directly ignored Keel and turned to ask Cedia, what are you going to do now? Cedia pondered for a moment and shook her head, I'm not sure. Cedia said in a slightly sad and lonely tone, I shouldn't be here, I don't know when I'm going to die, besides, I have nowhere to go, and no chance for revenge. Cedia closed her eyes with a pitiful expression, as if she didn't seem to have any choice here. Taesung finds her pitiful, so after thinking about it for a while, he suddenly declares, no, the chance for her revenge is there. Soon, Taesung does not hesitate to reveal a detail that he already knows through the magician who rules the world. Mirius exists in this world, he is a member of the blood bank. Cedia had just heard that the enemy was still alive when she rolled her eyes in shock, she immediately lost her expression of grief. Cedia asked Taesung in a surprised voice, how could it be? Taesung explained, his appearance would be different from her memory, it seemed that in the time between the time she was sealed and the end of the legend period, a lot happened. Cedia immediately became willful and behind her suddenly appeared a portal, so, I see, I don't know what happened, but if he existed in this world, then I have a reason to stay here. Cedia suddenly changed her countenance to be behind the devil's aura and her tone was also spiteful. After calming down, Cedia tells Taesung, this world denies my existence, so I have no choice but to seal myself away until the time is ripe, after entering this door, I will be sealed. So please help me to hold the key of the seal. Keel heard this, and exclaimed, Phone, seal the star, this Cedia. However, Cedia was determined to tell the two of them, among witches, I have become the strongest, I can definitely confront a god, but if I die before using this power, it means nothing. So thanks to you, the moment you fought Mirius. Remove the seal so I can take revenge and wash my hatred, Cedia said in a voice full of will and her hatred exploded like a blazing fire no one could extinguish. Taesung looked up at Cedia and asked with a slight frown, are you sure? Cedia didn't hesitate and nodded with a bitter smile, yes. Taesung looked into her eyes and understood that it was the only reason Cedia had any hope of continuing to exist. Taesung finally accepts Cedia's request, he commits to her before the giant door closes, okay, I'll make your wish come true, at any cost. Meanwhile, in a magnificent castle isolated from the outside world, that is where the piercing head of the blood bank lives. The gray-haired old man was looking up at the sky with a sinister giggle mixed with pleasure. His accomplice stepped forward with curiosity, what's so funny, Mirius? Mirius replied with a mischievous smile, I feel someone who has unleashed my power, it has been a long time since I had this feeling again, in a place full of swamps and fog. Mirius's accomplice frowned suspiciously at him, there were still traces of his power in the world, so why didn't he go and retrieve it and leave it there? Mirius said with a grin, because if I tried that I would probably die, so I was going to go retrieve the sword and the shards after I recovered a little more, but someone had already done it for me. The accomplice felt even more confused, so wasn't he already lost? Mirius calmly sipped his wine with a slight expression, come on, I am grateful, now I don't need to go face to face with the one I don't want to see, so when I go get that sword back, I'm going to give the man who did it for me a reward. Mirius laughed sinisterly and his eyes were full of intrigue looking into the distance. In the days that follow, Taesung and Keel continue their journey to conquer dungeons and ruins that Taesung remembers in the novel, called Conquest, but mostly Taesung destroys the entrance and directly goes to the place where the reward is stored. Keel followed behind Taesung and was never ceased to be amazed, oh, it turns out that it is possible to reach the center of the ruins without having to overcome obstacles, just break this wall, how does he know so good? Taesung was the same as always, silently heading straight for the treasure. Keel who had just approached exclaimed in amusement, well, what are these things? Taesung explained, 6 relics left by the great magician from the caveman era. Keel tilted his head in wonder at the pile of things, these were all great, but it was for magicians. Taesung suddenly handed him a bracelet, something useful to him, and took it. Keel didn't know what it was, but he put it on his arm right away. What is this? Taesung replied, this bracelet can help him summon a fire spirit. he knows how to use spirit magic so he can control fire spirits. Keel exclaimed in astonishment. That's okay, Taesung said. It was a relic created by the great magician who possessed the holy power. With the power of the god, the impossible was also possible. Seeing Keel staring at the ring dumbfounded, Taesung thought to himself, Keel is definitely his teammate, but compared to what we have to go through in the future, he is still weak, so the most practical measure to make him stronger through spirit magic, hopefully this bracelet can help him become stronger. Seeing Taesung pondering, Keel curiously pointed to the rest of the items. What about the rest? Taesung put on a ring and bracelet and said, there are some items I have already decided who to give, and these two I will use. The ring that Taesung is wearing can detect ambush along with other sudden dangers and unleash defensive power to help the owner. As for the rather colorful bracelet, it helps the owner store mana for later use. Keel, after hearing about these two items, gasped in surprise. Wow, I didn't expect that there were such powerful items. After arriving at a nearby village and enjoying lunch, Taesung explains why he uses those two items. There are two reasons. One is to make it difficult for Een Blood to predict our location, the other is because there is an urgent problem there. Keel was as curious as ever, and immediately asked, what's the problem? Taesung chewed and answered through the speaker, and then he would see. Keel immediately replied, okay. After glancing around, Keel suddenly lowered his voice and whispered to Taesung, but Mord, I've had this feeling before. Do you find the atmosphere in this village strange? People keep mumbling to each other all the time as if something bad has happened. And they're still glancing over here, Keel said as he warily rolled his eyes at the people in the bar. Just at that moment a man approached them. The man greeted Taesung and Keel politely and bluntly asked if they were mercenaries. Taesung looked up at the man with wary eyes. He asked what to do. Do you need to find mercenaries? Then the man, who seemed very confused, hesitated for a moment. He shyly scratched his head with an embarrassed look. Well, actually, about 2 weeks ago, the elves started appearing around town. As soon as Keel heard this, his expression was shocked, and Taesung was still very calm listening to the man's problem. The man went on to tell Taesung and Keel, chimpanzees are creatures so scary that humans dare not face them. I have heard a lot about them, but it was not until recently that I witnessed a real one for the first time in my life. My village was fortunate enough to have some pretty good gladiators who fought one, but the story didn't stop there. The incursions continued, and as casualties increased, the entire village was plunged into fear. But then 3 days ago, a strange man appeared in our village and changed the whole thing. When he heard about the plight of my village, he happily expressed his desire to help us escape the invasion of those elves. Very soon, he slaughtered all the monsters around the village in just 1 day. Even when the chimpanzees reappeared, they perished under his sword. Taesung heard about this and felt suspicious. Wait a minute, a sword, the man continued to say. Early the next morning, he set out again to kill monsters, but probably due to the sudden development, even though it was dark, we still haven't seen him return. Taesung suddenly interrupted the man's account. Wait a minute, can you describe his appearance to me? The man looked up for a moment and nodded. Okay. Later, the man recalled and described. He looked athletic just like him, and he had long brown hair tied in a ponytail. He carried a big sword. It was so big that he had to use 2 hands to hold it. Taesung just heard it and opened his eyes in surprise. For a moment, Taesung furrowed his eyebrows slightly, wondering, it must be that person, right? Just then, Taesung decided, let's go check it out. Can you show us the way there? When Taesung and Keel arrived at the place where the villagers were pointing, the ground was already full of monster corpses lying in disgust, making Keel cry out in disgust. This smell, quite like a small-scale demonization. Taesung nodded and replied, yes, almost. If that thing was a dungeon hole, there would have been a swarm of dozens of monsters jumping at us, okay? But the chimpanzees and monsters that appear one after another like this are not to that extent. Keel walked and wondered. I don't know who the hero of the town is. It seems that he has made a little reputation for himself. Taesung clicked his tongue to reveal to Keel, maybe someone of Vernar's lineage. Keel exclaimed in shock, wait, didn't you say he wielded a sword, this big sword? Taesung hinted further, there is no law that requires people of the Vernar's lineage to fight with their bare hands. Maybe he wants to hide his background. Keel was even more confused. Was there any reason he thought that? Taesung replied with a shrug, just his intuition. In fact, Taesung doubts the identity of the sword-wielding hero because in The Magician Who Rules the World, Leon tells Aiden. While traveling to a rural area, while taking refuge, he accidentally stumbles into the ruins where he says he has received the legacy of the Down God. Taesung thought, it seems like he has finally reached that point. After passing a pile of monster corpses scattered on the ground, they reach a murky deep hole. Taesung said, "Here it is." Keel stared at the hole incredulously. After all, it was a demonized place, but isn't this entrance a little strange? When Keel looks deep inside, the demonized pit is in an ancient ruin and blocks the very center of the entrance of the ruins. Taesung moved closer to examine it and judged, the ground seemed to have collapsed due to a tremor, like an earthquake, so the ruins inside were already exposed. And then at the same moment, demonization takes place and the dungeon becomes weakened. Keel rolls his eyes listening to Taesung's reasoning and can't help but admire his judgment. Although Taesung is cold on the outside, Taesung is a little happy in his heart at this time. I don't know the whereabouts of the ruins or the right time to go inside, but who would have expected me to meet him in this way? I guess I was lucky. Meanwhile, beneath the deep hole, a man is kneeling on the ground and being mocked by a few mocking voices, which is amusing. "You are so terribly strong, so why would you wield a sword when you fight so badly?" Voices rang out murkily as they looked down at a double-broken sword on the ground. In front of the kneeling man were several non-human beings, non-ghosts. They were skeletons enveloped in dark energy that formed a transparent film like human skin. The man who was beaten to earth blood but still asked stiffly against the monsters, "What were you asking for?" Just then, the man raised his fist with a confident smile, "Dirty demons." However, there was a slight flinch in his heart. These guys were too strong. Each of them was not only on par with a high-level zombie, but looking at their fighting skills, I could also be sure that these guys were of the Vernar's lineage. One of the demons also clenched his fists in response. It is not a shame that the Vernars are arrogant, but it is okay, because that is worthy of being my opponent. The exhausted man tried to get up, but the holy blood state had dissipated. Damn it, the skeletons of the ancestors came out of nowhere to come out of nowhere. Even though he was exhausted, he still said strongly, "Die in a place like this. Even if I knew I would perish here, I wouldn't give up." The man looked up and stared at the demon bones with a steady gaze. The leader of the demon corps immediately rushed to attack. "Okay, so let's fight to the death, then you can entertain me." Just as the demon essence's fist was about to reach the other man, a pulse flew forward destroying his bony arm. When the man was still blankly confused about what was going on, not only the arm but the entire body of the demon essence was shattered into dozens of pieces. After a few seconds of stunned silence, another demon suddenly pointed towards Taesung who walked casually. You dare to interfere, who is it?" Taesung calmly asked him. "Who are you?" The mad demon screamed. "What?" Taesung glanced at the pile of bones that had been shattered earlier that were slowly putting together a human form. "It seemed that you were not the focus of this dungeon. You must have played something to make these things out of the demon realm, so I said you knew who I was." The newly reborn demon once again snarled, "Your words smelling of contempt for me." Soon, the demon essences lined up with much more abundant energy. "Arrogant bastard, to see how long you could hold out." The one leading demon corps rushed up to attack Taesung first at the speed of the arrow. As he pressed closer to Taesung, his fists were already accumulating dark energy and ready to strike him. The unflinching Taesung also swung his fist up, surrounding his fist surrounded by a brilliant halo. Although the demon essence's speed was very fast, Taesung was even faster. His punch slammed directly into the demon corps' face, causing him to lose his bones and joints. When the leader demon corps was knocked to the ground, Taesung seized the opportunity to storm with another aura fist and aim at the rest of the demon corps. In the moment they were still flinching to defend, Taesung unleashed his illusion-shattering skill, a dazzling light instantly shooting through the demon essence. The demon bones were knocked tens of meters away and collided with the ground raging causing violent aftershocks. After that, Taesung continued to attack a group of demons on the other side, who were still stunned by Taesung's huge energy pulses that were coming. The demons were completely incapable of resisting Taesung's onslaught, and they looked at each other in panic and were about to turn around and run away. However, Taesung's impulses clung to them and finally finished off the demon essence in the blink of an eye. When he finished dealing with the demon bones, Taesung began to look around to see if there were any monsters left in this dark murky area. After confirming for a moment that there were no names left, Taesung approached the skeleton of the demon leader and said in a mocking tone, "You don't even need to use the power of the holy blood." Taesung smirked and said to the leader demon core, "You just played with the puppets, didn't you? Look arrogant, didn't you?" The demon core finally gave in. "Stop, fighting again will only add to my mana fee." Soon after, he feuded with Taesung. "I am the Wurgun Count of the demon realm, and I will never forget this humiliation. Wait, you lowly human." Taesung didn't want to waste any more time listening to him babble, so he directly smashed the demon essence's fear box, causing the demon manipulating the skeleton to leave. Taesung grumbled while moving his legs to crush the devil's bones. "After all, you were arrogant." The other man who witnessed Taesung's lightning victory gasped in amazement. What name is as strong as a monster, even if he has already opened the holy blood and still can't defeat them, but he does it as easily as turning his hand. Keel just followed Taesung inside, just met the other man. He was wowing. "That's right, Mord, Leon Vernars, why are you here?" Leon just saw that someone recognized his identity and turned on alert mode. "Who are you? The Vernars sent you here. You came here to bring me back to the main house, right?" Keel furiously calmed Leon. "Well, it wasn't." Meanwhile, Taesung thought to himself, Leon Vernars, he had previously been the fifth candidate to succeed the Vernars. However, 5 years ago, he withdrew from the War of Power and ran away from home. In The Magician Who Ruled the World, after running away from home he met Aiden, who would later become a reliable ally of his. Taesung slowly explained to Leon, "No, we came to find you at the request of the people in the village." Leon still questioned suspiciously, "Do you think I will believe you?" Taesung calmly shrugged, "If you don't believe it, you just go." Leon was embarrassed by Taesung's indifferent attitude. What? Just then, Taesung coldly dismisses Leon, suspecting that it was his benefactor who saved his life. "You pissed me off. If you don't believe it, then go ahead." Taesung even heavily disparaged Leon. With that injured body, there was nothing he could do to deal with the demonization in this area. Leon just heard this and was silent because there was nothing left to refute. Keel saw that Leon's expression was not good and said with a friendly smile, "Leon, I have met you before, so looking at you, I immediately recognized, I look like that. I am a progressive warrior, so please calm down." Leon is even more surprised. Progressive warrior. Leon wondered in shock. This kid was saying he was in the same rank as me, and Keel was still eager to introduce, "I was Keel, from the Gate Escort allied with General Ilden." Just as Leon was feeling his self-esteem being insulted, Keel said bluntly, the truth was that the Vernars didn't care about him anymore, so there was no one chasing him. Leon finally humbly acknowledged the fact, yes, how could they go looking for a guy like me? Taesung silently watched Leon and silently assessed him. In The Magician Who Ruled the World, Leon was arrogant and always had a melancholy look, but looking at him now was a little different from what was described in the novel. Leon, who was now bowing his head shyly, thanked him for saving my life, and apologized for doubting him. According to the plot of The Magician Who Rules the World, Leon Vernars, from childhood he has always been compared with other talented brothers. He did not even receive any support from the clan. The more he matured, the less opportunities he had to develop himself, and after his mother died in a bout of illness, he was finally freed from all the clan bonds and left and traveled across the continent, during which time, he received the legacy of the deity in a ruin. Through the help of God's blessings and high-level items, he was able to develop strength no worse than other brothers. 5 years from now, he will meet Aiden. Aiden, upon realizing Leon's potential, convinced him to join the succession race and they became one of each other's most important allies. Then, with Aiden's wholehearted support, Leon Vernars would eventually ascend to the throne as the next Grand Duke and become a convincing winner. At the same time, he will also give the entire fragment of his world to Aiden, believing that Aiden will protect this world from evil, as he promised. However, Leon's trust is completely shattered and Aiden destroys this world and re-establishes another world where everyone loses their memories. After a moment of contemplation, Taesung handed Keel a potion and instructed him, "Escort him outside, this is a medicinal herb, give it to him." Leon just heard his objection, "Aren't you going to take me with you to raid demonization?" Taesung coldly shook his head, We don't know what will happen, so it's best not to bring the injured person with him. Leon still refuses to give up and shouts, "What? Wait, I can still fight." Seeing that Leon was so upset, Taesung immediately dismissed him bluntly. He followed only the nest in the way. Taesung lashes out at Leon even more deeply. Do you want to stand in the way of the same person who saved his life because of his ego? Leon, hearing this, immediately felt deeply offended. He clenched his teeth but could not deny Taesung's reasoning was completely reasonable. Finally, Leon turned around and walked away. Okay, sorry to be a little stubborn. While Taesung had been quietly planning, well, if he was babbling any more, I'd punch him down and throw it straight out. Keel, after following Taesung for a while, immediately understood, this guy is more evil than the devil. He quickly took Leon away. So I'm going to go right back. Are you going to go on alone? Taesung nodded. Yes. Put the spirit foam on me, you will be able to find your way to follow. After that, the group of 3 of them split into 2 directions. Taesung went deeper into the ruins and immediately looked around for clues. Leon caught a trap in this place, and then fell into an underground ruin, thanks to which he gained the legacy of the deity. After walking around for a while without finding a hole like the novel depicts, Taesung couldn't help but wonder, now what kind of hole he found. Finally, he lost his patience and raised his fist and aimed indiscriminately at a spot near the center of this area. Taesung thought to himself, well, he must destroy all this place and find it, and soon after, he slammed his fist into the ground to create holes. After digging his way with his fists, Taesung finds an extremely vast treasure trove of books, which are historical records written by the losers of the separation battle in the Vernars clan. He opened a few books and looked at them. This book chronicled the research and development of combat techniques, all of which were leftovers of the losing Vernars. Soon, Taesung put in his pocket all the books that he thought were valuable. I don't know if they were worth anything, but since I have this bag, it's okay to take them all away. Later, Taesung went deeper into the room and discovered a coffin. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Here it is, the box can only be opened by the Vernars bloodline, the heritage of the deity is inside. Immediately Taesung stepped forward and placed his hand on the intricately carved clan insignia on the lid of the coffin, a bright light spreading as the insignia reacted to Taesung's energy. When the lid of the coffin opens, Taesung finds a fragment of the world and a mysterious relief placed inside it. Taesung took the world fragment and calculated, this is the 8th one. Combined with the pieces he owns, the number of compatible pieces is now 3:3:1. After fusing the world fragment into his heart, Taesung examines the relief plate inscribed with ancient characters. This is the stone that can summon the god in the novel, right? Taesung carefully touches the characters, and even if he doesn't understand what it says, a spark of electricity passes by and interacts with him. When the current from the relief plate was released, Taesung immediately felt an abundance of energy flow through his body like a rushing wave. After a few seconds of shock, Taesung suddenly smiled excitedly. Just touching it was enough to light his battle flame. Taesung secretly smiled approvingly. This is definitely not an ordinary stone. It seems that this item is similar to the tomb of the down god. After putting the relief in his pocket, Taesung glanced at an item placed in the corner of the coffin, which must have been the legacy of the down god, which had helped Leon overcome his talent shortcomings. According to the description of the magician who rules the world, the dragon is a mythical creature that has ceased to exist in this era, and this is an item created from the skin of a dragon hunted by the god himself. Taesung thought of what was written in the novel and raised his belt to look at it. At that moment, Keel walked in and immediately asked Taesung, "Mord, I'm coming, is that belt a magical item?" Taesung immediately put on the belt and said, "You're coming." "No, it's an ancient holy object made from dragon skin." Keel looked at Taesung curiously and suspiciously. "Well, it's rare, but items like this usually have to be famous. Why don't I know anything about it?" Taesung thought to himself, "Well, it's because the gods brought it until he flew." Taesung ignored Keel's question again and showed off the belt, which fit really well. The feeling of hugging the waist was spread. Keel suddenly gave a fake smile and said, "Oh, I see, you told Leon to leave because he didn't want to tell him about this item, right?" Taesung, who was hit with a black heart, was silent. He's really sharp. Meanwhile, Leon was sitting sullenly outside the ruins and sighing dejectedly about himself. Damn, he was still so weak. At that moment, a creepy sound came from the demonization pit that startled Leon and hurriedly turned his head to examine. The terrifying sound continued to come from the hole, causing Leon to jump up ready to fight. However, contrary to Leon's nervousness, Tae-sung and Keel suddenly jump out of the hole with cavalier looks. Keel lamented again with a dejected expression, "I was looking forward to confronting some demons, but I didn't see any." Tae-sung went straight to ask Leon, "How are you feeling?" Leon scratched his head, "Well, much better, thanks to you." Leon looked closely at Tae-sung and tried to think of which brother this was, but he couldn't remember, so he directly asked, "But now that I think about it, I don't even know his name." Tae-sung didn't hesitate to reveal, "Mord, I'm Vernars from the division." Leon nodded but still looked at Tae-sung with a worried look. "I see, of course there is no one named Mord, but how old are you?" Tae-sung replied calmly, 15. Leon couldn't hide his shocked expression and rolled his eyes. 15, seriously? Keel saw that and contributed, "I also agreed that it was hard to believe." Leon shouted excitedly, "Gosh, 15 years old, you already know how to use aura." Tae-sung still casually replied, "Yes." Leon Lai was even more agitated. He was already a master martial arts magician when he was only 15, he had been practicing since he was born or whatever. Tae-sung heard a lot and started to get annoyed, so he coldly quelled Leon's curiosity, "No, even if it was, I didn't have to tell you." Leon stopped his aggressive reaction, and he said to Tae-sung in confusion, "Yes, I'm just too surprised, sorry if it's a little rude." Just then, Tae-sung bluntly turned to leave. "Everything is done here, let's go Keel, and you should rest, since you have opened the holy blood, you will recover soon." Leon immediately called to Theo Tae-sung, "Wait, what about the two of you?" Tae-sung walked coldly, "We will stay here for a few days before leaving." Leon asked curiously, "Where to go?" But Tae-sung still nonchalantly replied, "What does it have to do with you?" Leon was confused. "It wasn't, but still, you were going to somewhere related to the clan." Tae-sung said bluntly, "No." Suddenly Leon suggested firmly, "Can I come along?" Tae-sung immediately paused because the development of the situation was beyond his expectations. Tae-sung couldn't help but think in annoyance, "What is he doing? His personality is so different from the novel." Then Tae-sung turned his head to stare at Leon. "Why?" Leon replied tentatively, "Well, there is no reason." Tae-sung was immediately infuriated. He bluntly glared at Leon like watching a buffalo child act thoughtlessly, "Not really for that reason." Seeing Tae-sung coldly turn away again, Leon explained furiously, "Well, I mean for no reason." But after a few seconds of reflection, Tae-sung suddenly said, "One day. I'll give you a day to think, give me a reason, I'll decide tomorrow night." Tae-sung said in a serious tone. After all, he was going to draw more allies in the first place, so he gave Leon a chance. Leon couldn't help but be overwhelmed and admired as he watched Tae-sung's figure standing in the twilight along with his incredible superior temperament and strength. Seeing Leon as blank as an idiot, Keel immediately stepped out to calm the tension with a friendly smile. "Come on, Leon, the Lord has promised to have dinner if we return safely, you can join us too." That evening, Tae-sung's group returns to the village in anticipation and welcome from the Lord. All the villagers are expecting everyone. That night, the Lord of the village asked what reward they wanted for stopping demonization. Keel wanted a cash reward, and Leon wanted a new sword to replace the broken one. Tae-sung asked if there was a spacious place separate from the outside, and then he was allowed to use the Lord's banquet room, Tae-sung thoughtfully placing the relief on the floor with a thoughtful expression. After biting the tip of his finger to bleed, Tae-sung dripped blood onto the relief. Blood seeped into the ancient runes on the relief plate and instantly caused the space around Tae-sung to change. Tae-sung couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the large space that had just been opened. This space was in his mind. It seemed that the location was different every time. Suddenly the laughter of old Vernars sounded behind Tae-sung. "Ha ha ha, the scene is okay, it is indeed a suitable place for smashing someone to the ground." Tae-sung immediately turned around when he heard the voice of the god. Old Vernars grinned through his teeth, he hadn't seen him in a long time. "My descendant." Tae-sung looked at him curiously for a moment. "So are you the same entity as the person last time?" Old Vernars nodded and replied, "Yes, I am a remnant of the lower god but not an inferior clone. The power of the lower god in the upper world is still linked to me." Old Vernars also looked at Tae-sung for a while and then remarked, "You seem to have gotten quite a bit stronger, let's continue what we left unfinished last time." Tae-sung excitedly replied, "Okay, but before I started, I had two questions. First, why are you even younger than your posterity? Secondly, is it true that the more potential people with the blood of the goddess, the more side effects there are? Old Vernars was puzzled and asked Taesung again, what do you mean? After that, Taesung told the god how the Vernars family had changed, and how the Grand Duke was struggling to stop aging. The god was now very dissatisfied. That's terrible. Taesung continued to say, the current Grand Duke is very strong, so strong that he can be called the embodiment of the demon god. From what I know, he has already opened the level 4 holy blood, but the rate of aging has also increased. Old Vernars pondered for a moment and explained, if doped with other bloodlines, it is indeed possible. Old Vernars judged in a deep voice, this clan is over 400 years old, it is certain that the bloodline has been doped a lot, so among the clan there are strong people but short life is understandable. Taesung heard this, he just nodded. The cause of the Grand Duke's aging is not revealed in the novel, but if it's because the bloodline is doped, it makes sense. Suddenly their peaceful conversation was interrupted by the voice of this arrogant, 10-year-old Vernars. 10-year-old Vernars couldn't help but jump in front of Taesung. Have you finished asking? And old Vernars sat down calmly to talk. This maniac is acting again. 10-year-old Vernars continues to speak in a burning voice. My muscles are screaming. Why did you guys talk for so long? 10-year-old Vernars looked up at Taesung with an arrogant smirk. He hadn't seen him in a long time. 10-year-old Vernars started flexing his muscles in front of Taesung. After that beating, I felt terribly bad, so I can't give in to you this time, can I? Taesung replied calmly, of course. Just then, 10-year-old Vernars activated his holy blood state with a characteristic smirk. Okay, let's get started. Taesung immediately realized, this feeling, his holy blood power must have been different. Vernars is a demigod whose father is the sky god Erita and mother is an ordinary person. He has transformed the holy blood inherited from his father into his own, and becomes a saint through his achievements. What Taesung is using is the holy blood of Vernars. But what Vernars was using was the holy blood of the sky god Erita. When 10-year-old Vernars jumped in front of Taesung, he thought to himself, sure, this is a different kind of power, but I feel familiar. Very soon, after only a few fights, 10-year-old Vernars was beaten to the face and nose, and his holy blood state also dissipated when he exhausted his strength. 10-year-old Vernars fell his ass in the air but still couldn't accept the truth. I lost. At this moment the mighty 12-year-old Vernars came out with a laugh. Did you beat him? Impressive, you made me enter the game so early, but didn't you just fight him 5 months ago? 12-year-old Vernars looked at Taesung's aura and couldn't help but be surprised. During this time, have you mastered aura? Taesung replied energetically, yes. 12-year-old Vernars wasn't weak enough to release his aura, which was surprising, but I've learned it since I was 12. 12-year-old Vernars laughed confidently and arrogantly stretched out his arms ostentatiously declaring, now that aura beginner, I'm going to show you the next level you need to reach. This is. When 12-year-old Vernars couldn't finish his sentence was suddenly interrupted by Taesung. I guessed it was a complete optical acceleration. The 12-year-old Vernars who had guessed was shocked and rolled his eyes at Taesung. Photo-perfect acceleration is a skill used to mobilize photo-perfection very condensedly, and accelerating it at the perfect time to create overwhelming destructive power. 12-year-old Vernars was even more amazed that Taesung had quickly used the same move. Are you already learning it? Taesung didn't say no and rushed to attack 12-year-old Vernars immediately. I had practiced it in my mind many times but had never tried it in a real battle. I guessed my chance would come. Just then, a shocking burst of energy occurred, and the brilliant aura light shone so that the view was completely obscured. After that punch, even Taesung, who gave the blow, rolled his eyes in amazement as he looked at his opponent. With just one punch from Taesung, the upper half of 12-year-old Vernar's body completely disappeared, leaving only 2 arms that flew in the air, a sight that made Taesung himself feel suspicious. Did he win? Taesung asked old Vernars in bewilderment. Damn God, is it true that I won? Why is it so easy? Old Vernars is equally surprised. It is true that you won, I didn't expect it. Taesung grumbled. I still can't accept it. Old Vernars replied, if you talk about skills, you are much weaker than me, but at that age I am very arrogant, that's what poisoned me. Taesung said bluntly, the heroes of the legendary era are all like that. After that, Taesung did not respect anything but poked fun at old Vernars. If he was unlucky, no matter how adept he was, he could not become a hero. Old Vernars laughed. Ha ha ha, you said that to comfort me, Taesung replied casually. Not at all, I just won, but I didn't feel like I had won anything. Old Vernars continued to laugh and said, well, I'm sorry but I'm 23, not going to disappoint you. Right now, 23-year-old Vernars appears like a moving monument. Mord, nice to meet you. 23-year-old Vernars grinned and declared, I'll try to make up for my shortcomings in the past. Taesung watched him carefully. His hair was black but his eyes were clear silver, which was proof that he had transformed almost all of his holy blood from his father Erita into his own. Besides, 23-year-old Vernars hadn't even unlocked his holy blood or mana yet, but was already on par with Taesung's strength, which made Taesung laugh with delight. When he looked at the 23-year-old Vernars radiating menacing energy, Taesung became even more excited. He was a monster. 23-year-old Vernars also stared at Taesung with excitement with his arrogant expression. So let's get started, the true lesson starts here. Taesung takes the initiative to attack first and the fierce fight officially begins. At the same time, 23-year-old Vernars discovers that Taesung has disappeared from his position and is surprised to realize that he is moving behind him. Taesung threw a hook punch from behind 23-year-old Vernars, but he quickly leaned over to dodge in time intuitively. 23-year-old Vernars immediately slid down and stepped back a distance to create a safe distance from Taesung. 23-year-old Vernars briefly touched the slight scratch from Taesung's passing punch. It was true that he was progressing so fast, almost beyond imagination. Taesung, who was panting at me now, started to cry out, what the, after 500 fights, I've only reached you a little. 23-year-old Vernars gave Taesung a friendly encouragement. You did that after 500 games is incredible. I was serious but I almost got hit in the face by you. Taesung flexed the muscles of his arms in a frustrated mood. Even if his body could heal, the mental damage was still there. Besides, the more I fought, the more I felt his monster-like strength, but I had already been beaten 500 times. Either way, I'll be able to punch him in the face. Taesung clenched his teeth and turned his spiteful gaze towards 23-year-old Vernars like a wild animal looking at its prey. Suddenly at this moment there was a sound echoing in Taesung's head that made him pause from his surging rage. Mord. Meanwhile, 23-year-old Vernars casually turned to ask old Vernars, hey, my old version, how much time is left? Old Vernars grumbled, I am not old, there is still quite a lot of time. The descendants have collected more world fragments so we have more time because the world fragments are sharing a part of the strength that is strong for us, so when we use the power of the holy blood, it will be less affected. Plus the speed of his progress, you will probably have to open the holy blood soon. 23-year-old Vernars glanced incredulously at Taesung who was standing in one place. He was sure, he had improved a lot but he seemed to have reached his highest limit. Taesung was thinking about what the echoing voice from earlier was. Seeing that 23-year-old Vernars doubted Taesung's abilities, old Vernars just laughed in a subtextual tone asking him, do you really think so? After that, the fight between 23-year-old Vernars and Taesung continues, and very quickly after 520, Taesung is still being beaten like a mobile sandbag. By the 559th time, Taesung was still unable to make any further progress, even though he tried to resist and change his fighting technique constantly but still to no avail. And even in the 610th time, Taesung still failed to show that he was capable of counterattacking 23-year-old Vernars. Taesung was even punched and slammed against the cliff where old Vernars was standing, making him unable to sit still anymore and startled to jump up. 23-year-old Vernars giggled when he saw old Vernars jump off the cliff with a thoughtful expression. It was his 610th battle. 23-year-old Vernars arrogantly replied, see, I said there was no need to open the holy blood. Meanwhile, Taesung has been knocked out of his holy blood awakening state and slumped by a cracked cliff. He is filled with feelings of resentment but also helplessness at the superior strength of 23-year-old Vernars. Taesung gradually sinks into his thoughts, I am so annoyed, just like this, I am crazy, no matter what, I have to punch an owl. At some point I am no longer aware of my actions, but what is this? The more mentally tired I get, the more I feel something boiling inside me. Suddenly at this moment, the strange voice from earlier was in Taesung's ears, waking him up, stopping. When Taesung opened his eyes, in his mind appeared the image of a tall man with white hair who had just landed from the deep sky. Taesung felt like he was completely losing all his strength and lying flat on the ground at the feet of the mysterious man in a dismissive way. The mysterious man raised his voice to instruct Taesung, "No need to think, just rely on your instincts." It was at this moment that a flash of light crossed Taesung's mind and awakened him from his wandering thoughts that he still couldn't find a solution to before. 23-year-old Vernars thought that Taesung had failed, so he leisurely asked old Vernars if it was time. It was time, however. Old Vernars laughed with amusement. Not yet. Old Vernars looked over at Taesung, who had recovered from his painful fall earlier and was even more powerful. It wasn't over. 23-year-old Vernars couldn't calm down at the energy emanating from Taesung. He furrowed his eyebrows and stared at him. Something different, and this feeling. In this moment, Taesung seems to have the appearance of the sky god inside him, a terrifying ascendancy created just as 23-year-old Vernars looked into his eyes. While 23-year-old Vernars was still confused about what had happened in the short time Taesung fainted earlier, Taesung rushed towards him at rocket-like speed. 23-year-old Vernars, in a panic, hastily activated his holy blood state and raised his hands in a defensive readiness posture. Taesung charged towards 23-year-old Vernars with his fist filled with thunder energy as if it were sucking thunder from the sky. A terrible collision occurred between two huge energy sources and one of the two sides was knocked out of place. The person who was knocked out this time was 23-year-old Vernars, who could not hide his shock when he was forced to land at a distance of more than 10 meters. Taesung was launched to attack 23-year-old Vernars again. He jumped high and built energy into his fist and aimed at 23-year-old Vernars and plunged. 23-year-old Vernars was shocked by Taesung's terrifying power, and for a moment, he was almost too terrified to move. The next second, another explosion of energy shook this virtual space with violent lightning bolts crashing into the ground. Meanwhile, 23-year-old Vernars managed to jump onto a nearby cliff with a relieved smile, looking down at the explosion below. "Oh, if I hadn't dodged that shot, I would have done it now." 23-year-old Vernars briefly shuddered as he watched beneath the cliff as a roaring explosion, and above the sky was a thunderous energy tornado like the center of a hurricane. Taesung, after exhausting all his energy, collapsed. "What was it just now? I don't even remember how I did it." Old Vernars smiled with delight and clapped his hands in congratulations to Taesung. "Erida's holy blood has opened his eyes inside you." Taesung looked up at him in amazement. "This is the power of a part of the holy blood?" Old Vernars nodded and replied, "Yes, your instincts understand that this power is hidden in you." Old Vernars smiled and told Taesung, "Don't forget this feeling. It may have just unfolded, but when you develop its true power and when it forms a balance with the power you have from me, you will realize what it is like to have two holy forces within you." Taesung mused while looking at his hands. "Balance is important, now I understand. The power from Erida is the divine force. It is very powerful but can also swallow the human mind. We need the power of the god as the base, so that we can take advantage of this power without the mind being torn apart." While Taesung is mulling over, the virtual space has begun to crack. Old Vernars with a little regret tells him, "I want to talk more but the time is up." Then, old Vernars pointed to Taesung's forehead and a small light appeared. "Since you have defeated my old version, I will give you my blessing with the Eucharist." Old Vernars smiled brightly and added, "Okay, I'm looking forward to our next meeting. I don't know how much of Erida's power you've mastered by then, I'm curious." He also told Taesung, "Don't hug this ability alone and send someone else, I'm bored." Taesung chuckled and replied, "Okay, let me think." Then, old Vernars said goodbye to Taesung with a satisfied smile. "Okay, see you later, descendant." After Taesung escapes his dream, he returns to the dining room to find Leon waiting with a feverish look. "Mord, there you are." Leon stared at Taesung with a very serious expression. "I'm waiting for you." Then Leon began his speech. "In order to explain to you why I want to travel with you, I must first explain why I left my family. My father was immediate but he died in the battle against the devil. My mother's clan did not have enough influence or strength to compensate for my father's losses. The people who used to support us started to slowly walk away and others started kicking us. Back when I was a trainee fighter, it was normal to ask for a soul blow when the coach pinched us. The more I was humiliated, the more I was pressured by my mother's clan to become the best, but compared to other heirs I didn't have that talent. When I started growing up, I was considered a genius, but when I became a real fighter, I faced a much harsher reality. The reality is that if I'm a genius then others are talented, standing between them, I feel suffocated under pressure and being compared, but the more difficult thing I have to face is, the words from my mother's clan and especially the words from my own mother. How could you just do that? You should have been better, you're going to humiliate our clan, useless bastard. My mother used to try to brainwash me every day that I could be the best, but she became more and more hysterical. Every time I showed her that I wasn't good enough, she would use force on me. And of course, because my body was so hard I didn't feel any pain, but my mind shattered after each time. I always wanted to run away, but Erna was always there for me, so I tried to endure. However, Erna gradually began to show signs of genius and people increasingly compared us to each other. Eventually I could not look at Erna and smile like before. I began to see her as a threat. I hated myself for it, so I decided to leave this tired clan. Even when my mother was dying from her illness, she still looked at me with devilish eyes and cursed me. Aren't you even a baby smaller than you, useless bastard? I shouldn't have given birth to you. Seeing her was like hell to me. When she passed away, I even felt like I had been freed. At her funeral, I had left the clan, away from the Vernars. I felt like I was healthy and free again. But then I realized that it was just an illusion. I'm just lucky to have encountered opponents weaker than me in the last 5 years. I've never tested my limits. I feel worthless. I learned it only when I was on the verge of death yesterday. In that moment, when I thought I was dead, he appeared, moored, as if the world was giving me another chance. I feel like it's a kind of destiny. Leon became more and more agitated to the point of banging the table up, so I wanted to go with him, and find out exactly what that emotion was. In contrast to Leon's excitement, Taesung indifferently asks if he has finished speaking. Leon is immediately bewildered by his nonchalant attitude. Taesung crossed his arms and asked sternly, I asked him if he had finished speaking. Leon replied in confusion, well, then. Leon's heart was extremely confused. His reaction was not positive. I was rejected, and at this time Taesung was silently lamenting. It was good to hear him talk about his past, so I let him talk, but he's too talkative. Taesung frankly asked Leon, this journey is more dangerous than you think, and the organization called Blood is chasing me. Leon exclaimed in shock, Blood? Taesung nodded affirmatively, yes, you know them. Leon honestly replied, I had heard of them when I was a mercenary. Did that organization really exist? Taesung nodded again, yes, their forces were as strong as Vernar's. Taesung continued to give Leon a chance to think. We don't know when we will have to confront them, so he thought about it. Leon immediately regained his previous excitement and grinned. It turned out that he was not rejected, no need to think. Leon excitedly announced to Taesung, I'm sure if I fight you, I'll be of some help. I'm not sure how to repay you for saving my life. This is good, Taesung said in his heart. In fact, you don't owe me anything. He wasn't going to die there anyway. After that, Taesung carefully rethought his decision. Leon is not a genius, but he is still Vernaz's direct relative. Surely if I nurture him carefully, he will be useful. Seeing Taesung mused, Leon asked earnestly, moored, what he was up to. Taesung finally confirmed, okay, come with us. Leon was so excited that he jumped. Really? And Keel asked Taesung nervously, are you sure? If we take young Master Leon with us to the north, it will be a bit of trouble. Taesung shrugged casually, it's not my problem. Leon smiled brightly and said, don't worry, I'm not a big deal, I'm just an outlying person in the inheritance war. What trouble can I cause? But Keel, just call me Leon. I left the clan a long time ago. Being treated like that makes me feel weird. Keel also comfortably replies, well, that's fine. Taesung finished the group meeting when it was dim in the morning. Go back to his room, it's late. Tomorrow we will talk later. Keel asked curiously the last question, where are we going this time? Taesung replied, the Midwest of the Lutvan Kingdom. We will go to the Count Palo's domain. A few days later, Taesung's group of 3 set off for the Midwest region of the Lutvan Kingdom. Keel walked and chatted non-stop. There were always a lot of mercenaries coming here. The number of monsters from Mount Limos was innumerable, so there was always something to do here. Just then, Keel's eyes looked at Leon with apprehension. But, Leon, what are you buying those for? Leon wore a helmet that covered his face with excitement. To hide my identity, if I walked around fighting without anything on, they would recognize me as someone from the Vernaz clan, right? Keel continued to put on a puzzled face. But we have moored. Is it necessary? Leon replied with a nonchalant laugh, I'm just preparing in case we get into trouble one day. Leon added excitedly, besides, I was used to using swords already because it was something I used after leaving the clan. Leon nodded with a teasing expression, I get it, so that's why your fighting skills aren't good. Leon was teased and shouted, what? Keel casually replied, he had fought Mord so many times on the way here, but he was always hit. Leon was still trying to counter, hey, it's not fair, Mord is a martial arts master. Keel continued to argue with Leon, Mord is only 15, how much are you? Leon squirmed back at Keel, okay, to see how good you are. Taesung completely ignored those two and went straight, stop by the black market and fight anyway. Keel, find a way to get there. Keel just heard about the black market and his eyes lit up, what, there are good things here, I'll find it quickly. Suddenly Leon raised his hand to comment, I know how to get there. After walking through the black market for a while, Taesung brought back some items that looked like ruins that made Leon even more curious. Let's go to the black market and you just bought this. Taesung clicked his tongue and replied, this is worth it. Leon, drop a few drops of blood here. Leon looked at the strange fragment in Taesung's hand in bewilderment. Blood, why? Taesung urged him, just do it. Soon, Leon didn't hesitate anymore but immediately did as Taesung said and dripped blood onto the shard. From the moment Leon's blood seeped into the shard, a fiery red light gradually spread out and the fragment at the same time began to transform. Very quickly the fragment turned into a gauntlet that made Leon roll his eyes in amazement. What is this? Taesung slowly explained, is a relic called the Gauntlet of the Stone Giant. This can only be used by people with holy blood. It uses holy blood rather than mana, so he has to regularly let it absorb blood for it to work. This is a very good defense item. If its skill is activated it will temporarily amplify his power as strong as the legendary Stone Giant. Leon sounded more and more surprised, as strong as a star stone giant, they are so strong, you really give me this. Taesung nodded firmly with the thought, since he was with me, I had to make him stronger, and I took away what should have belonged to him so I could at least do it for him this much. Taesung then takes out an item and gives it to Keel. This is a warning earring. The ancient spirit inside will warn him of danger and when it is activated in battle, his senses will be sharper. Soon after, Taesung infuses mana to activate the working earrings, causing it to transform even larger with special motifs appearing. Taesung tossed it to Keel and said, this is for you, you have to get piercings to wear it, is that okay? Keel nodded excitedly, yay, of course, no problem. After that, Keel asked Taesung curiously, did you buy 3 things, so what was the last one? Taesung took out the last item in his pocket, this is the sequel to the item I found last time. Then he put the 2 old books side by side, and Keel exclaimed with delight, it was the book he bought from the black market last time. After the 2 books placed on the ground absorbed Taesung's mana, they suddenly soar, twist into each other, and merge into one. Very quickly, a brand new complete book fell in front of Taesung. Taesung immediately opened the book to look inside, there was a map on the book, hey, I'll slowly handle the rest of the trouble. After putting away the book with the map, Taesung turned to Leon, Leon, I have one more question, do you know where the information broker is? Leon before he could reply was robbed by Keel in an excited tone, leave it to me, I'll ask everyone in the back alley. Keel asked Taesung excitedly, who he was looking for. Taesung frowned slightly and replied, Aiden, a mercenary mage about 15 to 16 years old. After that, they set off again into the forest not far from the city. Keel curiously asked Taesung, Mord, where are we going? Taesung said, to a dungeon, that's the real reason why we came here. Leon also asked Taesung curiously, but Mord, he told us to find a person named Aiden. Who is Aiden? Taesung answered through the loudspeaker, a person who possesses holy blood and is a rival of blood. Leon is even more curious to ask, what kind of holy blood? In the shaman who rules the world, a god is said to often appear in the form of a hermit and help those who need wisdom, that is, the god of forests and wisdom. Possessing a divine blood is the perfect condition to become a shaman. These days, it is difficult to find an inheritor of his divine bloodline, and most of them are in the field of magic, but among them, Aiden is the only one who can awaken the power of divine blood. Taesung thought to himself, so Aiden was called a genius mage, of course that terrible talent was because of his sister's sacrifice. Aiden's sister had grown up with the power of God's voice always ringing in her ears. When the blood raided Aiden's family, his sister sacrificed herself to save Aiden and awakened her divine power. And she turns into that power just to bless Aiden and die. Therefore, Aiden felt that the sleeping divine blood within him was awakened. And Aiden began working as a mercenary in Palos, gradually making a name for himself despite being very young. Seeing that Taesung is not about to reveal anything about Aiden, Keel asks something else, "Find him and what we will do." Taesung said coldly, "I don't have any plans. In fact, he knows the future will change because of him, so he will only observe if Aiden lives up to the novel. I have to see what will change before I can plan, but before that, I have work to do." At this moment, Taesung stopped and told everyone, "I think we're coming." Keel looked down at the seemingly harmless waterfall and exclaimed, "Well, where's the dungeon?" Taesung didn't say anything and jumped straight off the cliff. In the near future, Aiden will find the first world fragment here, as well as a detailed note about the world fragment. As he freefalls near the bottom of the falls, Taesung suddenly swings his fist high and aims at the water below. After a powerful punch, Taesung opens the passage into the dungeon, thinking in his heart of Aiden, which will be the first steps to become his world-ruling mage. But if I get those things before him, how will Aiden's fate change? Taesung thought with a sly smile. After a while, the three of them entered the dungeon. Keel looked around in bewilderment. "Gosh, I didn't expect that there was a dungeon behind the waterfall." Leon also looked surprised, but how did he know about this place? Seeing Taesung continue straight without paying attention to his question, Leon turned to Keel to complain, "He just buttered me." Keel sighed with resignation, "He didn't." Keel approached Taesung again and asked, "But Mord, what kind of dungeon is this?" Taesung walked on and said, "This dungeon is not difficult." However, when the three of them arrive before the dungeon's first challenge, catching their eye is a maze of strange symbols resting on each tile, which is clearly a puzzle accompanied by traps. Taesung explained to his two companions, "This dungeon is full of riddles and traps, a ruin-type dungeon." Keel, after a rough understanding, immediately exclaimed, "Riddle, so we won't be able to clear the dungeon without solving all the riddles. Mord, don't do anything on your own." However, Keel's reminder is too late. Taesung is now directly jumping into the middle of the puzzle path with a casual look. "No, there is another way much faster." When Taesung jumps right into the wrong answer box, the guards on both sides of the road immediately come to life with red eyes and raise their spears in the air. Spear points were launched at Taesung in unison, but he casually flexed the muscles of his hands waiting for the attack. The spear points that had just collided with Taesung's muscles were immediately knocked out. Just then, he took a deep breath and tried to build up mana into his fist. There was a flash of murder in Taesung's eyes as he looked at the riddled floor. A roaring explosion echoed as Taesung's fist slammed into the floor and created a large hole. Taesung turned his sharp gaze forward and declared eloquently, "Just destroy all the puzzles." Leon witnessed this scene and felt bewildered. "I had never been to a dungeon or ruins without encountering demons," and Keel laughed apprehensively, "I didn't think this dungeon could be overcome in this way." After passing a few more puzzles thanks to Taesung's hard head, the group finally reaches the center of the dungeon. Keel tilted his head to look at the statue high above with curiosity, a gargoyle, not knowing what kind of room this room would be. Taesung replied indifferently, "It's important, just destroy every room we enter." Keel said regretfully, "Yes, but puzzles like this were fun on that expedition, you know." When he reached the foot of the statue, Leon immediately stopped by the puzzle table. "Isn't this a riddle that we will have to guess the painting correctly? But the painting is not gone." Keel immediately copied it. "We can only see it with magic, but none of us are magicians." Taesung stepped forward casually, getting out of the way. Then Taesung punched the puzzle table without spending a second thinking. When the table was smashed, the surrounding stone monsters immediately came to life. Keel yelled with a little nervousness, "Wow, too much, it must have been 50, but Leon wasn't worried about raising his sword. No matter how many they were just a bunch of gargoyles. Just as the three of them were about to bombard the stone monsters, the secret door next to the room suddenly opened. Keel looked up in horror at the huge door that was shaking. The door was changing. Wait, was that? When the door opened, a stone golem suddenly appeared with a massive body tens of meters high. Taesung without hesitation rushed towards the golem and instructed his two teammates, "I'll handle the stone golem, you two clear the others. Taesung jumped forward and punched the golem in the chest, causing a huge explosion. As one of the golem's hands shattered and fell, he dimly saw a glowing piece of jade inside it. What was it? The next second, the broken arm fragments of the golem on the ground suddenly moved. Each piece of stone was pulled back to the golem's shoulders and slowly restored the shape of its arms. Taesung immediately discovers that the magical power in this room is amplifying the power of the golem. In the moment the golem attacked Taesung, he suddenly thought, just now is its core, maybe it will continue to recover forever unless he destroys its core. On this side, the huge gargoyles are also plunging into fierce fighting with Keel and Leon. The gargoyles constantly unleashed clumps of energy that shot towards Leon and Keel, causing them to dodge relentlessly. When Leon dodged their attack and tried to counterattack with his sword, they flew high and easily dodged. Leon shouted in exasperation, "Damn, these guys are annoying." Keel sincerely admonished Leon, "Why don't you try to fight with your fists?" Just then, he summoned the wind spirits. "Oh spirits, come to our aid and stop the gargoyles from flying." The wind spirits quickly wrapped around the gargoyles' bodies and pulled them low. Keel then pulled out his sword and exerted his sword skills. Keel jumped high, bouncing through the walls and interjecting into the space between the gargoyles, his every move leaving shining sword trails. When Keel landed again, a horde of gargoyles was cut through by dozens of sharp slashes. The corpses of the gargoyles fell like leaves, and Keel took advantage of Taesung's side to see the situation of his battle with Golem. At this time, Taesung was attacking the golem with a series of punches, but it didn't seem to have anything to do with it. Even when it was shattered, it kept recovering continuously. In the end Taesung was forced to use the second-order optical realm, the aura acceleration. I had to destroy its core, but I couldn't reach it with normal blows. Then just destroy everything. Thinking about it, Taesung immediately used a special move to pierce the golem's chest and break through the other side of its body. It was then that the core in the golem's chest appeared and at the same time it cracked. Within seconds, the golem's core had completely shattered into grains of sand. Leon was stunned by Taesung's horrible performance. God, he destroyed the golem so easily. Leon couldn't stop wondering when he looked at Taesung. He had seen countless geniuses, but he was a monster. Where did someone like him come from? Taesung, after destroying the golem, turned to look at Leon. Leon, isn't that party finished? Meanwhile, Leon feels like he's being provoked by Taesung. He dropped his dagger in frustration and then grumpily exclaimed, "Damn, okay. Leon put on the gloves that Taesung bought and used the power of the holy blood. Wait a minute, this will be done soon. Just then, Leon leapt towards the gargoyles and began his onslaught. Every time Leon slammed a blow, it was between the gargoyle's chest and it was easy to stop it. Just like that, he rushed to sweep a bunch of gargoyles in the blink of an eye with only his bare hands. Keel saw that scene, whispering a smile in his stomach. He should have fought with his fists in the first place. Why would he want to use a sword when he didn't even know how to use it? He lost to himself in the previous contest due to using a sword. Within minutes, Leon had cleared the gargoyles. Keel silently complimented him. Everyone saw how well he used his fists. After breaking the final challenge room, Taesung's group goes to a deeper place and looks quite harmless. Keel speaks first. We have reached the last room, but there is nothing. Suddenly at this moment a voice echoed throughout the room. Challengers, I commend you for getting here. The voice continued to echo. I'm sure you've realized after overcoming all challenges, but only people with courage and quick wit can reach this room. Leon heard this whispered in protest, quick-witted, and yet he said, if my brain has to think a lot, I am weak, and Keel protested silently, bravely, and yet he said just destroy it all. After that, the voice was as if reading Keel and Leon's minds and complaining, I hate people who only use violence, they don't deserve anything. The eyes of the two of them don't meet and glance at Taesung. Then, a heavy stone chest suddenly fell in front of them. Only those who are qualified deserve the enormous power of God. You have proven yourself worthy, so this is your reward. The voice continued to sound with a magical golden light enveloping the items that had just appeared. I hope you will use this power intelligently. Keel curiously pointed to the relief next to the stone chest. What is this? Leon also asked curiously. I have never seen writing like this before. Is it some kind of ancient language? Taesung knew in his heart that this was a stone slab with extremely specific explanations of the world fragment. This is also what gives Aiden an advantage if he gets it. Taesung told himself, I have to destroy it so that Aiden won't be able to see it. He immediately swung his fist and smashed the relief, causing Keel to exclaim, Mord, why are you going to destroy it? Taesung replied over the loudspeaker, because I had a dangerous premonition. After relieving a threat, Taesung opened the stone chest and the item inside the chest immediately emitted a blue light that filled the room. Leon couldn't help but be amazed to see the world fragment hovering out of the chest with an abundance of energy enveloping it. Keel had seen the fragment of the world a few times but was still buzzing with curiosity. Well, it was it again, Leon wondered curiously, what was it? It felt so strong. Keel pondered for a moment before asking Taesung, Mord, I've always wanted to ask you, why are you collecting these things? Taesung only focused his gaze on the world fragment and calmly replied, save the world. When Taesung touched this fragment and it fused with his heart, he thought to himself, he always felt a slight change in his body, but it seemed to be a pretty big change. World fragment not only gives the owner power, it also has the ability to change for the owner. As time passes, the owner absorbs the world fragment and becomes stronger. This fragment is like a cliff with a large stone at the edge. The three pieces that I had earlier combined with it and became one. After feeling that drastic change, Taesung secretly rejoiced in his stomach, I'm lucky. At this time, Leon couldn't help but curiously ask Taesung, Mord, save the world, what do you mean? However, Taesung directly beat the drum, this dungeon will quickly collapse, come back quickly. Leon Tiu turned to Keel and lamented, I've just been buttered again. Keel sighed comforting him, Mord has always been like that, I've been through that too, haha. Although he has been buttered many times, Keel has more and more admiration for Taesung, save the world, I was a little surprised, but Mord is not the type of person who will lie. Keel said to himself as he looked into Taesung's steady gaze, although he didn't understand very well, he was extremely trustworthy.